That's, yeah, really good for a no reset run.
Yeah,
408.
that is definitely above average.
408 used to be the world record, like, was like 2 years ago or so, before it went down like 10 minutes.
Something
So, yeah.
like that.
Really good run, actually, other than, chapter 1 nonsense.
Well, that's to be expected though, but yeah.
ElbodYkso started.
ElbodYkso.
And let the Farlams begin.
I just want to get a quick Farlam before FF8 starts up. Shouldn't be too long. Probably not even on the stream, but...
Pretty much those that follow the runs know that that's a thing.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, okay, good. I'm glad.
Hello, French viewer.
Alright, got Elbod's Soul to Heaven,
Go,
and...
Go, Loki, go.
Farlam!
Farlam!
Here we go.
Also gotta say, I don't know if you guys talked about it before, but Cloud, I know you mentioned in one of your streams that Tactics is a great game to just casually run, hang out, keep going, and always looking for more runners.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright. I threw
Alright,
out
well, yeah.
I threw out the
guess-
sluice gate.
I guess I can commentate Aether's run.
Yeah.
Okay.
Feel free to do so.
Yeah, I'm off the stream and whatnot, right? So I can just stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, alright. It feels wrong though, so...
Yeah, I know. I know what you mean.
I guess a lot of people in the relay have had this issue, to not watch the credits.
29 Orlando.
Outlaw, I'm temporarily borrowing you.
Yo, 29 Orlando. God luck.
I don't know if he's scrollable yet.
Yeah. I'll talk a little bit about the ending as well, since we probably won't get much other time to talk about it. But at the very end of the game, Briemza and Alma are believed to be dead. So, in reality, whether or not they're actually alive is up to interpretation. But the developers, I think, have confirmed that they're supposed to be alive. But essentially, they're kind of gone from history at this point. And Delita ends up being king at the end of this. And you find out that the majority of the game that you've been playing has actually been from the point of the historian Alazam Dure, who's a descendant of Olan. And Olan actually went to write about his experiences during the Lion War regarding the kind of what happened and, who was actually the hero and everything. So the church realized that this would put them in a bad light, and they decided to confiscate his writings and then claim Olan as a heretic, and then proceeded to burn him at stake. So at the end of this game, pretty much everybody dies. The exception being Delita, which we'll find out at the very end that he survived, and he confesses his love for Velia, but because he has basically backstabbed everybody in the game to get to the point where he's at, she doesn't trust him, and she proceeds to stab him with a knife. But it's implied that he lived on and his rule was quite prosperous. At the very end of the game, the leader actually asks the question, Briemza, what did you get? Because even though he manipulated everybody to get to the point that he believed he needed to be to prevent another tragedy like Zieten, where Titra died, Briemza didn't have any theoretical ambition in his eyes, so he didn't know why Briemza fought for what he did. And it's kind of very symbolic that the hero of the game ends up not really with I guess really like the girl or the money or anything at the end. He just has his values that he upheld. So that's kind of how FFT ends off.
He is the true hero indeed,
True
as
hero.
the game puts it.
Alright, should we take a second to introduce ourselves, the Final Fantasy VIII crew?
Go ahead for sure.
So I'm Windows.
And I am DTChow. And I think Outlaw is around here, he's just not in here yet.
Yeah, Outlaw is going to come in soon, I guess. And our runners are Lowgeek and Elbod. Elbod will be starting when the tactics finishes.
Aether, do you have the magic gauntlet on, or you have different shoes?
that might be kind of important.
Make my Orlando scrollable.
You see? I thought I saw Shelba stab.
I think it's learned already.
Yeah, if you don't Germanus with his French shoes, it would have been rough. I've had that mistake before.
I've walked in here with short charge by accident. Took me a while to figure out why I couldn't kill the enemies.
So the start to Final Fantasy VIII is pretty slow. There's not much going on. You just mash through text. You'll do one small menu before you enter the Ifrit's Fire Cavern, and you fight Ifrit. There's nothing much to talk for the first 20 minutes.
No, there's not a whole lot going on. As for story-wise, it's pretty much just going to the classroom, where we'll be told who have passed the written exam and stuff. It's just all story-related things, really. Nothing too exciting there either.
Oh, there is one important thing that you have to note. Once Squall exits the classroom, Selphie will come up and talk to you, and you have to select the second option to not give a tour to Selphie, and that's going to be a big theme in Final Fantasy VIII. You have to select the correct option in text to go faster.
Yeah, exactly. There's also another interesting thing here. As Windows said, as soon as we leave this classroom, or right at the start of the game more actually, the RNG of the game will always stay the same. It will never change until you get out on the world map and everything starts to change. Unless you start to use potions and stuff, which we obviously can't do because we are at max HP. What this allows us to do, and what some runners do, is we'll play for the Quistis card early, which we'll be touching a lot more later. The reason we play this card early is because it's set up completely.
I don't think I've ever seen that beef with Murasame.
I have actually seen that, unfortunately. So, yeah, sometimes he'll have dryouts,
here.
sometimes he'll have Murasame learn, and yes, he will heal himself, and
Yep.
it's kind of rough. He's gonna do it again, probably.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was getting another turn. Okay.
Thank God for Excalibur haste.
Yeah, the generic enemy units at this point do have a ton of things unlocked, so you'll oftentimes see stuff you don't expect like this.
Sometimes that thief has meatbone slash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So there you saw Logik talk to that guy on the bridge, and he gave you 7 cards that actually allows you to play the card game without modding monsters.
Yes. And due to Marathon safety, I'm not sure if Logik knows the early Quistis card strat either. But for Marathons, I would say both runners will most likely not even attempt it.
So, yeah, I guess we should explain what the early Quistis is. So, yeah, as you said earlier, the RNG has not changed. So there's currently, with the cards that we own, we know 3 patterns that we can win with the cards that we get. So the first 3 games, we can win those games. And you have to mash X really fast in order to hit the play button within the first 3 frames. And if you succeed in mashing fast enough, you get pretty much a free Quistis card.
Yeah, exactly. For Logik is, I believe, running the cell card route, which we'll be touching a little bit later, I believe. But by getting the Quistis card early makes it way easier for the no cell card route to actually get a run going. This is why it's the most preferred category now between runners.
Yeah, it's really nice because it removes any card RNG that's in the game normally. Like, if you get Kuistis, the early Kuistis strats, there's no card RNG in the game anymore, and the run is actually super consistent. And a good runner can get, I think, like someone like Luzbelheim can get a 725 very consistently.
Yeah. So I see someone asked why cards are so important. Cards allows us to become very strong very early in the game. Right now, you're going to see Logeek set up his GFs to learn card and IMAG on Shiva. IMAG we're going to be using a little bit, well, quite soon actually. Ria's going to tell you when we get there and why it's happening. So, for this game, there's actually a step counter, and I'm just going to explain how this works a little bit. When you start a brand new game in Final Fantasy VIII, the step counter will always be the same. So if you can always run the same for every single run, you will always get the same encounters in the same place. There's also a step counter which you have seen in all the other previous games, and it's a little bit easier to keep it up in Final Fantasy VIII.
Yeah, Final Fantasy VIII is super lenient with the step counter. You can open menus to catch up with the step counter, and you can take extra steps to, if you're ahead, to get back in line.
So, the strategy for all the Final Fantasy bosses are now coming up. This is basically going to be all limit break spamming. That's pretty much what this run consists of. A lot of limit breaks. If you have never played Final Fantasy VIII before, you will know that when you get into critical HP, you are able to get a limit break. You can get it in other critical stages as well, but it's more likely at yellow HP or critical. So you're going to be seeing Logeek here use Thunders on himself to get himself low with Squall to critical HP, so he can do limit breaks.
And yeah, somebody mentions the encounter non-ability, and yeah, we will be getting that later, but it's going to take a lot of AP to learn, and until that point the step counter is active, and we abuse the step counter to get as few battles as possible.
So I got kind of unlucky there in that he used the Holy and hit additional target. But still pretty good overall, because you can hit multiple people with Holy and then you just have to watch all the extra animations.
Hamza isn't level prime himself yet.
Yeah, so you can't use Flare. Risk blowing yourself up?
But no, he was level 30. I could have done flare, but when you miss, you feel pretty bad.
Yeah, it's unlikely that you'll miss though. It's not even guaranteed she'll have a mantle, and if she does have a mantle, it's usually like a wizard mantle.
And I think even if you miss, there's still, a chance that you can recover.
Turn, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what happened in my PB actually. I missed and I had to do the backup.
That was a pretty alright fight.
Yeah,
the
that
HP
looked
on
like a really
Squall
nice fight.
The HP on Squall though is not very nice. You would like him to have around 70 to 100 HP here, coming up to the fish fins. And that's because when both characters in the game are in critical HP, when you when you enter a battle rather, there will be no weapon animations when you enter, thus this saves time.
Yeah, and another thing is, in boss fights you will see both runners will be running or trying to escape the battle even though it's unescapable. That is because if you do not run away and your characters are in critical HP, it will take like a good second or two until they actually execute the action that you give. So in order to skip the animations of getting up, like they're normally crouching when they're in critical HP, in order to skip that animation, you can run away, and it saves a lot of time overall over the whole run.
You're not going to save for Zalera?
Yeah, if you get the critical on Slayer, it can mess a lot of things up. So, I mean, it's only like a 4% chance still.
4% too hard for my liking on the relay. I remember when at 2015 RPGOV I made like a specific list of battles that I knew I was gonna save beforehand, and this was one of them.
Yeah, I definitely saved before Slayer in my run.
It looks like the frame drops on 8 seems to be better now.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. It looks better.
Yeah, it seems to be good now. So, where Logik is heading now is to the beach. You may be wondering why he's not heading back to the garden, and that's what I mentioned just a little bit earlier, is that we're now going to fight Fishfins. Logik can get away with 2 battles in the cell card route, and he wants between 4 to 5 Fishfins. For Marathon's safety, you can just fight the 3rd one, and that doesn't really change the strategies all too much, because we do it already in the no-cell card.
Yeah, the no-cell guard route already does 3 battles for the AP, so it's more consistent to get 5 Fishfins in 3 battles, but it's not unheard of to go even 5 fights.
Yeah, exactly. What I forgot to mention is you also need the AP from these fights. You get 6 AP from each battle, and you are gonna get 12 total if you do 2 battles. That is just enough for Shiva to learn her IMAG ability. And the reason we are here foremost is because of the Fishfins. Fishfins with Shiva's IMAG ability turns into water, which will be junctioning to strength. And Loki gets 4 Fishfins from the very first battle.
That's really nice.
So Loki just needs 1 more battle now, and we are off.
Hopefully gets 1 Fishfin at least.
Yeah, exactly. Getting 1 Fishfin here will be very nice.
And the average number of Fishfins that you get is probably 2.
Yeah.
So it usually takes 3 battles to get 5, but if you get slightly lucky, you can get 5 in 2 battles.
Yeah.
Slight mistake by Aether. Should have moved Stadio, because then don't put him out of the range of the skeleton's soul attacks.
Yeah, I almost made that mistake. It's very easy mistake to make.
Very, very easy.
I mean, it doesn't actually affect the fight too much. Just waste a little bit of time.
Yeah.
And this is indeed the only grinding that you do in Final Fantasy VIII, any percent. This is the 3 battles that you see here are the only optional battles.
Exactly. There's no reason in Final Fantasy VIII to grind at all. If you do not know, Final Fantasy VIII doesn't have... Oh, Logik is going for 3 battles. I suppose he has strategies for menus later.
Yeah, that's to keep the menus consistent to what he has practiced, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
I have opted to do this as well before. And it looks like... Outlaw, have you joined us?
Yeah, I'm back now.
Great.
Alright, so I saw that early luck with the fish fins. Always a nice blessing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it turns out it wasn't actually needed, since he opted to do 3 battles anyway.
Oh, okay.
But it's nice to get the 4. You're pretty much guaranteed to get 5 in 3.
So I'm seeing some questions on how they keep using limit breaks. So I'm just gonna explain this again. When you are in yellow HP or critical HP in Final Fantasy VIII, you will always be able to use a limit break by just spamming triangle.
Yeah, skipping the turn, like basically you get a new turn and it calculates your limit break again at the beginning of every turn, and you can just spam skipping turn and you will get the limit break at some point.
Yeah.
The lower your HP is, the higher the chance is to get, and also it affects something called the critical level, which affects, for Quistis for example, it affects how much damage she does with her limit breaks. For Squall, it determines how many hits Rensoku can hits for, and whether or not he gets the finisher. For Irvine, you get a longer timer for the shot limit break.
That is one of 2 times we actually used Quistis in the entire run, I believe. Depending on if you bring her to your missile base or not, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Missile Base is the second place where you can use Quistis. I think not all strats use Quistis.
No, it's I know the French runners, or yeah, I know some runners started to do the they started to bring Quistis to Missile Base and Cellcar route because it was a little bit faster in text.
Yeah, it is slightly faster. And actually, I use that strategy with Rinoa and Quistis in Missile Base without Zelcard.
Exactly.
And Luzbelheim uses the same strategy.
Now, have we described the differences between the PC version and the console version, at least as minor as they are?
No, we have not mentioned that difference.
Right, so there's really not a lot to explain between the two versions. One is faster loading times, just being on the PC version. Then there are one boss that is a little bit harder on PC compared to the console version.
The biggest difference, I would say, gameplay-wise, is the Rinoa skip that you can do in a console, but because you don't have analog movement on the PC version, that means you cannot execute the Rinoa skip at Timber.
Exactly.
For the most part, the runs are the same, just small optimizations here and there.
Yeah, basically the Sorceress battle right at the end of the game is easier on the console, which allows you to use different strategies for that battle. In the PC version, especially if you go without Zelcard, you are pretty much locked in to only using Darkside with Irvine, and that's the only strategy that you can use.
Yeah, that is a little bit different on console, but I think I will just try and mention that when we get there later.
Yeah.
By the way, the poison that killed Balbane's Bayou is called Moss Fungus. I believe there's an enemy in FF5 actually called Moss Fungus.
Time to cross a sea of green dots.
Yep. Also, this chemist, if you've been paying attention to color schemes, he is a neutral scheme. The color schemes in this game kind of reflect on like which side of the country that they're kind of from.
Yeah,
So,
they're 5 palettes. There's those allied with Ramza, those allied with the Church, those allied with Goltana, those allied with Larg, and those that are neutral. And the chemist is neutral, as Tide said.
Nice. Walk one step off and then immediately get into an encounter.
Good start.
And yeah, people are discussing the level system in Final Fantasy VIII, and I think you mentioned it that leveling up in Final Fantasy VIII is not beneficial because the enemies level up with you. The enemies are not fixed level like most Final Fantasies.
I think I have seen maybe one run end due to level management, but that was just something that I didn't necessarily understand at the time. I think it was Adele in specific, where the HP difference meant one more shot than necessary.
Yeah. In the last battle you can actually get unlucky. Because the enemy level is also random. It's your party average level plus or minus 1/5 of the average level. So you can get unlucky and get a high level last boss. And that means you have to use actually 9 AP ammo instead of 8. But that's something we can talk about later.
I think I actually saw that happen to Karakarm once.
Yeah, it's not that uncommon because it's a 50-50 between the low level and the high level. So it depends on the starting party of the final battle.
I like the drifting going on here.
Right, so this is a fun little thing I'm just gonna touch. So this drifting right here, on that specific screen, if you hold any direction on your D-pad, you will see that the car will move. So if you hold right before entering that screen, the car will be driving right coming down that street.
Yeah, it will point to the direction that you hold.
It's just a fun little thing. to know
That-
about the game.
That thing actually works not only with the car, but also the character that you are controlling. In some spots, when you are doing a screen transition and you're holding a button, a directional button, Squall will actually face that direction.
Yeah.
It doesn't change gameplay at all. It's just a small thing that you can note. And story-wise, basically the Ifrit Cavern was the prerequisite for Squall to participate into the seed test, and now this is the seed test. They are split into groups. Squall got into the group with Zell and Cypher, and their mission is to go to Dolet and help with the battle against the Galbadia army.
A couple of interesting things about the age remote fight too is that if you invite the knights or whatever into your side, I think they actually remain within screen instead of disappearing.
Oh yes, they do. And how
Yeah.
important that is.
We know that from personal experience. I think even if you charm them, they stay on the screen.
That's interesting, actually, because that's
Yeah.
actually not very. It could be beneficial, I guess, but also has some drawbacks.
I think I'm fortunate enough to not necessarily have that happen to me yet, amongst the other funny things that can go wrong. Now, since we've got all those fish fins coming up pretty soon after a pretty cool cinematic, you start to use the abilities that you get from your summons or GFs, Guardian Forces. That becomes really important as sometimes you do need to level up one particular summon in general.
Yeah, so the menu after this cutscene, you will see Logic will refine the fish fins into waters and junction them to Squall's strength. That way he will be doing roughly 220 damage per hit with the trigger ability, and that will one-shot all the soldiers. The soldiers have roughly 90 HP, depending on the level.
And of course, that also coincides with any regular attack. Part of your limit break is going to be pretty significant for most of, I guess you could say, Disc 1, even though it's the PC version.
Yeah. Basically, waters will be junctioned to strength until Iguyons, which are at almost the end of it. Disc 1, at that point you will have triples.
Now, this is also the only time that you have Cypher available in the party. And you don't really get to do too much with him, despite the fact that, if you're lucky, he can one-shot the guards as well. Otherwise, you've got to have Zell chip in.
I forget, was your Meliodyl 29?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because my...
Oh, your Orlando's not scrollable.
I do not know. Did Loki put on strength 20% at the Ifrit cave? I never noticed.
Oh, make Ifrit learn it? I didn't notice.
I suppose it will equip it at the bridge then.
I don't know. But you saw him make Quetzalcoatl learn card mod, and Shiva started learning boost. Boost will be used in one battle after Dolet escape against the Granaldo.
Yeah, exactly.
What
only
boost
used in one
does
fight.
is it boosts the magic or the damage that your GF does based on how many times you hit square during the summoning animation. And for normal strategies, you need to hit 116 in order to one-shot the small Raldos in that battle.
Right, and as you guys saw, we were learning card mod here already, and as some of you who have played Final Fantasy VIII may have guessed already, it's going to be used to get some very powerful magic from cards.
of course, as we progress, we fight certain enemies that will drop the card that we'd be looking for. I think specifically the ones that we like are some prefer to get Zelcard. Quistis card is pretty much mandatory, but also Ifrit and Diablos will be obtained from fights as well.
Yeah.
We've already got Ifrit.
Ifrit card will be refined to 3 elemental attacks, which sell for 12,500 gil each. So that's 37,500 gil. That's a lot of money that you can use to buy useful items. And Diablos refines into basically demis.
So Aether's using the flare strat, try to make up a little bit of time.
Yeah, definitely faster if it actually kills everyone. Even if it only leaves one unit alive, it's probably faster.
I think the problem is that if the mediator survives, like there's nobody on the other side to pick them off.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward to get back there. Like, you have to use math pretty much.
That's 3.
Yeah, and this is why Flare is not the best.
I mean, it has the potential, even though it's very low, but, you know. And, I mean, with Lightning Stab, this would look a little prettier as well, so there's that.
That's true, yeah. You got the extra 1 range.
Right, so there's not a lot going on story-wise in Final Fantasy VIII at the moment either. The trio is just standing around waiting at their designated spot that they got before arriving here in Toilet. Soon we're just gonna see some soldiers coming by and Cypher decides he wants to fight them.
By the way, when you're charging for spell and FFT, it cuts off your evasion. So the fact that that summoner decided to go for spell on Ramsa automatically cut off his magic evade, so the spell's guaranteed to hit. That was a nice cleanup there.
If you paid attention to Squall's movement in that spot, the story triggers are a bit tricky to master in Final Fantasy VIII. When you start running this game, you will often find yourself standing still when you should be moving. And there's actually a tricky story trigger right there where you have to move after a small dialog box. And basically what makes a good runner great is optimizing movement and optimizing menus in this game. The battles are pretty straightforward and easy, but movement and menus are what makes a great runner in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Mastering menus is one of the biggest time saves you can have. The S-star menu that's way later in the run is the proof.
Yeah, you can't really have a big and long Final Fantasy run without having some form of menu like that, where a lot of things happen at once. We'll try to do our best to explain it all. It all comes together in a nice way, though, so it makes sense once it's performed well. This one in particular will be tricky because there's a couple menus that take place that either need to be under a time limit or prefer to be under a time limit.
Now I'm getting worried if Logic forgot 20% strength.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I wasn't paying attention, so I'm not gonna say anything.
Well, we will see at some point. So, if it do happen that he forgot the 20% strength, what's gonna happen is all his AP is gonna come a few bosses later for every single ability he needs to learn. It doesn't really change a lot, especially since he is running the Zelcard route.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
20% strength doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah, it makes a small difference. Basically, the GFs start learning Summon Magic plus 10%, or most of them start learning that ability, so the AP is going towards that, which is totally useless for us right now. Here you see, again, getting Squall to low HP enabled in order to use Renzokuken. If you get unlucky in this fight, you can actually get Squall killed. There is 4 hits, that is the minimum number of hits that Renzokuken can do, that is kinda unlucky.
One thing that quite often happens is I've seen a lot of runners get quite frustrated in this segment for the next slew of boss battles to come because Squall tends to get focused a lot. Especially on Eldrit, which comes up in a bit. Trying to revive Squall can be dicey because a boss will use a certain pattern and wipe him if he's at low HP. And that's kind of the story of the run, where you want to stay in low HP but still be safe enough to survive something.
Yeah, you often rely on basically the chances that you will not get focused. It is a 1 in 3 chance to get hit by a spell, so it is unlucky to get hit by a spell, but that happens still 1/3 of the time.
Okay, so either is using a different or the standard old strat of what happens. So we're going to cast Holy, and we're going to have to read this text, unfortunately. It's a little bit slower. The idea is to position, if I remember correctly, is actually really important, because otherwise Orlando can't reach. So you wait to lure Zelbag out, singles him out onto a height 4 tile. That allows Ramza to cast a spell that only hits Zelbag, and then Orlando goes in for the kill.
Now, I wasn't immediately available a bit ago, but have we seen that Logika is working on any form of step count, or...?
The
We
step
don't
count
know
is
yet.
not. Yeah, it's not active yet. Basically, we haven't seen anything yet, because the first steps that you take is when you're escaping Dolet after the spider robot.
Exactly. His general step count right now is really good, though. It's some point, I believe. I don't think it's behind or ahead or anything. I think
he's
it's
fine.
just fine.
I have seen some people delay an encounter on the bridge because in some situations 2 will appear, but I know
You
there
must
is
delay.
variation between some...
You must delay it there. What you do is you open in the Selka route. Originally, when you do 2 battles, you do the menu there to equip certain abilities like card mod and boost for Shiva. This is something you later had to do no cell card. You had to do a menu there anyway, just to push the encounters.
Yeah, it depends on how you do your menus, but
Yeah.
basically, if you delay the second battle in Ifrit Cavern to be after Ifrit, then you basically do not have to open the menu in the bridge. But it's a minor detail, and it also depends on how good your movement is.
I saw someone in the chat mention something, how this game looks much more polished and looks a bit better than what happened with Final Fantasy VII and how everything was put together. Part of it is that for 8 they decided to go with some form of more realistic character models. And that's mostly just in the scale of the characters themselves.
Also, this is the PC version, which is a better graphics than the original PS1 graphics. And not to mention that people do get better at making games for the platform they are making them for. So Final Fantasy VII was the first PlayStation 1 game, and Final Fantasy VIII, I'm sure they have learned something, and the graphics definitely reflect that.
Sorry, I just wanted to cut in there, but the fight against Zelbag at the bottom of the church in Morond, positioning Orlando is actually really important, because if you place him in the wrong spot, Orlando actually will not be able to reach Zelbag, and then all the demons will get a turn, and the demons will rip you apart if they get a chance to go. That happened to me during a practice run where I accidentally positioned Orlando in the wrong spot, so can't really deviate from the formation at all, especially late game. It works 100% as long as you're right, but if you're wrong, there's pretty much no way to come back. The enemies are just a little tad too strong, and you're kind of running an undermanned party for most of it.
Yeah, the boss battles in FF2 are all very straightforward because they'll have, for the most part, 100% strats. As long as you don't make like any mistake, you'll be okay. Even a small mistake can like cost you everything.
Yeah.
Shoutouts most complex satellite system ever.
Alright. That looks pretty good for Aether. Cleaned up most of the fight except for the single knight.
So we're coming up to a fight where, when I was beginning to start this run, I made a mistake. The way you want to handle it is first Biggs is going to be fighting you, and you want to use Squall's Limit Break on him. Then Wedge will show up. You want to make sure that you also use your Limit Break on Wedge that time. A couple of reasons is it drops a cottage, which can be refined to some other uses, and then I believe you guys can correct me on this, there is a bit of an AP difference.
Yes, basically
yes.
if you don't use your limit break on Wedge, it doesn't count as a kill on Wedge, and you basically have to kill Wedge to get the items that he drops, which are the cottage and AP.
Exactly. Well, from this fight, there's also another thing that can happen here if Logeek is extremely unlucky, and that is not getting the 2 elixirs. One of them we use later when we arrive in Timber, and that can actually happen. It's happened to a couple of runners. It's a very low chance, but it can happen.
I didn't even know that.
In my last run that I had, I ended up selling one of them. It's really the first one that's super critical, and you'll use that on this disc. But I actually haven't seen anybody not get it yet. Maybe it's just that small of a chance.
Alright, that was pretty bad luck for Logeek there. His Squall just got killed.
Yeah, he got focused, like we were talking about earlier.
Another thing here, when we do spam limit breaks, as much as we all love Squall's limit break here, getting rough divides on these two is a big time loss because of the animation time it takes.
Yeah, it's roughly 11 seconds or so every time he uses it when we don't need it.
Exactly. Okay, so for this fight, so I'm just gonna explain the mechanics of this boss a little bit. So this boss have 3 attacks and then, he's gonna do 2 attacks and then he's gonna do Storm Breath. Storm Breath is always on his 3rd attack, so in reality we want to kill him before he gets his 3rd turn off.
Yeah, and he dies in 2 Rensakukens, usually. If you get 4 fish fins, you have to use the 3rd one or extra attacks.
Exactly. Getting one rough divide here is very nice, usually, just to make sure he dies.
We should note that Squall's HP is kinda good and kinda bad. For the next fight, everybody who has played the game probably remember that the Spider Crab is coming up next, and 10 HP is kinda nice because you hope to get Rough Divide in that battle, because it will one-shot the Spider, and it increases the chances of getting it, but it also means that Squall dies from 1 hit. Anything that hits Squall, he will die.
Oh, right. I don't think we mentioned, so as you have seen Logeek in the effort fight and this fight right here, he has been trying to run away from the battle. The reason we do this is because whenever you are in critical HPS, you lose the animation of attacks.
You'll actually see that we try to run away from so many fights. We have to remind ourselves there are some situations where we do not wish to run from, specifically later on in the game, and making that mistake can be quite a headache.
Doing that mistake in the S-Star menu costs you 5 minutes, roughly.
I actually didn't pay attention. Did he draw Siren right there?
Yes, he did. He renamed Siren after the battle.
Alright, cool.
So yeah, we get Siren in that battle to learn Life Magic Refine, L Magic Refine. We will refine Tents into Kuragas, and Kuragas are really strong HP junctions. This will enable us to have critical HP at will, because we will junction Kuragas that will make the max HP higher than 4 times the base HP, and we will be in low HP.
Alright, so we've got X-ATM here. It's a really bad start when he does the full charge because that KOs Squall. which
Yep.
just delays it a bit.
And as for this fight is also scripted, so after 2 attacks,
Unlucky.
it's gonna do energy bomb or energy ray. I don't remember exactly the name of
Ray bomb.
attack. Yeah,
And he gets
Ray
the ray
bomb.
bomb.
Yeah.
There it is. It deals about 100 damage to everybody.
So it's still not the end of the world.
No, but he got unlucky. That Squall got killed in the first turn.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's a real shame when Squall dies, but he was on very low HP.
It might end up working to his benefit, since having Squall right in that sweet spot of around 60 HP is necessary later, at least for optimization.
Yeah. Basically, he would have had to either heal or kill Squall later on. Okay, that's nice. He got the Rough Divide. And
I know
now...
we touched.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I know we touched on Siren before. One other thing that we do with that is learn plus 20% magic, which we use in one situation in particular to boost some damage.
Logic will not probably use that strategy since he will go for the
yes.
Zell card, but Elbod will.
That's true.
That is one of the differences in Zell card versus no Zell card routes. In the last fight of the Disc 1, you will see different strategies.
Right, so as you could see there, just for a moment he was walking, and this is to avoid one of the spider battles.
There's a couple ways that the spider can be avoided, because he will attack you multiple times. The other one is here on this bridge. After crossing the 3rd light post, you walk backwards until the spider jumps a 2nd time, and then you're able to cross freely. And I do apologize, normally I run without getting the Zell card, and that's kind of how I've always learned it, so these guys are going to keep me in check on all that.
It's basically it's starting to get to be an outdated strategy. I think there's very few top tier runners that run with Zell card anymore.
I do also want to point out here, this is probably going to make some diehard Final Fantasy VIII fans a little sad. We won't be getting the famous Quistis cutscene.
Right. Another thing here that's going to happen right as we enter this pub, we are now going to be able to get encounters again. So Logic, if he does the step counter, will be taking 2 steps right here. And yes, we are getting the step counter from Logic, so we should not get any more encounters for this part.
Yeah, so he took 2 steps, walking steps, after he exited the pub. That means he will skip 1 battle that you normally get at the end of Dolat. Do you guys think we should go into detail about the step count?
I think the step counter has been put into detail from all the other games. If you watched the Final Fantasy VII run earlier though, Final Fantasy VIII is pretty much the same thing. There's a few differences, like we can't control where we get preemptives, back attacks, or anything.
Yeah, Final
And,
Fantasy VII step count is essentially the same thing.
The added bonus is that we will be getting abilities to reduce and completely remove encounters for the later part of the game. So getting a step count early on to avoid some of the encounters feels pretty nice.
Yeah, Either is on the second to last fight of FFT, so we're almost done.
Damn, I couldn't show off the Demi strat.
Double Deadbeat strat, man, going in big.
Well, you need lightning stab on Orlando.
Come on.
It's okay, just get the 800 damage credit.
The cutscene that we were referring to earlier, there's a scene where instead of hiding in the pub, the party runs to the boat and the spider's still following them, so Quistis gets to unleash fury with the machine gun in that, and it's probably one of the best cutscenes in the game.
Yeah, definitely my favorite.
Now, at this point, the test is, for the most part, over with. There is a menu coming up that, back when I was still really putting a lot of time and energy into the run, it's all about trying to get these menus to be smoothed out and take up the proper amount of time, because there's a couple... would you guys say it's time-related triggers for when the game progresses?
Yes, it's a 50-second time trigger for the guy to come and tell you who has passed the test.
Yeah, 50 seconds has to pass, and Cell has to be facing upward.
Yeah.
In that screen.
So there is a way to trigger it early, and we will see if Logik will be doing this.
Basically, the following menu will make the junction switch from Zell to Kuistis, and you make the GFs learn new stuff. And if Logik is fast enough with the menu, he can do item management, which means he can switch the positions of the items so that the following menus in the game will be faster. For example, the Samantha souls that you get from Kuistis card will be always in the same position, so you know the menus are always the same. That is a small optimization that basically saves like a couple seconds only.
Another thing that...
Sorry.
No, by all means, continue.
Last bite?
Yeah, get ready on time, and who's the F8 runner?
Elbod.
Okay, yeah, get ready, because it's gonna be pretty soon that we're gonna swap over.
The menu we're talking about will be happening in about 20 seconds, 15 seconds.
One other thing that's quite common is you can, some runners elect to change some items around in the battle menu in there, mostly to put Elixir in the first page so you can quickly throw the necessary items as needed.
In this screen.
Oh. I just noticed that Logi does the level 3 strat for Shiva. So, right.
Yeah.
I should probably just touch quickly what I mean by that. So, way at the start of the game, what Logi did was they put Shiva alone for the entire time, because the XP you get from all random battles are divided, even by your GFs. So Shiva not being with any other GF will make her gain more XP. In this case, of all the random battles we have, she gains level 3, which makes her boost damage, deal more damage against Ronaldo that's coming up.
Yeah, that is a strategy I have not actually seen in use for a long time, if ever, in my time.
It was the strat Elbod came up with a long time ago when Selgar Rad was a thing.
I think the Ultimate Demons in this fight are actually immune to Holy, right?
Yeah, Ultimate Demons and Archaic Demons are both immune to Holy.
Yeah. Kind of a weird property. Doesn't matter in this run, obviously, because you don't target them, but...
Ultimate second form is actually weak to Holy, even though you don't use Holy in the fight, because Demi is faster. He's the only boss that actually has an elemental weakness in FFT.
The only reason why I mentioned this, I think in like challenge runs that actually comes into play.
Yes.
Also, we take out Alma, by the way, not just because it's funny, but because Alma will cast Air Barrier, get turns as a guest, and we don't really want her to do that because it's waste time. Because we really don't need Alma to finish this fight, so let me just remove her off the field.
Plus, I will be coming up shortly.
Alright. Here we go. And yeah, Ultima's HP can vary, but because Demi always does a quarter of max HP, you always kill in 4 shots.
Yeah, it's always in your favor as well. It's like you won't like fail to kill by 1 HP or something like that. So, you use 4 demis, you always kill everything, no matter what.
Yeah.
Same with 2 demi 2s.
Alright, and... Time.
Orlon.
GG.
GG,
guys.
GG.
Good
That was
luck,
quite the
Elbod.
run.
Go,
That
Elbod,
was
go.
quite the disaster, yes.
GG, dude.
That's
Good luck,
FFT for you
Elbod.
though. You did all you could. I know you did.
Good luck,
Scott.
Elbod, and hope the rest of you guys enjoy the rest of the relay.
Good job on tactics.
Good job.
Yes, good job on tactics, guys.
Just a big
Very
shout
nice
out to
run.
all the tactics runners. You guys are all a lot of intelligent individuals, and it was really good to see even more information on such a detailed, complicated game.
Yeah, super
Yeah, it was a
detailed.
lot of fun.
Very nice.
All right, so now we get to get started on the full FF8 experience.
Yep, so, guess we'll just wait for Farlam or something, or are we switching over right over?
Yeah, we're already
Sorry.
swapped over, but I mean,
Alright.
Oh, okay, yeah. Alright. I actually
know,
have
right?
Twitch up, so I can't see. This takes up all my PC space, so... Alright.
It's the thought that matters.
Look,
thanks for having us. See you.
Yep,
Bye.
so...
Bye bye.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Good luck all. I hope you guys will also touch upon the excellent setting and scenario in FF8 as well. Shoutouts to the Galbadian hockey team, which we may or may not see. But shoutouts to them for having the only hockey team in the world. I know some people are aching to hear me talk about FF8 and its amazing setting, but we'll save that for another time. Good luck to all the runners, and thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank
Thank
you
you.
again.
I don't know if we mentioned it either, but just a big shout out to everybody running the show for this weekend. It's been done excellently, and everyone's absolutely wonderful. It's great to get in touch with everybody in the Final Fantasy speedrunning community. You guys are one of a kind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright, so the story here in Logic Stream is basically they are just celebrating the completion of the SID exam and everybody who passed. This is Squall's first meeting with Renoa, which we will be meeting a lot later.
One thing to note, there was a conversation earlier where Cypher was not able to graduate due to his decisions in the exam itself.
Yeah, and Squall and Tel and Selfie all graduated as seeds.
Another running joke within the game is in the console version, since there's a lot more pixelation with the character models as they walk around. Renoa says to Squall that he's the most attractive man here, and I think those that can see the pixels in that version would find that highly debatable.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm just gonna touch here on, you'll see on Team Mog stream, Elbod is now gonna be renaming the characters. I don't think we mentioned this, but just as in Final Fantasy VII and other games prior to Final Fantasy VIII, shortening the name of your main character actually saves a few frames on every text box he is mentioned. Since Final Fantasy VIII only has Squall and Renoa as nameable characters, there's not a whole lot to be saved from text boxes themselves.
We should also mention that the game does have the French version on Steam, and the French version is faster than the English version because of text speed and smaller text boxes.
Exactly, and there's
we are
some,
using the English version now because it's more viewer friendly, even though Logic is actually French and he's probably more used to the French version.
To be fair, the French Final Fantasy VIII speeding community is was very active within the last year and led to many awesome advances, dealing with the Caraway Code being a big thing and the different discoveries that were made there. They would constantly do dollet races throughout the course of weeks and months, and it was really fantastic to see all this information come together. So huge shout-outs to them and all the people that worked together on that. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, shout out to the French community. It's huge in Final Fantasy VIII.
One thing, as far as the overall theme that kind of comes up, the teenage angst as a part of a storyline, this is kind of the height of that. You see some angst in 7, but even more so in 10. This one's just kind of is that feeling of a young adult novel of sorts, with the characters and kind of... The word I'm looking for is Squall seems like a rather depressed individual.
Your normal 17-year-old.
Exactly. Completely normal. Along with, child soldiers and the like.
Yeah, this game. They're all 17 except Cypher and Quistis are a bit older, but yeah, they're essentially child soldiers.
Now, I don't know if Logic told us as well or anyone else, but there are two, I guess you could not necessarily call them, I'm lacking the word, but there's two differences. Some people like to run the game in a single segment manner, while others elect to save and reset for some things.
in single segment.
Which is also, I believe, the norm for a lot of French FF8 runners, so you'll see a little bit of differences with some things with that. Nothing significant, but you will notice the difference.
Oh, does that mean that Logic does not do party manipulation?
Exactly.
Wow.
Unless he's doing it for this relay, but as far as I know, he is doing single segment.
Alright. Well, that will be interesting.
It's like we mentioned, both runners are doing two completely different routes, so boss strategies and menuing is going to be a little bit different. You're going to be seeing Elbod menuing a lot more in the run compared to Logic, due to the necessity of having the right junctions and equipment of magics and other things.
A common question that people ask is, especially since I did a lot of work with not getting the Zell card, they ask, since the Zell card can provide so much more strength to your team with what it's refined for, how is avoiding that technically faster?
Right, so by avoiding the Cell card, one of the reasons it's faster is because of the RNG involved of getting the Cell card. There's a 1 in 10 chance of the Cell card of even being played, which means that it can take anywhere from 1 try to 20 tries in a run to get it.
To 50 tries.
Yeah, exactly. There used to be a running joke of who had the longest time to get Cell card, and I'm pretty sure no one has the times anymore. But some people were playing for the Cell card for 15 minutes before it appeared.
I had, in a casual playthrough, or semi-casual playthrough, I had 54 games.
Yeah, but yeah, to mention, with the Quistis card strategy, it's sort of like you only deal slightly less damage. There's a few more RNG things and a few other things you have to prepare for certain boss fights. The first ones we're not really going to see until the very end of Disc 1, and that's where the big exchange is going to happen between the two routes.
Alright, we've got Grinaldo coming up.
Yeah, and on Elbod's stream he got super unlucky with the first encounter being a back attack.
Yeah, sometimes there's just this huge delay on back attacks for trying to run away.
Yeah, back attacks are hard to run away from, and preemptives are easy to run away from.
Oh, I forgot to mention, while running away in Final Fantasy VIII, that's something that doesn't work in any other game, I believe. But if you have wait on for your A to Bs, and you hold the item menu, in other words, you're in the selection menu for an item like potions or whatever, the enemies can't attack, but you can still run away from the battle. And Logi got a very nice Grinaldo fight, getting that one limit break.
We'll see. I think two Raldos will stay alive.
Now, trying to get boost, you want over 200 damage, but you might want a little bit more, just to make sure that you wrap them up. The single squall limit should handle it, but it looks like he had enough.
Alright, this is Shiva level 3.
Yeah, it's Shiva level 3. He didn't need that high of a boost.
True.
I think that's what's just unlucky there with the third one.
Unlucky with the third one, stayed alive. He was right on the brink of dying. 216 damage is very close to killing it.
Yeah.
I know a couple people have mentioned this now that we've got sound for FF8. The PC version does use MIDI sound files. While you'll notice a significant difference on some songs, it's just something that we kind of got used to.
And some people actually prefer it because the PC version actually did come out almost at the same time with the console version, which means they remember their childhood games with these soundtracks.
So when we mentioned those encounters that were happening before Elbod made it to the Fire Cavern, because you don't have item there, if you have a back attack, you're basically hopeless in the matter of how long you might escape, and I think I had an escape attempt take about 30 seconds.
Yeah. Another difference here in Elbod's stream, I didn't pay attention to how many thunders he got, but this is actually a difference from the Selkar route. What Elbod needs here, he needs Quistis to draw at least 6 thunders, or Squall 7. It's either one of them, but you need 1 thunder later for the Idea battle at the end of this one.
Precisely, yep.
For the no-cell card strategies.
Yeah, if you're going for really great times, you can, with Cell card, you can actually draw only 4 thunders for Squall, because you can only do 2 Fishfin battles.
Exactly.
But for relay safety, you probably want around 7.
Yep, 6 is acceptable if you choose to go the route of some runners and attack yourself with Squall. But obviously, if you have to draw more than 1, you'll definitely get more, and it's less of a concern. But you definitely want to hold on to 1 for the end of Disc 1.
On Logic stream, we should talk about the Diablos fight. It's coming up next. And I think it's the hardest fight in the game to execute perfectly.
And on PC, it's, like you mentioned earlier, a little different. This time we get Zell and his opportunity to shine a little bit here.
Yeah, right, this is the only time where we use Zell's limit break.
Are you sure? I thought we use it in Disc 2. Yeah.
Missile base if you use that strategy.
So here's the difference between the PC and the console version of the game. It's actually quite a bit harder to input the moves for Cell's limit break. So what some runners do on the PC version is that they only do 6 meteor strikes, which you're going to see be used, and then they have Squall do a limit break. I'm not quite sure what strategy Logic is going for, or Elbod.
Yeah, it's player preference mostly. If you go with Zell being the strong character, then you can get the perfect battle with only using 1 Zell limit break, but if you go with Zell and Squall being the strong character, then you opt into getting both characters into low HP and having to use both limit breaks.
Exactly. It's a win-loss situation, but it's usually helpful. On Elbod's stream, we have saw Quistis dying. I wonder if that's the last limit break he needs.
Yeah, probably is. So Logic got the magical lamp right now from Sid, and he's running up to the save point. He's gonna do the Diablos fight after saving. Right. As this is one of the more dangerous battles in the route.
And
Elbod's battle wasn't actually that bad.
No. So Logic is doing the strategy I mentioned. He's going to have Cell do the limit break, and Squall is gonna be the one doing the limit break.
Yeah.
To finish him off. I'm not quite sure how many meteor strikes to do. And to explain, for those of you who think, oh, Cell, using meteor strike, don't you need to find the book? No, you actually don't need to teach or get the book for Cell's limit breaks. As long as you know the inputs, you can always get it.
First turn Gravija, really nice luck.
Which
This
can
is
still be
actually
scary.
this is actually the best luck you can get.
The fact that he'll still have enough HP to go for Zell's Limit Break and still be at a safe HP for the first
Exactly.
Laguna Dream sequence makes it
Yeah.
incredibly convenient.
Ouch. That was a bit rough on the inputs.
Yeah,
The reason this battle is harder on PC is because on PC version you only have 15 FPS in battles, which is atrocious. So the inputs are much harder to put perfectly. On the console it's quite a bit easier and faster.
yeah. To compare, on console you could easily do it within the 4-second window. On PC that is a little bit trickier.
That is a bit rough on the Zell limit break. Renzoku
Yeah.
finish will not be enough to kill it, most likely.
No, he's most likely gonna need one more.
Yeah,
Looks like he got the Limit Break off, so he'll be able to wrap it up.
Yeah.
yeah.
All
It's
in
a
all,
really
it was
nice
a good
fight.
fight. Except that 1 second he lost on the limit break. On Stealth's limit break right there in the start.
Yeah, that was... Execution-wise it wasn't perfect, but time-wise it was still a really nice. Because he got the first turn Gravija.
Yep.
Now he got the
So-
Diablos card and now he's gonna get the Quistis card.
Right, so there's actually, when you come here to play with the Ifrit and the Diablos card, there's 5 very specific cards we always pick. And we can always win the card game with these cards. And we also got Quistis first try. This is a very good
So-
start for Logi.
Insanely good.
Now, Quistis does have a higher chance of appearing than Zell's. I don't know the specifics on
It's
the numbers
30%.
anymore.
3 out of 10, yeah.
Okay. So
And
that
he
one
won it
was
with these.
pretty good. That's
Easy
exactly
win.
how that's supposed to go. The pattern, that was a very typical pattern, so he was able to clean that up.
The card game strategies that the players use in these games, card games, is they play 2 bait cards, Funguar and Red Bat, which both have ones. They play them on the top left side, and then the 3 other cards are basically strong cards, Diablos, Ifrit, and now Quistis for the Zell card. And the double bait card strategy works really well for both of these games. And once again, the cards are gotten for refining. You can refine Quistis card into 3 Samantha Souls items, which you can refine into 60 triples each. So Quistis card refines into 180 triples. And the Zell card refines into 3 Hyper Wrists, which teach strength plus 60%.
And right there we saw some really swag backwards driving from Logi. Moving tech with vehicles in this game is very interesting. Learning how to drive backwards saves a lot of seconds. It's a lot more than you actually think it is at first.
Elbody's having a rough fish fin split.
Yeah.
He did save beforehand. Just in
Alright.
case things went south.
We didn't get cell card first try.
So this is the Zell card split. This is going to take some while. Probably.
The good thing is, once you especially got the Quistis card, being able to play effectively against Zell's mother is much easier.
Definitely, you can play one game in about 30 to 35 seconds. So every 2 tries, it's about a minute.
It's also a bit more punishing on console. The more card games you play, since it takes longer to load and operate that game, it
Yeah,
does
it's-
cost you more time.
It's around, I believe it's about 45 to 50 seconds each card game on console. It's very punishing and it takes a lot of time.
Yeah, the console players have moved to no Zell card much earlier than the PC version, actually.
I think it's worth note that console runners do attempt to do some form of manipulation to get Quistis early before going to the Fire Cavern. It's definitely not marathon friendly, and in order to get it, it requires some pretty steep human capability, and
requires
it's not always
smashing.
consistent.
There's
It's-
now a strategy which allows you to have 3 frames of time. So you can basically, if you mash at once per 4 frames, you are guaranteed to get it.
Alright, Logik is having a very rough time here, so Team Mog is catching up just a little bit from card games alone. That
Yeah,
is to
unless
say
Elbod
that
gets-
Elbod gets very bad card luck
Yeah.
as well.
But this is quite average with the Zell card. This is why I stopped playing Zell card strats. Because getting a run, this is about 1 hour and 20 minutes in, or 1 hour 10 minutes in, and losing a run at this point is very devastating, especially if you get a really good Dollet. And
Yeah,
like first try
exactly.
Quistis and then you get a 15 try Zell card.
Now,
I
I
think,
have-
yeah.
Not actually paying attention.
He has reloaded, I believe.
Yeah, that first fight was pretty unfortunate.
I believe that was 5th game for Zell card.
Yep. And still no luck.
Getting a little bit here. In the cell card route,
Well, the good news is sometimes in the card games, some of the cards that you grab can also be refined for some pretty useful things, such as some ammos that become relevant later. Of course, you'd rather not take the chance of having to get these additional cards due to card game luck, but it becomes relevant more on the Quistis card than anything,
Looks like
if I recall correctly.
Elbod is done. He got 2 fish fins on the last fight, I don't know. He probably has over 5 now.
Yeah, I go
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yes,
2,
but-
1, 2.
1, 2, and 2? Okay, that's not too bad.
yeah.
The fights overall were pretty bad, but at least you didn't get unlucky with the fish fins. Meanwhile, Logik is still playing cards.
And this helps, you know, if you enjoy the card game.
Yeah, the music is chill, super chill.
Right, so to explain to people who may just have come in and see that we're sitting here playing cards, the reason we are playing cards in the speedrun of Offense VIII is because they can be refined into very strong magic very early in the game. The Quistis card and the Cell card refines into 3 Samana Souls, which turns into triples with Diablo's Time Mag ability, while the Cell card turns into 3 Hyper-Risk by S card modding it, which you can teach a GF 60% strength with. All these things combined makes us be extremely strong in the very early parts of the game, and while staying low leveled, it means that we can pretty much kill all bosses with just 1 limit break.
Is this game number 8? Or 7? 8, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
At this point, I myself would prefer to stop counting, because one thing that you definitely need in a speedrun is to stay even-headed, or level-headed rather, and just keep doing your best, especially in a marathon like this.
Yeah. I guess it depends on the personality. I usually don't get phased much by bad card RNG. Like, it happens, you know it happens, you opt into it when you go with this strat. Sometimes you get first try, sometimes you don't, and you get 20 try. But yeah, anything past... Like, we should mention that the Zell card strat is actually faster if you get Zell card in the first 2 games, or even 3 games. Anything past that, it's a time loss, like I said, about 30-35 seconds each game.
Yeah, exactly.
And useful cards that you can get from Zell, playing for the Zell card is, for example, that Tomberry King that you see right now, and that refines into 20 AP ammo, which can be used in the late game. So it's not all bad.
And
Yeah.
that's just, you know, finding that silver lining.
In the no Cell
Yeah.
card run, we actually only get 20 AP ammo on the... Well, pretty much exactly. In this case, with Elbod's, since he's most likely not going to do early Quistis card, we may see another Tomberry if it doesn't get Quistis first try. But if you get early Quistis card, you only get the 1 Tomberry later in Timber. So ammo is a little bit more hard to come by, and you have to prepare a little bit differently for each boss battle. while in Cell Card we just spam AP ammo.
Yeah, pretty much.
A comment unrelated to the card game itself is on the left. You see Elbod's currently being spoken to by Sid. A lot of people like to compare Sid to Robin Williams, which is kind of a more what's the word that I'm looking for? A bit more. I forget the specifics, but it's very sentimental.
Oh, definitely. But no worries, he's memorized into this game.
Yep, immortalized in that
Immortalized,
manner.
exactly, yeah, that's the word I was looking for.
Another thing to note back onto the topic of cards is Elbod still does have to get the Quistis card, so there is a chance that there might be some delays there as well, but this is definitely an opportunity for Team Mog to catch up.
Yeah, like, comparatively to Zelda card, it's much faster usually, but you can still play 10 games to get the Quistis card if you get super unlucky.
Yeah, Quistis card is typically always obtained within 1 to 3 tries. It's quite rare, I would say, that you ever have to play more than that. Some runners
within
may
3,
disagree with me, but...
I think it's actually abnormally common to get it in the first 3 games, considering it's only a 3 in 10 chance.
Yeah.
It feels like it's much higher, but yeah, it's very abnormal to go above 3, and like within 5 games, I don't think I've ever played more than 5 games for Quistis.
I wonder
Maybe
if
7.
Logik will get this Mesmerize card to get a better sword for Squall.
It's possible, but I haven't seen anybody actually do it in a while, because the current S-Star menu doesn't really have any extra time in it. In an actual run. In a relay, you might do it if you don't do the battles.
For the cell card route, it's perfectly fine to do it, since you
refine
refine the cards beforehand anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. True.
Elbod also elected to drift to the left this time.
Oh, he was a left drifter. Logik was drifting to the right.
And
just another difference between the runs, I guess.
Major difference. So here the Creep Mantis also refines into 10 APMO, so at this point it's probably useless. It doesn't really matter, you should probably go just for the first card that you get, since you already have so many APMO.
Yeah, most definitely. And Logik is having a really rough time, while Elbod is just cruising along, doing all these storyline parts, and we are soon going to see that very amazing cutscene again, although we are most likely not going to have the sound for it.
I'm not actually sure
which
stream is the sound on currently.
I believe the stream sound has Elbod at the moment. It is a little quiet, but it is there.
Elbod sound is on, okay.
Elbod sound is on.
So we will hear the good song.
So we will be hearing a very good song. It's most definitely one of the best cutscenes in the game, with one of the best soundtracks for the game.
I completely agree. I think the only one that comes a little bit close might be Man with the Machine Gun, which we will hear plenty of.
Yeah, that's actually nice. We do get to hear that song a lot compared to the other great songs.
That's also one big difference is, there's the Cell card. Finally.
Finally, Cell card!
Good job. Finally,
Very
20
nice.
game.
Team Choco can finally take a sigh of relief.
It wasn't 50.
Yeah, it wasn't 50. Sometimes you gotta be careful though. Just because the card does show up doesn't always mean that you'll win. Sometimes you can get a really bad pattern and make a mistake of some sort and draw, and that just makes the whole situation worse.
It's more common with the Quistis card, where if you get the Quistis card and the player just doesn't play the card until very late in the card game, it's really hard to actually win the game.
Alright, now while Logik is cruising on to the Dream World, which, by the way, is the most personally hated part of the game. I dislike the Dream.
Yeah, many people dislike it.
Yeah, the only good part about it is Man of the Machine Gun, for sure. Which I was gonna say earlier, Man of the Machine Gun is actually a little bit different on the PC version. The soundtrack actually sounds a lot better than the console counterpart.
I'm not touching that can of worms.
Yeah, that's a highly debatable.
Most preference. But we can all agree that the landing is great.
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely.
So here's one of the small differences you're gonna see here, I believe. Elbod is gonna put on all GF abilities here, while Logic did. Oh wait, no.
Logic did the same menu, I think,
Yeah.
in the beginning.
I think the difference is. Oh, no,
It starts
no.
with Siren, I believe, correct?
Yeah, it starts with Siren. I remember now because he had strength 20 for Diablos, which you typically don't have. You normally learn it afterwards in the Selkar route.
Yeah, the difference is that also that Logic made Ifrit learn HP plus HP junction before Diablos, and Elbod will make Ifrit learn strength plus 40%, and he will not have HP junction on Ifrit. That is why later on we then have to draw Carbuncle from Iguions to get the extra HP junction. Which
HP
Ifrit
junctioning
missing.
HP junctioning is absolutely critical because that way it's not only easy to manipulate your HP to put yourself in critical by switching junctions, but the reason that's possible is you can be in critical HP at a higher HP level, or amount rather.
Yep, this is used for a lot of the early bosses. There are some bosses in the run that can actually get you killed. In the Selkar route, there's actually not too many boss battles that can get you killed, but in no Selkar, if you are not very familiar with the run and the bosses, they can actually kill you because they deal a lot of damage. Mostly because of the damage you deal is a lot lower and you may not kill a certain boss.
Just to mention, Logic's step count is looking very nice, very nice.
Yeah, Logic's step count is currently perfect, I believe.
Yeah, you usually want the second encounter in this stream exactly at the spot as he was in the middle of the wooden bridge.
Exactly.
I know without a step count, that screen is just absolutely horrendous.
Yeah, if you don't do the step count, you get like 3 encounters in this stream, or 4.
There's a bit of a slow point within the Laguna Dream here, but it's important to touch on what exactly we see happening. More is revealed over time, but obviously the main characters are kind of... What's the best way to describe it, guys? How would you say that the party is truly interacting with Laguna and company?
To explain a little bit, Elone, or Elone, or whatever you want to call her, she has the ability to send people back in time. So what's happening right now is she has sent Squall, Selfie, and Cell back in time as a character of the 3 in this party. In this case, Laguna is Squall, and Ward is Selfie, I believe, and Kiros is Cell.
That is correct.
Here's also a pretty... this was found last year, I believe, or just earlier this year. There's a 9-second window here where we can actually open up the menu due to the sound cue for starting the next set of cutscenes. So we'll be making use of that to equip certain stuff. Logic in this case already has Laguna equipped, so he doesn't have to do this here.
Yeah, you can do it before or after triggering this cutscene, it doesn't really matter. But
Yeah.
it's actually much longer than 9 seconds. I believe it's more like 15. But
Yeah,
anyway, it's free menuing time.
Yeah.
Exactly, because the next part of this scene doesn't progress until the piano music fades out, which it does at a natural pace.
It's 13 seconds.
Thank you, Luzbel.
And we have the guest appearance of Luzbel.
Hello, hello.
Hello,
Hello, Luzbel.
Hi, Luzbel.
Salud, Logic.
For those of you who do not know, Luzbel is the world record holder in both the console and PC versions of this game, so you are basically getting info from the best runner at the time of his...
Please.
Not to mention,
please.
he's also the world record holder of Final Fantasy VII, any percent in console, and Final Fantasy IX he's the true master of PlayStation 1 Final Fantasies.
That was a personal goal of yours too, wasn't it? He might be too shy to admit it, but Loseball's done a lot of excellent work.
What? Repeat, mate.
Oh, I was just saying that I believe it was one of your goals to get world record in Final Fantasy VII,
my
8,
goal
and 9.
when I started this was get the 3 world records.
And I think one thing I like about your approach, Luz, is you have such dedication to it. And I think out of all the runs, your Final Fantasy VIII run was probably one of the most impressive, yet at the same time intimidating. How you have managed to, at the most optimized method of this run, everything is just very precise. The movement that we mentioned before has to be pretty spot on, and your menus, when they're done excellently, you can really tell, and that's what really makes a good Final Fantasy VIII runner.
Yeah, man, thanks.
I'm not gonna go much into detail into this, but Luzbel basically did a human task of the console Final Fantasy VIII, which he knew exactly the RNG through the whole run, and it was insane. Basically, he knew every screen which affected the RNG and everything, but that run is definitely the most impressive, I think.
Right, so we are seeing Elbod coming up here against Anakandor again. Or, well, he's coming up here, and he's got pretty good luck here. Squall actually did not get hit. Yep, that's still the case. This is actually very nice. Now Squall will have 100 HP against Biggs and Wedge, and if he can keep that for Elvorid, he can actually survive one magic from Elvorid.
He got the Rocky Bite though. That's a bit of a time loss.
Yeah, but the Rocky Bite's always completely out of his control, but...
700 damage. But yeah, the more hits you get from Rensukuken, the more likely you are to get Rough Divide. Pulling the trigger or not pulling the trigger does not affect the chance of Rough Divide.
Now, there's a couple spots here in the Laguna Dream where you need to move a little bit to talk to the NPC in order to progress it. It's something that if you're just blindly mashing away, you'll miss it, and you definitely got to pay attention to these small cues.
Right there, he moved a bit to the right and down. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier in the run, that Final Fantasy VIII is very precise with the story triggers, and you will often find yourself standing still and mashing when you're not doing anything.
But it's almost done here, so we get to progress with more of the story itself with some minigames. There's actually a good chunk of minigames in Final Fantasy VIII. I've made a statement myself where I don't like them, but a lot of people do. Some of them are quite frustrating, though.
I'm sorry, I missed what's the minigames?
Yeah, the minigames I think can be pretty frustrating.
Yeah. I dislike the minigames most of all of the run.
Especially the soldier minigame.
The soldier is a run killer.
In my PB, I actually lost the air soldier fight, so I lost a minute in my PB.
The train minigame coming up in a bit isn't so bad, but it can get a little
you can
unfair.
get trolled. You can get trolled by in the second phase. You can lose, but it's like 15 seconds. It's not horrible, but it's still a useless time loss. Elbod is coming close to the Elvorid fight, or Biggs and Wedge fight. We'll see if he gets a better luck.
Now, I know this is a little unrelated to the speedrun itself, but through playing the game, some of the actions that you take determine your seed rank. I know your seed rank can determine how much money you get by walking around once you've passed the exam, but things like jumping off the cliff there, or rescuing the dog, or how you set your time limit for fighting Ifrit, do have an impact on things like that.
Yeah, it determined the initial rank of what you get after a seed test.
And there's also some quizzes that are available, testing your game knowledge to improve that as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, we won't access those tests in the speedrun though. We will have enough money to do everything we want.
Yeah, basically the SID level also increases and decreases based on your actions in the game. Later on. We start at SID level 4, and this is always the case, unless you...
Yeah, unless you do something differently.
I don't remember
get...
exactly what can make you get SID level rank 3, but
yeah, well,
I know
if you
it
don't
used to
save
happen
the
in
dog,
past.
if you don't save the dog, and if you get caught by the spider and stuff like that, but that's like mistakes that you should not happen normally.
Yeah.
A fun thing with XATM, the spider, is that if you try to use Selfie's limit break and get, since it slots, it'll shift through different spells, you can get the end, which is usually an instant kill. If it's your first encounter with the spider, it will not actually drop him down at all. He will instantly pick himself back up.
Oh really? I did not know that.
It was a panicking moment, but it has happened to me.
Wow. Right, so on the Geek stream here to the right, on the console version of this game, there's actually a skip right here. As you can see, Watts is standing there, covering the door.
The one in the brown vest.
Yeah. You can stand on his right shoulder and wiggle your analog stick. And if you do it on a certain frame, it will let you just slip past him and actually skip the entire renaming of Rinoa and her dog. On the PC version, however, we do not have access to the analog, so we actually need to go and speak to Rinoa.
Another interesting thing is that by skipping this conversation with Rinoa, she actually isn't available in your party menu and the party in general once you return to Timber.
Okay, the Bigs and Veg fight is starting on the Elbod stream.
Yeah, hopefully he gets a pretty good fight.
Thankfully, his HP, like we said, is still in a pretty safe spot, so it's very common that you see some runs end here just because of, like I said with people focusing Squall, it's easily recoverable. If Squall goes down against Elbrit, you have to be careful because his third attack is going to attack the entire party and will do enough to KO Squall, guaranteed.
So, I actually noticed
something
right there. What Elbod did right there is something I don't think Logate did, but he actually made Selfie hit herself, so Wigs, or Biggs, sorry, won't do a counterattack on Selfie.
Ah, got the thunder on Squall.
Yeah, that is pretty bad luck.
It's a little scary, but you never know. It's completely out of your control. It's just something to adapt to.
Right. I actually saw someone mention in the chat that you have analog on PC if you use an analog controller. To be more specific, the FF8 PC version do not have a full directional support. It only has the 8 directions. So you can't do a full 360 like on the console version of the game.
One more question that I had, because I had some talks with some PC runners about this, but is the encounter rate slightly different on PC as it is on console?
No.
The world map encounters are kind of different, because on the console you can move in a diagonal direction with the analog stick, and you can actually do 1.5 steps in one step. So you actually move less steps in the world map, is my understanding.
Yeah, exactly. That's why on console you can aim your camera slightly to move faster as well on the world map.
So on the world map it might be slightly different, but it's not a huge deal. But
Right,
Elbod
so-
got a pretty average fight. Squall died once, but that was okay.
Yeah.
He got Siren, everything went fine. On Logic stream they're explaining the train minigame, which when I played this casually for the first time I was super lost. I read every text box, I thought this was super important. Turns out it's all useless info. You don't really need to know anything about this.
They tell you a lot about these sensors that the guards can detect you with. It's
Oh, yeah,
actually
that-
quite irrelevant.
That's when I started speedrunning Final Fantasy VIII. It was really funny when I just heard from somebody that you can just run past the sensors in the first cart, and I was like, what? I used to always
Exactly.
stop at the movement sensor and move when in the other sensor, but yeah, you don't have to do anything, you just run past and it's fine.
For the most part, the train minigame is quite straightforward. On PC, though, because the controls aren't based on the symbols of the PlayStation controller, they're using numbers. So
Right there
if
you
you're
can
not-
see B1, B2, B3, B4. They actually map into your controller as some of the buttons, and they might not be in the same spot as the game shows you.
Not to mention the fact that the button numbers do not match the numbers that they actually correspond to for the code. So
Yeah.
paying attention and sometimes counting out the numbers out loud is a common used strategy to remember to hit the right button.
Yeah, my buttons, the way I play is I have basically my triangle and circle button switched, so I have to pay attention to 4 and 1.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
it's different for every runner depending on their layout. Oh, got hit on Squall. That's unlucky. So let's see, let's hope Elbod gets the finisher. With 18 HP it should be quite likely. Nope, no such luck.
I don't think he spammed for the limit break after this HP change.
Ah, okay.
No, but he does have
okay,
Thunder
no
on
unlocked.
Zell, which does provide help.
Yeah,
he'll
this
just
is-
have
this
to
is fine.
attack again.
This is still fine. Just attacking. Don't have to use the second Renzo, you just need to hit once with Squall because you use the Thunder with Zell. Basically, if you get the 4... against the XATM, you always get 4 hits with the Renzo and there are some bosses where it's fixed. Like XATM, you always get 4 hits. Elvoret, you always get 6 hits. Against Norg, you always get 6 hits, I believe. And Jumbo Cactuar, I think you get 7 or something, I don't know. But you always get 4 hits against XATM. That means you need about 300 damage after the 4 hits, and the finisher will do it, or a Thunder plus Squall attack will do 300 damage, and usually it's enough.
So
Right,
for this
so-
first... Oh, go ahead.
Right, so for the first code here on Logi Extreme, you're gonna see that the blue soldier is gonna come extremely close. If you're quick on your inputs, you can actually put all 3 codes before he actually catch you and advance to the next card.
Yeah, and as far as I know, this spot is not dependent on RNG. This is always the same.
Yep.
The second part is which is based on RNG, and you can see Elbod did the 360 dog. Shout out.
The 360 dog is a bit of an in-joke. I know we wanted to avoid those, but that is something in particular that Elbod likes to do. And it's a fun joke just because when you move through that screen, the scene doesn't progress until XATM finishes walking through the entirety of it. So you have the ability to walk around for a couple moments.
And again, Elbod enters the pub to skip the cutscene, which is faster than watching the cutscene. And we'll see 2 steps, 1, 2, and he's good to go. No encounters in Dollet's step counter is working. I'm expecting the step counter to work for both players until the end. It's very rare to screw up the step counter in Final Fantasy VIII.
But if you do make the
Unless you're
mistake, you
me.
start to feel it in the second Laguna Dream for sure.
I think if you screw it up, like, let's say during disc 1, you probably end up having like 4 extra encounters. It's not a massive, huge deal. But depending on the strategy that you're using, like if you're using the strategy where you do battles in S-star menu, then that strategy is out of the window. You cannot do the battles in S-star menu anymore, or they will not be the same.
So on the second phase of the train minigame, there is a guaranteed chance that the guards will walk towards the window, so oftentimes you finish 2 codes and then you can finish the next 3.
Right.
Yeah, that's the ideal. You get 3 codes now, but if you get unlucky, you get 2 plus 1 or 1 plus 2. Everything is looking fine. Oh, he got unlucky. That is 1 extra trip up.
Yep, that loses just a few seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a bit of a time loss, but it's fine. So what's up next for Logic is the boss fight against Gero, or the fake president.
It's one of the semi-obligatory healing item does damage zombie fight that you see in a lot of other Final Fantasy games. It's a little different depending on the strategy between Zell and no Zell, but Logic should do enough damage with a physical attack to trigger the second phase.
So story-wise, this was like Squall's seed team was sent to Timber to help with this rebel party to get rid of something I don't even remember anymore.
They were attempting to liberate Timber, and it's actually something that comes up in a bit where it was loosely defined not to assassinate the president in particular, but they would have to work with the Timber Owls to liberate the area, which causes some complications in a little bit.
Yeah, and their plan was to capture the president, which they had done successfully now. But it turns out the president was actually a fake, and they were played.
Now, someone actually mentioned in chat that sometimes items miss. Phoenix Downs have the ability to... Some people have the ability to, or Phoenix Downs have the ability to miss, while elixirs do not have that option, but they do.
Yeah, Phoenix Down has about 10% chance to miss on Gero.
And keep in mind, this is a split, so we will get an indication of his benchmark here.
So the strategy is to use Blitz Saga, and if you get unlucky with the high level Gero, you have to use a Zell attack or Squall attack depending on the damage roll.
Yeah, he can actually be a high enough level as well that you need 2 attacks, which just happened right there.
Yeah, you want to use a Squall attack if you deal less than 493 damage. 493 damage guarantees that Zell attack will kill the president. And this second phase is just you to toss an elixir on it, because it's an undead, it will die. And the reason Phoenix Downs can miss is because the Phoenix Downs attempt to afflict the enemy with the KO status, and the elixirs just heal for the maximum amount of HP, which turns into damage and it kills it.
Yep, and Phoenix Downs can also miss.
Elbod's menu coming up.
Right, so Elbod's menu here is actually a little bit different from Logic. What he is going to do here is he's going to give Siren magic 20% rather than Elmag, which Logic just did. The reason for this is because we need it for Idea later at the end of this one. As we mentioned, there's a few differences. Yeah. The HP junctions, we don't learn those until way later in Disc 2. So for Idea to be able to use a Limit Break, we need to deal enough damage to put Squall in critical HP. By having triples junction to magic with magic 20%, a Thunder deals exactly 400 damage, something that puts Squall into critical HP and making him able to cast a Limit Break.
And Elbod did that menu perfectly. He was on point.
Yeah.
Like we mentioned earlier, it's 50 seconds plus Zell has to be facing upwards. What he did was he opened the menu when Zell was facing upwards. So when he closes the menu, Zell will already be in that position. So he just waited in the menu until 50 seconds had passed and closed the menu. And he did use a potion on Squall because Squall was at about 11 HP, which would be way too low for the boss fight. And so he needs to deal about 100 damage or 80 damage on Squall to get him to low HP for the boss fight.
Now, there is something coming up for Logik involving when we finally use card mod.
Yes, for Logi coming up here, he can't do the menu right here, I believe, but he may do it later, just per usual strategies for the cell card route.
He will probably do the menu after the first battle in Dolet, Timber, I mean.
Yeah, we used to do it after the 2 blue soldiers at the very end of Timber before doing the shopping because we needed the AP for abilities.
Yeah, that is the strategy with 2 Fishfin fights.
Yeah.
Now, while we have all the items, the real turning point for this run happens after we leave Galbadia Garden in a while. That's where we really start to junction the heavy hitters. The big spell for this run is Triple, and that's what we get from the what's the technical name for the item? I know I stared at it in French.
Samantha Souls.
Yeah, it is the Samantha Souls, and that's what allows us to do so much damage. And we actually have to manage our magic in a way, since it won't work evenly between the 2 party members. It doesn't split 50-50.
Yeah, you can't get 100 on both. You can get 100 and 80. And without the Zell card, you basically have just one strong character. So you opt into having 100 triples on the strongest character, who has the Ifrit, because Ifrit has strength plus 20 and strength junction. So it's easier to manage the magics on Zell-less. But with Zell card, you can actually do some nice splitting off of the triples to have 2 strong characters. Step
couple
is
steps
looking really
before.
nice.
Yeah, excellent.
So he did 5 steps after the first battle in Timber, which skips 1 battle. And
Now
here's the
there
menu.
is a... Yep, here's the menu coming up.
That's a lot of cards.
That is a whole lot of
Yes.
cards. As we all know, I think someone in chat wrote earlier that he played around 20 card games.
Yeah, 21 I think was the exact count.
Yeah.
But of course, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade, and in this case you get to get some extra modified items, and it's not the end of the world. Naturally frustrating, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, it was just the RNG gods giving a bit of a chance for the Mog team.
And there is a bit of a shopping menu coming up after this forced fight here.
We'll see if he does it now or after the cutscene. I believe the
True.
optimal place is right here, because it can save you a couple steps if you do it, if your movement is good enough.
The shop is in kind of a peculiar location because it's not a singular NPC that you speak with, but you walk to a trigger to have it take place.
Here he buys 21 tents, 20 normal ammo, 20 shotgun ammo, which will come in handy. The tents we will refine into Kuragas. As we talked earlier, the Kuragas will be used as the HP junction. And it allows us to have critical HP very easily.
We do use GFs one time against a fight that's coming up for Elbod, and you'll see that in a bit to re-highlight what's different with the strategies themselves, although minor. But we don't really summon too much. The importance is definitely on the abilities that they learn, and also with that, we don't always draw the GFs that are within some bosses. The biggest ones is Elbod will be picking up Carbuncle. And that's basically the major one. Runners used to get Cerberus by fighting him, but that's no longer used in, I think, more optimized strategies now.
I think it used to be a strategy for Zelcard, but when people moved to no Zelcard, Cerberus became less useful and people dropped it at the same time as Zelcard.
Yeah, it's more useful for the Zelkar route because you can have two characters have speed junction and be very fast. What this does is it's mainly used for Sorceress and Ultimacy at the very end of the game.
A little bit higher on the story segment here for Low Geek, we've got a conversation of a bit of a battle between Squall and Rinoa, Squall being very rough around the edges and Rinoa being a bit altruistic. Eventually interrupted by something, so I'll wait until things go down in case anyone's going to be interested in seeing that take place. I know some of the dialogue choices do determine, how much text goes by and can save small pockets of time. Obviously, if you're speaking in a term of minutes, it's not as important, but it does make a difference.
There's a handful of text boxes which actually save a lot of time if you pick the correct option, or rather it loses a lot of time if you pick the wrong one. Like can be up to 15-20 seconds even.
There's one in the third chapter of this story where there is a cutscene that plays out quite long for about 15 minutes, and it's quite horrendous to experience.
Right, so I actually noticed someone asking, and this is something I think we all forgot to mention. This is a PC-only thing, and that is, after you have fought Diablos, the next menu you open won't trigger, meaning that you will have to open the menu again. So if you don't menu straight after Diablos, or in the Dream 1, as some runners do, when you rename Rinoa later in the train, her renaming will just be skipped entirely because of fighting that Diablos, and it's a PC specific thing.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of testing around that Diablos glitch by Aramanyu, especially that triggering that failed menu attempt and in order to find a skip, but there has been no advancement with that, or no relevant to the speedrun advancement, I should say.
So right now, as far as the story is concerned, Cypher decided to take matters into his own hands and attempt to attack the president, and of course, Quistis, seeing that, had to follow suit. So we'll see the party back together again from the good old Balan times.
And yeah, go ahead.
No, actually, I had something less relevant to say regarding the game, but go ahead.
I was just going to talk about the story that the way Cypher knew about this president thing is because Cypher met Rinoa at the dance when Squall and Rinoa danced, and basically he knew the plan of Rinoa. And
there's actually a lot of implications that the two are very close, so they were trying to go for some form of a love triangle between those three characters.
Yeah.
Squall, Rinoa, and Cypher.
Ended up being nothing really because it was only mentioned, and then right after that, pretty much in the story, Rinoa just attaches herself to Squall.
One thing that I always like to talk about within the game is that while some moments are very high energy, there's a lot of music in Final Fantasy VIII that's very slow and relaxing. I think it's got this lullaby kind of feel to it, and that's actually going to be much more noticeable in the later parts of the game, actually.
Yeah. Beginning of Disc 2 and
the middle of disc 2.
And middle of disc 2, there the particular resident sleeper spots.
Resident Sleeper Space. And
Yeah,
down the
that's
worst
the
part of the game.
space.
Overall, there is a lot of dialogue in this game. For the most part, at least my mentality when I was approaching it is preparing for the boss fights and then moving on to the next one and just kind of treating it as such. You can kind of go on autopilot because of these longer sequences, so once again, to reiterate the point, you really want to stay focused and pay attention to when you're supposed to be moving, because you don't want to realize that you've been standing still for about a minute.
Yeah, and a good tip for newer runners is that you can actually just hold a directional button while mashing. If you know what direction you have to move after the text is done, that way you will kind of wake up when you start moving, and you're not surprised that I was standing still for a while. But that only works in dialogues where you do not have to choose a dialogue box or a dialogue option.
Exactly.
Oh,
so,
scary.
Elbod was at a pretty high HP level, but one attack from Squall was good enough to put him in the 60-ish range, which is kind of the sweet spot.
Yeah, 62 HP is fine. I probably would have done a Thunder on Squall to get him a bit higher HP, but that's fine. This is the only battle where the HP matters, because you get healed after this one, and 60 should be fine.
Alright, so we get to see the Grinaldo fight on the Nozel card side of things.
Yeah, different strategy. No Siren level 3 here. Wow, that was
Ooh, Elbod
nice.
missed the limit a couple times, but he was managed to grab a hold of it still.
Yeah.
That was a very long menu, or a very long liver break, sorry.
Yeah, that was the max.
Which is actually very bad. It wastes a lot of time. Also considering that he got a rough divide at the very end of it.
Wow, the same Raldo hit twice and the other two did nothing. This can be really bad. It might be 2 Raldos alive. It might be only 1, or no. I'm not sure.
It's quite common to get less boost in this part because the inputs...
Wow, he got really high boost.
Yeah, he had a good start.
Yeah, Loki also had like a 142.
Yeah. Oh, 2 alive, yeah. So the way this battle works is that the Raldos are in so-called defense mode when Grinaldo is alive, and they take only 66% or 67% of the damage they normally take, and they exit the defense mode once they have taken an action. And in an optimal set, you would use Rensakuken on Grinaldo, it will kill Grinaldo, and after that all 3 Raldos hit once, and then your Shiva goes off and it kills all of them. But this time only the center Raldo hit, and it actually hit twice, and the ones on the side did nothing. That's why they didn't die in the Shiva's attack. Because they were still in defense mode.
There's still a lot of story progression going on. You see that Logic has still kind of been going through this dialogue for a while now. Eventually you do kind of get control of the party, and while normally you would take a train to the next location, we can actually just avoid that altogether and walk on the road safely to the next checkpoint.
Yeah, which is also faster. Leaving Timber here, when you enter the train, there's actually a small cutscene or text boxes where they talk about what just happened in Timber and what they want to do next, where to go, and stuff like that. This takes roughly 3 to 4 minutes to actually do, so by skipping the train altogether, it's a pretty big time save.
Yeah, and you get to run on the world map on the road anyway, so you don't get random encounters any more than you would with taking the train, so you don't, it's literally saves a lot, just free time save.
Yeah, exactly. Some of us likes to live it a little bit dangerous and cut it short by running straight to the left, leaving Timber, but...
Yeah, there is the shortcut you can take, crossing the grass, but it is slightly riskier. I think it might be fine. Like, the way the world map encounters work, it might not even add an extra encounter.
Yeah, it's typically, it depends on how far you run, really.
Diablos is coming up in the next minute or so for Elbod.
Yes. That's another one where it's not too significant of a difference, but it's one of those fights that can really get out of hand quickly for you, and you don't want to be in that situation per se.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what strategies Elbod use. Are you gonna be doing Squall strats here, Elbod?
Yes. Both Fel and Squall.
Yeah, so
yeah.
same strat as Logik.
Yeah, we'll be seeing the exactly same strats as Logi.
We will
The
see.
main difference here is the menu is going to be a little bit different. Instead of teaching Ifrit the HP junction, Elbod will be teaching him the strength 40%.
Yeah, and we'll see whether or not he gets good luck like Logik did with the first turn Gravija. It's quite rare.
But Logik really had the sweetest feeling of keeping his HP at such a high level because of it. One of the worst scenarios that you see is Gravija take place and then Diablos respond with his melee attack on one of your important characters. It just is a huge hole in the ground that you shove your time into, but it's still recoverable. You just gotta stay calm.
Diablos is super fast. He can usually get 2 turns or 1.5 turns, whereas you only get 1 in that time.
If it doesn't happen, no Gravija, then things get a little different where you have to set up by attacking with your own characters, and if you have my level of luck, you miss all the time.
Well, Squall cannot miss, which is nice since Squall is the strong one now for this strategy. So you can actually deal like 300 damage per attack with Squall. So we'll see. That's not bad.
Logik got very unfortunate with the encounter on the way to the forest.
Yeah, it was like 1 step before.
Precisely. The 1 frame before entering.
There's the miss. Kinda hoping for the Gravija now.
As we patiently wait, but no, Diablos doesn't necessarily wish to cooperate and help Elbod today.
This is so close. 170 health on Squall is not quite enough.
Yeah, it's gonna be very tight. He has to hope that Diablos doesn't do anything incredibly aggressive after this duel.
Okay, he got the 4-second duel. That is the normal. As I mentioned earlier, critical level determines a lot of stuff on the limit breaks, and for Zell it determines how much time you get for the duel. Level 1 critical level is 4.66 seconds, level 2 is 6.66, level 3 is 9.66, and level 4 is 12.66. So if you get lucky, you get a 6-second duel or higher, and you can easily do this fight with just 1 Zell limit break. With the different strategy. With this strategy, you have to use Squall's Rent-A-Token to finish him off.
I will say Elbod's doing a really good job of putting the inputs within the time.
Yes, this is going quite nicely. You want to deal up about 400 damage with this, right? You should be fine with 400. This should be enough with the Rent-A-Token to finish him off.
But of course he does have to get to that point.
Yeah, with 4 hits.
Oh, and he got just in the spot that he needed.
Okay, he got 5 hits, so it's guaranteed. And Rough Divide is extra, but that's fine. That was pretty much as well as the limit breaks can go. A bit unlucky with getting the characters to yellow HP, as he didn't get the Gravija, but...
Now, the section that Logik's on right now is where the biggest difference between the two strategies take place because of the following fights. Because there's more chance to do damage with your characters, Logik's gonna most likely one-shot these guards as they come up.
He is going to one-shot everything. He's going to be hitting roughly 600 to 800 damage.
And there's 2 kinds of guards that pop up. The normal guards that you see here, and then there's some green guards that cast magic, and they're blizzard magic, or it's specifically Bizarra that just chunks away your time. And Elbod's got a little bit of bad luck by not getting First Strike Quistis, but the chance is still high and it's all he really needs.
Alright, so Elbod is about to do his second card game.
That's not
And
too
there
bad.
she is.
So that's pretty solid. That's
We have
quite
to
a-
hope
quite a
that he
game.
plays Quisty's card. Okay, there we go. If the player holds Quisty's card and plays all the other cards first, it's actually really hard to win the game, as I said earlier, because Quistis has the 9 and the ace on the bottom and top, so it's very often it's a draw. But
And
2
there's a
games
chance
for
you'll never
Quisty's
take
card
it
is
back,
nice.
And right there, Team Mog actually makes up a whole lot of time on Team Choco.
And really, the time to be made up is happening right now as we speak.
Yeah, basically right as he walks past the Zell's house, he made up 10 minutes right there.
So this part of the step count is probably the most unique because of the steps that you take, then you run forward for another encounter, and once you get that encounter, you take some additional steps.
Yeah, the step counter is really nice here. You only get 1 encounter in this dream. He looks like he's slightly behind maybe, but it might be just I'm used to the 100% route where we open a couple more menus.
Are you doing single segment until the end, Elbod?
I
Or are
believe
you doing
Elbod,
the reset?
I think he will do the reset for code.
I do believe that's what I saw him doing in practice, but naturally, if he ever wants to chime in, we're more than happy to hear.
I'm not gonna be doing single segment, no.
Alright,
Yeah,
cool.
so we'll see the 2 different strategies if Logic goes for the single segment, as he said.
He is going for the single segment right there. Otherwise, he would have had to force an encounter.
Right, yeah, true. Different step counts.
Yeah.
Which, with single segment, one of the coolest things, I think I mentioned it before with the Caraway code, if you recall, anyone who's played this game plenty of times knows that there's a prerequisite to get to the tomb where you would obtain brothers and see a gunblade with a code on it. But there's a train that you can go to where you count poles, and I'll get into that more in depth. The strategies for guessing that code in advance have really changed a lot as well in the last year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the biggest change, I think, in the run overall. The
On
party
the,
manipulation and the code manipulation.
On the
And the
PC
early
version, yeah. On the PC version, the card manipulation, or the code manipulation, sorry, is not that big of a deal, considering how fast it is to reset your game. On Final Fantasy VIII, on the console version, however, where you have to reset your console entirely, saving and everything, that takes roughly 45-55 seconds, I believe.
Yeah.
Not exact. I can't remember the time exactly, but you basically save a minute flat by just guessing the password using a very specific website and document.
I'll be trying to pay attention on the side and try to get it right myself to see if we can match that manipulation. But obviously, it's something that's pretty quick and easy. It's not 100% first try every time, but the way that the code is determined is pretty easy to work with. There's a couple different scenarios that can take place.
Like, basically the code, like the polls will give you a code that works 100% of the time, but the thing is that every 200 steps, the RNG changes by 1, it advances by 1, which means that if the 200 step trigger happens before you take the elevators entering Deling City, it means the RNG advances 1 from what you observed with the poles in the train, so it will change to the next one. In that case, you will have to get the code right on the second try instead of getting it on the first try.
So we'll
Right.
see what happens with Elbod on the first Laguna Dream.
Elbod is actually behind just slightly on the step counter, I believe.
It looks fine. Probably like 1 menu opening maybe, but it's all preference. Like, because he doesn't do the battles in S-Star menu, he doesn't really need to be that on point with the step counter.
Yeah, that is
That
true.
makes sense. Now, one
Yeah,
of the
you
more
got second
unfortunate-
already.
Yeah. As far as the story is concerned, right now in the second Laguna Dream sequence, we kind of have the unfortunate experience of watching both Kairos and Ward get critically injured before escaping off the cliff here. It's something that's more story related that becomes relevant later, but this is not the last that we'll be seeing of those characters, and it does kind of shape the story to come.
Yeah, it basically changes Ward's personality for the whole game, rest of the game.
Just him confirming that he is the strong silent type.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't talk after that scene anymore. Okay, at least no encounter after Laguna Dream 2.
And our first visit to Galbadia Garden. And this place has some pretty unique cues to it as well. There's a couple situations where you must listen to a PA announcer pop up some text for you before you can properly advance to the next part of the story.
Yeah, I can mention that spot when it comes up and explain it in detail. Do you want to talk about what's happening here in story-wise? I guess that's a really big part of the game.
For where Elbod is right now, or?
No, for Low Geek.
Low Geek. Okay, so part of the discussion that was happening while the party was in Timber, they had some discussions on where to go to next since their original plan failed. Eventually they come up with the idea that they should report to the nearest garden. So right now they're going to Galbadia in order to kind of be rebriefed on what they should do. Also, because Cypher was caught by Galbadia and failed to finish what he set out to do, he is currently awaiting judgment on his punishment. But it's not as simple as that.
Yeah, we saw Cypher actually going away with Idia in the last cutscene where Cypher was present, so we kinda know that Galbadia is not holding Cypher as a prisoner right now.
And on this screen in particular, you have to talk to all the characters in order to progress it, so you try to do it in as fluid of a motion as you can.
Yeah, holding down the directional button down during this dialogue between Rinoa and Kustis actually puts Squall right next to Zell. We'll see if Logic does it. Yeah, I heard a couple steps. It didn't do it perfectly, but you can actually move during the last dialogue box of Kustis, and you will move right next to Zell, where you can talk to him by just mashing X. And again, it's just optimization, like that's a second or half a second that it saves. It's not a big deal.
There's a couple cool situations where that becomes relevant, even when there's one particular scene in Disc 2 where you can move and try to move on to the next screen right as you kind of truly get the option to. If you're a little off, it makes you walk all the way back, so you get punished if you get a little too greedy.
And Elbod did the menu in the Laguna Dream. Didn't actually watch it. I'm guessing he did it.
Yeah.
And even if he doesn't, it's not the end of the world. It's really just something to do later.
Yeah, my menu is a little bit small on that. I just put time refine on Diablos to prepare for later.
Yeah. Only that?
Yeah, nothing else.
Okay. So in that menu, he basically, because of the free menuing time, you can split the menu in two halves. Basically, one menu right now and the second menu after or before Gero Gero, after the train mission. So you can split it however you want with what you're comfortable with. You can do most of the menu if you want in this dream and only do the equipping junctions or selfie in the second menu.
We're coming up to that.
Preference.
We're coming up to the second PA announcement that you have to wait for. This one, a couple things that are quite easy to miss. First, you have to have the PA announcer say that they are waiting for you at the entrance, and then beyond that, there's a situation where you must speak to Quistis before you can move on and trigger the rest.
Yeah, so you can see the text will appear on the top of the screen right here, and you have to see at least the first letter. That's why he waited. He walked instead of running straight up, and you need to see the first letter of the message. If you switch the screen before that message appears, Quistis will not be there, and you cannot progress the story. Again, going back to the precise story triggers in this game.
And then here we get a little bit of an introduction to, I think we can all safely say, is the most important character in the run.
Yeah, definitely. Irvine is super OP with his limit break.
Basically, Junction triples to his strength, and basically watch the damage roll in.
Yeah, so Irvine's limit break is using the ammo, normal ammo, shotgun ammo right now, and later on we'll use fire ammo once, and AP ammo and pulse ammo mostly, and demolition ammo. Demolition ammo we have plenty of. You can refine demolition ammo, you get items from a boss that you can refine, you'll have 100 of those, but AP ammo and pulse ammo are more restricted normally. Logik, because he played 20 games for the Zell card, he has enough AP ammo to not worry about pulse ammo, so he can just roll the end game with AP ammo only.
Now, coming up is the big Galbadia menu. Like I mentioned earlier, it's basically where the major turning point in the run is. It's where you really start to assign the magic and junction as necessary. Is there going to be major differences between the strats? I'm not the most avid Zell card runner, so I miss it.
I think the only major difference would be how you split your triples. I don't remember anymore how you split the triples on the Zell card strat. I think you give 80 on the one who has Irvine, who has Ifrit. I don't remember.
Basically, what you want to do is you want to have 100 triples on whoever has Ifrit, and 80 on whoever has Shiva. The reason for this is Squall wants to have Ifrit for Idea, and Irvine wants to have Shiva. The reason for this is that Squall's trigger deals a lot of damage. So if you get good damage rolls, you can 2-hit Idea and the fight ends. If you will do it the other way around, you can actually not hit hard enough in 2 hits. You would need to rely on a crit.
And here we see a mistake from Logik. He selected the wrong option. This is one of the options which actually matters. This is all extra dialogue that normally does not happen if you select the second option. So he will have to do a slightly different menu. He will have to switch his party first and then do the normal menu.
While it might not seem like much, it really becomes apparent when you're in the process of doing it. Normally you just quickly switch, say that's not good, and then you create the party yourself and can leave immediately afterwards.
Yeah, it's like 20 seconds. And the Zell card route can already refine Kuragas because Siren was learning Life Magic Refine immediately. Which is a difference to the no Zell card route.
And you'll really notice that when we get to the next major fight, which is the Iguians.
Okay, that looked like everything. No encounter is really nice. So here, upcoming is the Krave code manipulation for the Logik.
Right, so to explain this, on the next screen, the RNG is changing to what the code is going to be for Caraway's password. So by counting the polls that appears outside the windows, and this is very important, by counting the polls and putting them into this document we have access to, we can actually, with a very high likelihood, guess what the password is going to be. it is a very high success rate of actually getting the correct password.
Yeah,
And
basically,
sometimes... Oh, go ahead.
basically counting the polls, you're observing which RNG seed the game is on, and based on the polls, you can guess what the code will be.
There is a chance
Here we go.
that one of the occurrences will be 0 polls, and that's important to note.
Yeah. It will be a longer pause between the series.
That was 11?
I think that was 12 and 9.
And 12 and 9.
12, 9, 10, I think.
I think 9-9. We'll see.
Indeed. So the important thing is also whether or not the series was completed when you walked out. You don't want to wait for the middle.
1299 gives a code. The good thing about it is that you can try. If you're not sure, you can try different numbers on the sequences. So you can try 12, 10, and 9. If it doesn't give a code, you know it's wrong. So I'm pretty sure it's 1299 since that gave me a code.
And since the last series, was the last series complete? I was focused on putting the numbers in. So then we basically know the chances are the code will either be 189 or 124. And if it's not that, then we start to manipulate a little bit to try and get it right.
12, 9, 10 actually gives a code also, so it might be 12, 9, 10, but I'm pretty sure it's 12, 9, 9.
Well, that's actually a good thing. Okay, thanks, Loosepell, for that. If it wasn't, it's better to just change that around, give it a try, as opposed to having to go all the way to get the code from the Gunblade.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the only other option basically for this route. You can't load a save that you did before.
Right, so to explain a little bit, a side question. So if you would get 1199, you would just get another seed or another set of codes. Like, the numbers themselves doesn't really matter as long as you have the correct ones.
And right here, when you touch the escalator and go up the escalator, the code is fixed. From this point on, you can do anything and the code will be the same. Unless you obviously save and reset, I think that will change it. But switching screens, it doesn't matter. You can talk to anybody, talk to NPCs, it doesn't change. You can go to the hotel, you can go to the shop, you can do anything, the code is fixed.
There were some interesting methods that were available previously involving the NPCs and such.
Yeah,
but that wasn't as popular as this one.
Yeah, it was harder to do and it was not as consistent, but this is pretty much 100%, unless you triggered 200 steps. 189, and that is correct. Good job, Logic.
Bingo. So spot on. We were lucky.
Yeah, so normally who haven't played the game casually, you would have to go to the Tomb of the Unknown King to get the code. It's the place where you get the brother's GF. But because of this manipulation, or not manipulation, this observation basically of the RNG seed, you can skip all of that, and yeah, you don't have to go anywhere. You save a lot of time.
The website itself does a really good job of explaining some of what goes on, but obviously it's a little more complicated than what we're working with. But of course, to simplify it is to kind of be able to use it easily. If it were more complicated, it wouldn't really be worth it. But it's fast, it's easy, and it's pretty reliable.
Yeah, I haven't had a mistake with it, I think, ever. Once you get used to it, I practiced on some VODs on the leaderboards and I checked what the code was, and like after 3-4 times you get used to it, and you can basically, if there's a 0 in the sequence, you notice it as a longer break in the sequence, so you will notice the 0 once you've practiced enough. You know what the default break is between the sequences, and if it's longer, it's a 0.
Now, I realize we missed something cool to talk about a moment ago on Logix, but we'll bring it up when Elbod gets to this screen as well. There's actually a scenario where talking to Renoa prevents some additional movement / dialogue.
So yeah, talking to Renoa twice in that screen, Renoa will not exit the screen and re-enter, or exit the room. Instead, she will talk to you say the things that she would have said later, but she says them right away. And this is the train mission for Elbod.
It's really quite straightforward. This one isn't as variant as the others can be, besides the second, or the first one where the guard, or no, it is the, both of them can be a little odd with how the guards move. Usually it's fine, but if it's bad, it's kind of a shock.
Yeah, the way to work around it in the second phase is to just hold down the R1 trigger button and you will see when the guards start moving, and when they start moving you have to get up immediately.
It's normally the doubling back of the guards that can catch you.
Yeah.
Now, what's happening now with the story is they're expressing this plan now to assassinate the sorceress.
So this is the plan that Galbadia Garden told them, that they wanted to kill the sorceress, and that's why Irvine joined the party. Since Irvine is a sniper, they needed a sniper to execute the mission.
The whole plan is to have that gate that we were at earlier close off, trap the sorceress, and then from the point that we were just looking at, that's where Irvine's going to take the shot.
And in case that shot doesn't hit, Squall's party will have to attack Pedia and kill her face to face.
The old-fashioned way.
Yeah. So Elbod did fine on the first phase. That should be expected.
But we're rolling right along, minus the unfortunate amount of Zelcard attempts, making pretty good time afterwards. Being able to maneuver on the next screens is pretty useful. I think on first try, there's some screens coming up that people might have gotten lost, but it's really more straightforward, and I'll probably hint on that when we get to that too. The first part of the game is basically where a lot of resets happen. If going for a fully optimized run, cards, fish pins, things like that are what really make people want to redo an attempt, and Dollet in general.
Basically, once you're done with Dollet, 50% of the RNG of the run is already done.
Kind of like how some runners say that Midgar is one of those big gaps to really improve on for runs of that nature.
So,
right, for Fountain 7.
What's happening here right now on League Extreme when Renoa Bard just bumps in? He says she has a plan to defeat the sorceress by using a Odin bangle or whatever they call it. That's why a little bit later Renoa runs off and around to meet with the sorceress to try to make her put this on.
But Kuistis does not agree with the mission, and she goes with the plan that they had already planned for.
Yeah.
Okay, here we will see for Elbod whether or not he gets trolled or not.
Looks like they're behaving.
4 codes. Yeah, looks fine. So Elbod saves about 5 to 15 seconds here, I'm not sure exactly. This is the famous selfie skip. Will he get it? Oh, Logi got the selfie skip. Nice movement. Nice movement.
A cool thing here is when you first leave the mansion, your characters like they are now will just be walking slowly at a casual pace, but if you walk back into the mansion and out, they'll be able to run through that first screen. And it's kind of close, but it does save some time.
Yeah, especially on the PC where the loading times are faster. On the console, it's close, but still slightly faster, I imagine.
You say 1 second on console.
1 second, nice.
Well, if you're 1 second off world record, that'll make all the difference.
Yeah, I mean, it's a free 1 second. Doesn't cost you anything.
a lot of walking around. It's nothing quite significant, but there's a cool thing where on this next screen that comes up when you get control of the party, you were able to quickly just turn sideways and talk to the man giving you the orders, Caraway himself. You don't actually have to move, you just turn back and speak to him.
Here's the Gero Gero fight coming up for Elbod. We'll see if he gets a luckier damage roll with Zaga.
If you get the low level president, it doesn't matter the damage roll, you kill it. And if you get the high level president, you need 493 damage if you want to kill it with Cell as Windows 8. And you have like 54% of chance to get it.
Yeah. So basically your chance to kill with one hit is roughly 75%. And Elbod got the one hit kill. That's nice. Unfortunately, Squall got killed by the president, so he doesn't have the instant elixir. He has to wait for the Cell turn to throw the elixir on Gero Gero.
Just another situation where the risk of low HP can come back to get you.
Yeah, I mean, the low HP has no... It doesn't matter that Squall was at low HP. If he wanted to, he could have healed. But it's an useless heal, so he just opted for the riskier strat, I guess. I mean, still, it's just a couple second loss, like 10 seconds maybe.
While Gero is finished off on Elbod's stream, Lurgeek is proceeding with Renoa to meet up with Idea.
And what could possibly go wrong? The added catch here is that as Quistis was returning to try to speak with Renoa again, Quistis and company are actually locked inside the mansion.
Yeah, they got caught between a fight between father and daughter, pretty much.
Yeah, I guess that we hadn't said it, but Renoa is Caraway's daughter, so Caraway was worried that because Renoa has not had any military training, that she would be better off staying safe in her room, or in that room. So he tried to lock her in, and instead ended up locking in the party.
This is basically a lot of setup for what's going on. You also get what is probably the worst speech ever given by an authority figure.
Yeah, I don't... This doesn't make sense to me, this scene that's upcoming. Because it's somebody has said that Idia is controlling their minds and they're cheering for her, but if she's controlling the minds of the mass, how is she not controlling the minds of everybody else? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm interpreting the scene in a wrong way, but I don't know, it doesn't make much sense to me.
I think this game probably has the strongest variety of theories that are out there, which is both good and bad amongst itself. Also, one of the short, quick, go grab a snack breaks. Not the safest time, but you do have a little bit of space of time.
Yeah, the break starts when Renoa falls to the ground, and you have like a minute or so. It's quite nice. You have one text box that you have to mash through, and Elbod famously in his personal best was 10 seconds late to the text box, and he lost 10 seconds in this cutscene.
Doesn't matter if you beat it.
Yeah.
And there's just a strong series of CG in this part of the game. Small sequences taking place, some of which, for the first time, you could really move around during.
that text box was the one. Or I guess 2.
Yeah, the couple of text box when she first walks up to the speaking box. The podium, that's the word I'm looking for.
Alright, yeah, she also has this text that you have to mash through.
Starting off a speech by calling people stupid, filthy wretches is quite incredible.
Yeah, this is the menu for Elbod, where he refined Zell card and Quistis card. And this menu is slightly different for Elbod.
Oftentimes, more ammo is purchased in this if they sold that extra elixir, but for the most part, it's not absolutely necessary.
The sale of the elixir is actually part of the early Quistis strategy, where you do not get the first seed payment before getting the train.
Oh, that's correct.
So you
that
have to
explains
sell
why I
the
did that.
elixir in order to get into the train. But if you don't do the early Quistis strategy, you don't have to sell the elixir.
I must have skipped that gap in my knowledge, because that's still something that is attempted in more modern runs, but in situations like these, if you just want to get a run done, it's best to just go at it.
Yeah, I mean now there's... When the strat first came to be, and it was found by Luzbel basically, he had, with his strategy, we had 2 frames, a window of 2 frames where you could win the pattern. But now there's 3 consecutive frames, and it makes it much more consistent actually. I think you can reach up to 50% consistency with good mashing. And again there, Elbod bought tents and shotgun ammo, sold the elemental attacks for money.
Yeah, a little bit different here is I believe Elbod bought 30 or 36 tents.
Yeah, 31 tents is enough to get 400 Kuragas.
The reason is that we will be using 3 HP junctions in the no cell car route to keep all 3 characters in critical HP instead.
Yeah, that is the byproduct of getting Carbuncle from Iguions, which allows you to have 3 HP junctions at some point in the game.
Now we're in a sequence where you're progressing through these underground sewers, and really at this point you don't have to worry so much, it's pretty straightforward. But as far as the story goes, Renault is now trapped by the Iguions behind where Ade is speaking. So you have a party that's trapped out of position from where they need to be, and the timer is now finally really coming to crunch time.
So we were talking about the text options that you have, or dialogue options in the game, and Elbod's going to select the first option and then the second option. Right here there's not a lot of time to be saved with the correct options, but it is slightly faster than first and
Yeah,
first.
you save around 1-2 seconds at most.
Okay, yeah.
Out of all the dialogue choices in the game, the most important is the first one that you have with selfie. Well,
Yeah,
the second one technically you have with selfie.
Yeah, the second option with selfie is the biggest one. The one where you either take her on the tour of Balam Garden or not. And well, that's so early in the run that you just reset if that happens. Like, there's no point. It's a minute lost so early in the run.
The so-called tour of shame.
Yeah. I'm lucky it hasn't happened to me yet in a run.
You were very lucky indeed. What always baffles me in this section is where Cypher is staring around looking at everybody, yet fails to glance that his rival walked right underneath his nose.
He was too proud to notice anybody below him.
He was living the dream. His biggest dream was to become a knight for a sorceress, and that's kind of this cultural thing that happens in this game. If there's a sorceress, there has to be a knight that guards them, and in this case, Cypher is dedicating himself to Idea.
Did Adele have a guard? I don't know. She was a manly sorceress, but
that's another
maybe she
thing
didn't need
that
one.
that is quite out there. There's a lot.
The logic is coming up to the Iguyon's boss fight, where for the Zell card route, you don't draw the carbuncle and the fight is super easy, you just attack.
And you also get to get your first taste of how much damage you can actually do with Zell card.
Zell card and Kuistis card. Like, casual players probably would not refine Kuistis card because it's a rare card and they would rather keep it, but for the speedrun it gives you a lot of power.
One thing here is it's very easy to forget that the screens actually reverse direction in the next two.
Yeah,
where
you
you
move
want to
up
be
and
making
then
sure
you
you
move
move
down.
up and back.
Yeah. But that knowledge is basically what makes a good runner in this game. The movement, remembering the screens that you're transitioning into and holding down the buttons, because we haven't talked about it, but when you transition screens, there's a period where the screen fades in, but you can move during that time. So if you're holding down the correct button, and that's 2600 damage by squall, which is the power of triples and strength plus 60%. But yeah, holding the directional buttons when transitioning screens cuts down the time of the run by a lot. That's basically what you need to do. So here they find the sniper rifle for Irvine, planted for them to use. And on Elbod's side you get to see Idia talking to Cypher, and Cypher wanting to be the knight. So there's a bit of time here that's nothing really happening on either screen, so I figured I could talk about the step counter. Luzbel, feel free to step in at any times, and Elbod. So the step counter it's basically the same as Final Fantasy VII. You move, if you run, there's a danger value in the game, and there's a step ID, and if you run during the game, you increase your danger value by 5, and if you walk, you increase it by 2. And every step ID has a trigger point at which you will trigger a battle. So for example, if step ID 4 has danger value 20 as a trigger, and you run all 4 step IDs, you will get to 20, because you get 5, 5, 5, 5, that's 20. You will trigger a battle. But if you walk for one of the step IDs, then you will not trigger the battle, since your danger value will be 17 at that step ID. So using that, people have checked what the danger value is at each step ID, and whether or not you can actually skip battles by walking at certain points. And this current step counter that both runners are using, one is actually different to the other, but both of these were, I think, made by Luzbel and Elbod together. And the way, basically, if you get ahead of the step counter, so if your movement is good, if you opening menus puts you ahead of the step counter, because when you close the menu, you have the same screen transition as you normally have when you're transferring screens. So you can move during the fade-in and you won't get a battle. So opening the menus puts you ahead of the step counter, and taking extra steps puts you behind. So that's the basic logic with which both of these runners have been using the step counter, and the battles will be the same for every run.
Also, 2 years ago we were noobs and we didn't know that there was a step count. We played without the step count, and I think Karakan was the first one who brought up a step count.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it was Karakan and Kiru, I believe, or one Final Fantasy VIII runner on the Japanese scene anyway, who started to work on a step counter. Karakan came up with, you noticed that in the Laguna Dreams, you could actually delay certain encounters if you had good movement through most of the game before entering each dream. So we actually cut out one encounter from each dream back then, I believe.
How much would you guys estimate the step counter currently saves time?
It takes around 9 to 11 encounters.
So that would be about
Few minutes.
about 3
20
minutes.
seconds each encounter.
So about 3 minutes,
Yeah, more or less.
3 to 4 minutes. So there actually, if you paid attention to Elbod's stream, he did a junction switch from Squall to Selfie. That is a difference between the ZLS and the Zell card routes. Because you don't have the strength plus 60%, you have to make your characters more balanced in strength for the Laguna Dream, the second Laguna Dream. So both of the characters can one-shot the soldiers. If you do not do that switch, then I believe Kairos would only have about, would it be like 45% chance to kill the soldier? Something like that. So with that junction switch, you have 100% with both.
Yeah, I believe Laguna has slightly higher strength anyway, so by giving him the lower strength, he gets equal to Kiros, who will be having the strength junction equipped.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the strength that you need is 42 to one-shot them.
Yeah, it's
Not
something
sure.
like that. I know Laguna can sometimes not one-hit kill. It depends on low damage rolls, I think.
44 strength.
44 strength, okay, yeah. So Logic is coming up to the last two bosses of the disc.
Yeah, these two bosses right here are the two biggest differences on boss battles between the routes. When Elbod gets there later, you're going to see a pretty different strategy. Like the setup we have can change, however, if Cypher actually uses a Pharah. But that's something we can mention more when Elbod gets closer.
Yeah, that is for the ZLS strategy. For Logic strategy with the Zell card, you just use basic attacks with Irvine and Squall.
Yeah.
And you can two-shot it with one Squall and one Irvine attack, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. If Squall hits high enough, I believe you can two-hit it. Or I know you can two-hit it, but I think Squall needs to hit high enough.
Yeah, it's definitely not guaranteed.
No.
I know you need to be a bit careful because you do not get all the AP from the fight if you do not fully beat Idea. If the fight goes on too long, it will still trigger the end of the fight.
That is more of a concern for the ZLS fight, where if Squall dies, like you basically, for example, if Idia uses a spell on Squall and then you already gave the input to Irvine to use a Thunder on Squall, Squall will die and Irvine might die from one more spell. Because the first spell you will see here is always on Irvine. This spell is always on Irvine. So... Oh, what? Am I wrong here?
Yes.
What? I thought it's always an Irvine. What the hell?
Wait, what's happening?
I've never had the spell on somebody else.
Oh, yes, it can vary a little bit. Normally it's quite straightforward.
Wow.
What actually happened?
No, it's because I thought Edia's first spell always hits Irvine.
Yeah, it usually does.
I don't really know, but maybe it's because who has the max HP.
Oh yeah, it must be something along those lines.
Oh, yeah, that can be it, yeah.
Irvine didn't have as much HP as Squall. Huh. That's interesting.
It's one of those things that sometimes gets overlooked. There are those small differences coming in again.
Yeah, well, I guess for the strat that Elbod uses, we'll see if I'm wrong again, but it should be the first spell always hits Irvine. And then if the second spell hits Squall and the third spell hits Irvine, you will have both characters, Squall and Irvine, both dead, and that will still end the fight, but you will not get the AP from Edia. And that will screw up your AP management for the GFs. You won't learn Encounter Halt for Diablos, and you will not learn Life Magic Refine, I think, for Siren. But yeah, that is the first time I have seen it. That's why I was thrown off by it.
I don't remember any of the cell card stuff since it's been a year and a half since.
Yeah, that is true.
Zell did become kind of a lesser used strategy for the most part, just because of all the refinements that have gone into the no Zell card route and making up for some of the things that you lose out on. But overall, it's typically safer in the long run for Zell card if you can handle some of the variations in RNG.
It's like we have the Japanese runner Giro to thank for the current route we're using for most part. After that, Lustful and some others have been working on optimizations and stuff. But originally, we did translate the new Japanese route for no cell card because it was proven faster on the Japanese version. And we just adapted it to the English version where we have junction switch and stuff that a Japanese game don't. Yeah, that's basically how the current route was born.
Yeah, the junction system works differently on the JP version. You cannot switch junctions from one to another. You have to actually remove GFs and equip them again. So a lot of the stuff was, I guess that was most of the work.
So now we've got Encounter Half, which is something that's going to be junctioned in this menu coming up. You want to make sure that you have the proper setup here since everything is removed.
So here's the menu for Logic. Should be.
Interesting.
And right there on Elbod's screen, if you noticed, he actually forced an encounter and took some steps afterwards. And this is actually because after leaving Galbadia Garden, he will do a save and reset to make the password for Caraway's Mansion to be 52, but it will also reset his step counter.
Just one of the differences more between RTA and single segment run.
Yeah. And RTA, I think, is more common, but it's only because most people do the party manipulation. And that basically breaks the single segment. But most people, I think, nowadays use the pole counting method. So the step count is used, the single segment step count is used, but the run is still not single segment.
Now for the Laguna Dream that Logik is on right now, you want to take this side path first. The movement in this is something that I myself made a lot of mistakes on. But when they timed it, it was faster to go this way. You want to go down the main path on your way back, but this particular screen is faster on the way down.
Yeah, you cannot actually take that path when going up.
Exactly. There was a time when some people would do shopping down here when the step count started to be used. I know one of the major reasons why we started to use the step count in the run is not only did it feel like the run was quite optimized as it was, but Cart 7 did a lot of work on this game, and she did a great job of pushing it in a more optimized manner. As well as the rest of the French speedrunners.
Yeah, I think Cart 7 was the one who figured out that the French version is the fastest, right? I believe she was the one who tested all the languages and said that the French is the fastest.
I'm not 100% on exactly who, but it would not surprise me. It's too bad that she's not running as much as she once was, but she put a lot of effort into the game, so pushing that in that direction with the step count, like what happened with Final Fantasy VII, which she also really worked on, helped us find better ways to move through the game and challenged our original thinking, which is necessary for any speedrun.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning that she had the world record for Final Fantasy 7 and 8 at one point.
Precisely.
On Elbod's stream right there, the major difference here was that Elbod actually needed to attack with both of them to kill the 2 soldiers in the previous fight to the one he just did and the one that just happened. The reason for this is simply just because we're not dealing enough damage.
And that's why, like I said earlier, Laguna 2 is one of those spots where you give up a little time compared to Zelkart, but that's just, you know, small compared to what you end up saving. It's kind of cool that we get to see both Laguna Dreams kind of finish at a similar point. But the start of Disc 2 is definitely a quieter, slower one. A lot of story-related things take place, a lot of back and forths.
Yeah, the Laguna Dream 3 and the prison sequence are both quite long and text-heavy.
Not to
no
mention...
boss battles.
Exactly. Not to mention the desert prison also has some unique movement with the screens, where it might take some getting used to at first, but once you get the handle of it, it's not so bad.
Yeah, basically the movements are around a circle or circles, so moving without analog is kind of awkward in those screens, and there's a lot of them.
Now, Logik is actually, since he's finishing up the third Laguna Dream, after that, there's a little bit of difference with who becomes the members in these dreams. You can actually start to assign party members later, which is nice, but it's for the most part going to remain the same. Kairos is going to continue to put out a very significant amount of damage.
Yeah, later on when you get to decide who goes where, you typically want to get the lowest level characters to come along with you to even the experience gain. Just to make sure that your average party level doesn't raise too much.
Yeah, I guess most of the optimization is with using the characters that have the fastest attack animations, which are, out of the 4 on the screen, I think Zell and Selfie are the 2 fastest ones.
Yeah.
Rinoa's attack is really slow. You don't want to use Rinoa ever, but Rinoa's limit break is really useful. Angelo Cannon hits all enemies, so that limit break is used in a couple spots.
Yep, we like to use Angelo in this fight, and then some people like to use Angelo in the missile base a little bit later.
Yeah, and basically everybody brings Rinoa into the missile base, because if you take Rinoa with Squall into the Balam Garden, you will get an extra cutscene, which wastes time.
Yeah,
it's one of those things that are unnecessary. Yeah.
I also did notice earlier in Timber on Disc 1 that Logik actually gave Quistis Ultra Waves This means that
Yes.
she will be coming with him to the missile base.
Yeah,
This is also
with
the,
Zelcard, it's the normal strategy, I think.
Yep.
Because you don't want Zell with you, because you already one-shot the boss with the Rinoa's Angelo Cannon.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you will use Quistis to destroy the 3 soldiers after the boss.
And it's 100% guaranteed to kill the 3 soldiers with Quistis Limit Break afterwards.
Yeah, you can also use, like, you don't have to use Angelo Cannon against the other. Like, there's a random fight where you have 2 soldiers. No, it's not a random fight, it's a fixed fight with 2 soldiers, and using Quistis Limit Break is not bad if you have bad ATB on the other characters, especially because Rinoa's attack is so slow that it's pretty much the same.
There's actually something coming up in a little bit with these screens where you're in the prison itself. Some differentiations come with whether or not you help or don't help the Moomba that comes up, and that affects some of the barriers that you can open up when you're walking around in circles.
Yeah, helping the Moomba lets you open up 1 extra shortcut, but I don't remember anymore how many seconds it wastes. It's a lot of time that it wastes in animations if you save the Moomba.
Someone was telling me that sometimes it matters whether or not you still have a good step count.
It depends on what step count you use. So, low geek step count, it should be fine without helping the Moomba, and with the old step count, hang on, you lose 1. I don't remember actually.
Lewis, do you happen to know?
What?
The step count in prison, whether or not you help the Moomba. With the old step count, do you have to help the Moomba?
Yeah, the problem is the encountering Fisherman's Origins. If you have the Moomba, you save steps, so you don't get it. If you don't have the Moomba, you waste steps. But if you are good at movement, you don't get the encounter either, so it doesn't matter. You save around 40 seconds, around that, if you,
right, 40
if you
seconds.
don't save the Moomba.
Yeah, it's a huge time loss if you help it. So if your movement is good enough, you don't have to help the Moomba. And you don't have to open up the extra shortcuts.
I suppose we can talk about kind of what to look forward to in Disc 2. For the most part, I remember a big scary fight for me was Oil Boils, which isn't for a bit, but originally when we started testing around with no Zelcard strats, it can get a little scary.
Yeah, when I started running the game, it was scary, but over time it became really easy for me somehow. I don't know, I've never had trouble with the fights lately, or like after the first couple rounds.
And truly after that point, the rest of the run does become a bit easier, not to mention that the 3rd and 4th disc just fly right by for you.
Yeah, there's Fujin and Rajin fighting Balam Garden, in Balam Town.
That one can be more frustrating than anything.
It can be scary, with Rajin using the special attack into a tornado by Fujin can be really scary, and I usually throw 1 potion on Squall and Zell before entering the town to make it safer. And with that strategy I have not had any trouble with that fight, or those 2 fights. But I assume both runners will save before the Oil Boils and before the Fujin and Rajin.
I will.
They should.
Yeah.
Logic decided not to.
Have you commented the yellow HP party thing?
Yeah, I think we mentioned it, but it was early on in the run.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I could mention it again.
Yeah.
So basically, when your characters in Final Fantasy VIII are in critical HP, if all of them are in critical HP, the attack of ready animations when you start a battle doesn't appear at all. The battle starts with all your characters being kneeling down or sitting down. And it saves a few frames and a few seconds every battle.
It saves 3 seconds at the beginning of every battle.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Considering how many battles we get into, just from boss battles, random encounters, there's quite a bit of time you can save just on battles alone.
Yeah, basically some of the menus have changed over time to incorporate this more into the run. So basically, before you would not get a third character in low HP, but you would now opt in to have like 2-second longer menu in order to get all 3 characters into low HP, and it saves time overall.
Alright, so Elbod's doing his favorite menu in the run. Not only putting Demi on Irvine to boost his damage until a little bit later, to make them both pretty decent because you're going to need some assistance, splitting up the triples as we saw before, and then he's eventually going to save and reset to do the code manipulation that we talked about before.
Yep, that's the save. And the menu looked fine, looked everything. If you noticed, he did auto magic junction on Irvine. That's because of the different strategy on Idia fight where you use the Thunder on Squall, so you want to have a high magic stat. And really nice for Elbod. I think he didn't get any encounters before or after Laguna Dream 2.
Yeah, it seems like his world map's been very nice to him so far.
My last encounter was next to the car in Balam.
Oh, so you got one like right before the car?
Exactly.
The car. So yeah, so it's the same for both runners. I think both runners got the same amount of world map encounters.
Elbod got 2 before the fire cab.
No, it was one
that was
before
loaded,
the
right?
fire cavern, and then 3 going to the fish things.
Okay, I think you got
then
one extra
another
then.
one before the car.
Yeah, I think you got one more than Logic. But yeah, about 5 is about the average number of world map encounters, I would say.
Yeah, I was expecting more for a marathon. The number of back attacks, on the other hand, was higher.
Yeah, the
usual.
first back attack was so troll, super troll.
And the second and the third.
Wait,
I can't believe I'm gonna say this now, but so far, nothing's gone horribly wrong for anyone yet, minus the Zell frustration, which is completely out of your control.
If you noticed, Zell got a crit on this fight, and for some reason, I think Zell has a higher crit chance in this fight.
I have to believe that. I think that I've critted so many times in that fight, and I've been lucky enough to get a lot of Biggs and Wedge criticals especially on Nozel. Oh man, on the Biggs and Wedge fight with Nozel, it's the greatest feeling in the world because otherwise, since you're not super strong, you just kind of have to hit each member 2 times, hit Biggs and Wedge 2 times individually, while
or 3 depending on the strategy that you use, but still saving 1 attack basically if you get a crit. But I haven't experienced higher crit chance in the Biggs and Wedge fight. On that fight with the 2 blue soldiers, I have though.
I think it would make sense considering they don't expect you to have a very strong Zell. But of course, when you can switch your junctions around, it makes things very easy.
Yeah, but I don't know why, because the crit chance normally is just based on the luck, right? The luck stats of the character, and as far as I know, there's no change in the luck stat.
Maybe if the Charak is alone, then the luck increases?
Yeah, that is my theory as well, that when you have one character alone, you have a higher chance to crit. And Bert says in the chat, aren't crits based on dead or non-existent party members? And maybe. I'm not sure.
Well, it wouldn't make sense, considering critical levels are based on dead characters silenced. That is inflicted.
Yes, but I don't think critical level is affected if you don't have party members. They have to be dead, right? Maybe dead is the same as non-existent, I don't know.
Well, there is really no case where you could test it unless Cell. You set a spam limit break for half an hour.
So this is the Biggs and Wedge fight with the Zell card. You just attack twice with Zell, because Zell is the stronger character, he one-shots both. And Elbod will be using a different strategy. It takes a bit longer, obviously, since you don't have Zell card. And it's fights like these where the Zell card, getting the Zell card makes up for the extra games that you have to play. And for Elbod, the code will always be 52 with the save and reset. And he got in.
And there it is. So just two different methods of doing the same thing, determining on how you feel like going.
Yeah, you have the save and reset route, the RTA route, or you have the single segment route where you have to do the pole counting. And both of these runs use different step counts. In the end, it's pretty much the same, because if you save and reset, you get one less battle, which is about 20 seconds, and the save and reset takes about 20 seconds. So it's pretty much the same on PC, but on console it's really nice to not have to save and reset, because the save and reset takes a lot of time. These are the screens where your movement matters a lot. It's hard to get used to it with the directional buttons.
Indeed. The angle that you need to take does change over time, and going up the stairs can sometimes be a bit of a hassle. As you saw, Logeek got caught up there in a corner for a second.
Yeah.
And of course, you don't want to run too wide, because that could potentially cost you extra steps.
Yeah, you want to optimize your movement, not only because it's faster, but also because you save the steps and you get less battles overall. Or you might get one extra battle, I should say. And I don't know if Logeek does the battles in S-Star menu, but if he does...
He doesn't need them.
Okay.
EAP, since he... Well, it depends if he does Cerberus skip, I suppose, but...
Yeah, he skips Cerberus. We'll see. Something new for us too. We'll see. We won't be prepared for what he does in S-Star menu.
Yeah, that's one where a lot of differentiation takes place between the runners, knowing what you want to do and what you're trying to do with the magic and the items that you have kind of makes a big deal. I know I had a debate with someone, and it wasn't so much a debate, but in item amnesia greens are things that are subject between runners to discuss.
Yeah, they're personal opinions of what you can do. I mean, there is an optimal thing to do, but it takes time and it saves very little time to do so. So your menuing has to be really good in order to do the longest amnesia green strats in S-Star menu. But in my opinion, 3 amnesia greens is the minimum that you have to use on Pandemona.
Of course, doing the S-Star menu at speed, there's a lot that's going to go on, so I'm kind of both nervous yet looking forward to showing everyone all the stuff that happens there, and it's really smooth when it works well for you.
Yeah. I'm more familiar with the S-Star menu that Elbod does, so his S-Star menu I will be able to commentate very in-depth, but Logeek's I'm not sure. Also because it's a Zell card run, he will have more cards than normal, so the S-Star menu is not fixed always.
It is pretty much the same menu.
It's pretty
also
much the
depends
main
if he does
points are the
servers or
same.
not. It's like the main difference is that you equip Squall with more stuff, because he can actually kill Ultimisia as well in the Cellcar route. So even if you don't get Irvine first try, or within the first 3, if you get Squall, you can still proceed with the fight and still kill Ultimisia in the end.
You know, I would find it interesting to hear what you guys say would probably be your favorite / least favorite parts of the run in general, since we're at a bit of a slow point.
This one as the whole.
As a
Worst
favorite?
part, fucking space.
Yeah, I think space can be quite boring. I always liked the alien fights. For some reason, I found that super interesting. The Ragnarok in general was cool, but you're right. At a certain point, space is too slow.
I don't dislike space that much because you can actually take a break, but Trabia Garden has always been the default go-to for the resident sleeper spot. And I think Disc 2 in general, like if I have to choose a favorite discs, I would say Disc 1 is my favorite and Disc 2 is my least favorite.
I certainly believe that it's easy to lose focus throughout parts of Disc 2 because of the slowdown. And then, without that tempo of the game flowing smoothly like it will in others, you can make some pretty silly mistakes that otherwise would be avoided.
Yeah.
This 4 for me is the best. There is so much action going on all the time.
All the bosses
Yeah, this
and
4
everything.
is short, but it's just full of boss fights, basically.
It kind of reminds me of why I like Disc 4 in a game like Final Fantasy IX so much, and hopefully the runners will have a good time with that. I'm looking at you, Hollow.
Yeah, the Final Fantasies have the common factor that they pretty much always end in a boss rush. So a lot of boss fights in the end, always.
So we just saw Elbod do that double back that we mentioned, and is now speeding right along. We get to see if he gets the selfie skip.
Oh, he got it, just barely.
Ooh, it was close.
That was close. So what we're talking about is, it's not really a skip. It's just if your movement is good enough, you will be ahead of selfie when entering this screen, instead of being behind. So it saves like a second or two.
Yeah, slipping past selfie is quite tricky on PC. It's extremely easy on console. Having the support of analog.
Logic getting a bit unlucky with the enemy animations. Got the long sleep animation and then attack.
That's pretty unfortunate. ATB at its finest.
Yeah. Wait, did you mention that earlier on in the run that you can open the item menu while running? I think you did, right?
I think it was somewhat implied.
Yeah. Yes, I did mention. But it's small stuff like that we can just keep on repeating.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's new people that keeps coming in.
Yeah, there's constantly new people coming in. At least we're past the card games, so you don't have to do that.
Really, this one is where like I said, all the things can go wrong that make you want to reset. And back in the day, within the last couple of years, it's been pretty frustrating to go all through, get the perfect setup and everything, have an amazing Dalit, and then just never see Zelkar.
Yeah, that is the most frustrating thing in the run. That is why I would probably recommend new players to start without Zelkard, and using Zelkard only as a strategy if you want to really optimize the run, like getting a really good PB.
That's probably why I'm so tired of the FF8 speedrun as a whole.
It hasn't
I'm
been as
notorious
active
to
as
have
normal.
shit luck.
Yeah, and then when you do get first try Zel, something bad happens later.
Like dying immediately on the Laguna Dream one. That happened to me.
Ah, ouch.
Yeah, it was
Or getting back attacked by 3 bite bugs and dying. I've seen that happen to somebody.
As long as you don't die to Ifrit, that's fine.
I think that's your thing.
That is my thing. So right now, Logic is finishing up this part of the prison. You've got one party going all the way up, and then Irvine and company going all the way down and taking the elevator up. That's just causing you to run in more circles, and eventually you'll have the party split. But this is a part where step count's pretty nice. You can't prevent as many encounters, and these 3 party members are completely unequipped. They have nothing.
Yeah, and with the step counter, you won't get any battles. Another thing mentioned, somebody asks about the encounter none, and it takes a lot of AP to learn it, but we are learning it currently on Logic's stream. He is learning encounter none right now, and he learned encounter half on the Idia fight, and next he made Diablos learn encounter none, and he will learn that in Fisherman's Horizon, after Fisherman's Horizon.
Yep, once we prepare to fight Fujin and Raijin, there's a menu where we equip that.
It's basically a one boss battle difference between learning it, comparing the 2 routes.
Very fast boss fight for Logic there, where he was quickly able to get that limit from Renoa to damage all those enemies at once. It's part of the reason why during a previous menu you saw junctions get switched to Renoa, and we'll hold on to that because we'll keep Renoa in the party for the next location when the party splits up. And I don't know about you guys, but this next part coming up, which is, I guess you could loosely consider it a mini scene where, when I was younger, it seemed much more tense than it really was.
Yeah, you have to hold right. The
Hold right button and
directional
don't
button
sneeze.
right during the thing and you won't die. But if you don't hold right, you will actually game over. And I know many
Exactly.
people in the casual playthrough have died here.
A joke that I've seen happen occur once in a while, sorry I got tongue-tied, is where they will make it all the way to the side, but because you actually fade into the animation, they scare everyone into thinking that they failed.
Right.
If you press right once and you stop, it's okay. You don't
Really?
die. Yeah.
Wow. That's,
Talk about
so
that.
cool.
That's
So
well, you heard
basically
it
just
here.
have to be awake. Oh, hold right once.
Now you can scare your friends.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that next time. When I'm on PB pace.
No, my run, it's over.
Yeah. Logic, do it for us. Hold it just once, one frame. Oh, it looks like he's going all the way.
Better safe than sorry.
Game. Press right button. So hard.
But from this point on, there's a lot more action involved. We will be handling things a little uniquely. We'll still be using the limits for the most part. That's never going to change throughout the course of the boss fights to come.
Oh, actually, now that I think about it, missile base is actually my favorite part of the run because
Oh,
of the
okay.
movement. Movement in missile base, I like it a lot. It's a lot of sharp corners, and the movement feels really good because of the D-pad.
I can see that as well.
There's the one room, the first room of missile base, which is a nightmare, like the worst screen in the game. Other than that, it's great.
And from here, you start to see that the strategies continue along the same parallels. Maybe the execution of things might be a bit different, but they basically follow the same path in the late game. I mean, party manipulation is one thing. Another cool thing with the missile base coming up is that you get to experiment with computer systems.
Yeah, 90s PC.
But I think we haven't really brushed up on the story, so maybe Chow, you want to catch everyone up on what's going on? I put him on the spot.
I guess not. Do you want to go for it?
I'll let you. I do a lot of talking.
Ciao, sir. Are you back?
Yeah, hello, sorry. Need to grab a drink.
Yeah. Do you want to go over the story? What's happening on Logic's side?
Right, so what's happening right now is and we found out in the prison that the sorceress is planning on firing missiles against the two gardens, which in this case will be Trivia and Balam Garden. So Selfie decides that they can't let this happen, so she wants to bring a party to the missile base to try and stop the launch, while Squall's party heads to Balam to warn them about the incoming missile attack.
What's quite significant is that you have this feeling that the first missile barrage already went off, and so Selfie feels like there's not too much that she can do for her home, but the rest of the party still can. And what's also interesting is that while this conflict is going on with Galbadia, Irvine is still in the party, and so you'd imagine there would be some form of conflict of interest, but that's not really mentioned too much at this point.
Yeah, and they know the first missiles went into Trabia Garden because of they had heard it said in the prison, I think.
Yes, exactly. The plan was basically known, and that's why the other party is quickly running to Baumgarten versus this unfortunate soldier left in the dust of the train here.
The best feeling here is when you... Oh, Logic got it pretty nicely. Like, when you select the direction with your car, and you don't have to change it anymore after the first time. It's just something so satisfying when you just go into a straight line into the door.
Absolutely.
I guess I like straight lines.
No, actually, in a lot of games, I think I recommend people to take straight lines so that you don't waste time zigzagging and dealing with things like that. And later on, when people get to see parts of Final Fantasy XII, that becomes incredibly important in runs like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of movement in that game where you can lose yourself. And I guess in Final Fantasy XII, optimizing movement is more about taking straight lines than remembering the screens. Or does Final Fantasy XII have the same mechanic as 8, where you can move during screen transitions?
Not so much moving within transitions, but screen orientations normally lock directly in front of you. I'll basically leave the specifics of that to those guys. The level of knowledge for a run like that is just a huge deal.
So, coming into this missile base, there's a few sequence breaking things we can actually do here. I'm sure most of you that have probably played this game casually will most likely have mashed the missile launcher in place. In the speedrun, we are actually not doing neither of those things. We also only pick 10 minutes for the timer and run around to change the missile directions and stuff by getting a code to log into the panel, since we are not gaining access to it through one of the soldiers.
Yeah, we saw Elbod saved before the Iguion's fight, so he's coming up to that one. Without the cell card, it's slightly different. Again, he will draw Carbuncle, and he will use Squall's attacks to kill Iguions. There's, I think, a 12%?
12%.
Yeah, 12% chance that he doesn't kill Iguion in one hit, in which case he will have to use a Nervine attack to finish it off.
It's not the end of the world, but it's just something to have mentally prepared for yourself. I think it's happened to me every time.
Yeah, basically also all these percentages that we say are basically double what they actually are, because you have to first roll the 50-50 of getting the high level enemy, and then if you get the high level enemy, then you have a 12% chance to not kill it. So it's basically a 6% chance.
And we did touch on why exactly we draw Carbuncle. It was a while back, maybe a couple hours ago.
Yeah, go ahead, you can refresh their memory.
It's, for the most part, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's for the HP junction.
Yeah.
It's something that we definitely need in order to make sure our HP is both in a situation where we can manipulate it by unjunctioning and junctioning by switching between two characters, puts us in critical, and also keeps us in a safe spot so we don't get killed by some of the attacks that we're going to see from Fujin, Raijin, and company.
Yeah, that was a very good fight for Elbod.
Indeed. Now, as we progress through the rest of the game, one thing that you want to keep in the back of your mind as far as your GFs are concerned is we want to make sure that at a certain point Ifrit is at a particular level so he can actually learn Ammo Refine. That'll help us with our super late game stuff.
Yeah, you need Ammo Refine to finish the game in a speedrun pretty much, so you need level 10 Ifrit. I mean, did I say Irvine? Ifrit. You need level 10 Ifrit.
So it's actually a little bit more important on Elbod's side of things. So I know I explained this very early on about the GF's splitting experience. Now, Ifrit and Carbuncle is going to be equipped on the same character, namely Squall, and later Irvine for most part of Disc 2. So all fights that actually gives you experience are going to be divided by the two.
Oh, Logic got the back attack.
Now,
ooh, how unfortunate.
No, that's really good. Back attack on the enemy.
Because on the enemy, so you can quickly KO. Oh, that's right. She's taking Quistis. So we actually see that where we see Quistis to the missile base.
Yeah, we see the Ultra Wave strat for the second boss fight.
That's going to be pretty cool. But yes, normally if you take Zell with you, it's quite common to see him KO'd, so he'll be at a low HP and critical for the boss fight at the end of this section.
Yeah, that is for Zell-less strat, because with the Zell card strat you have the HP junction where you can remove Kuragas and set them back, so you will get critical HP anyway, so you don't have to actually KO your characters.
Yeah, it's just another situation where my brain is automatically thinking Zell, no Zell card, so...
But we will see that with Elbod strats. He will use, I believe he will use the Zell strategy for missile base.
Does anyone know...
Hey, go ahead.
I suppose, yeah, I was wondering if Quistis could actually kill these three with a limit break.
The two soldiers on the side he can.
But normally, you can go ahead and Angelo and wipe them out, no problem. One of the coolest limit breaks to use, and I wouldn't advise this to anyone who's very serious about their time, is Desperado. It's probably the most satisfying limit break to watch, but it does take time.
Yeah.
Exactly. When you get to the final Laguna Dream, which is also one of the best places to make up some experience to make sure that Ifrit gets level 10.
That is actually true. You can actually use... Wait, is Laguna the one with Ifrit in that dream? I'm not sure.
I believe it's on Kairos.
Yeah, so you wouldn't want to use Laguna's limit break.
Sure.
We haven't mentioned it, but the killing blow, the character who gets the killing blow gets most XP. Actually, I think the GFs are not affected by it. It's only for characters.
Only for characters.
Yeah, so it wouldn't
Safer
matter.
was only somewhat correct in the Gauntlet mission.
Yeah. So it wouldn't matter if you used all the kills with Laguna. But I've actually thought about whether or not it would be faster.
I'm pretty sure that's not entirely correct.
It's not faster.
Yeah, Luspel said it's not faster, but what did you say, Chow?
No, like, if I remember, sometimes Ifrit's level, the reason it's not hitting level 10 was because it didn't get enough XP by getting final hits. There are cases when it cannot be level 10 by the end of Laguna Dream 5 because it didn't get enough XP.
I'm not sure. I'm inclined to say that it's
Ruby
not.
Dragon.
Yeah, I'm inclined to say it's because of the enemy levels.
Okay.
Because higher enemy levels gives more XP, and the killing blows for GFs doesn't matter. But I'm not 100% sure on that one.
I know we missed something that recently happened with Logeek. I know we're touching up on a lot of the story triggers. There's actually a lot of different spots that you can interact with in the missile base. Some of them you're required to go in a certain order or something along those lines. We'll probably see it when Elbod goes through. But you are on a time limit. It's really not the end of the world. But
I usually have like 5 minutes left, so it doesn't really matter.
But as far as making sure you're going through as fast as possible, it's good to keep an eye out for those. Also, worst password that you could possibly use here.
Idia, yep. And Logeek's step count looked fine, looked pretty good. If anything, he was ahead of the step count, so it's fine.
Right, and here's what I mentioned earlier. Logeek went back to do the whole procedure of changing the coordinations of the missile attack and stuff. This is actually a requirement to proceed without game over. If you played this game and didn't know, you can actually get a game over screen when the missiles launch, and it will blow up the garden.
Yeah, you actually get an extra cutscene where Balam Garden is destroyed.
Yeah.
And it melts down. Meanwhile, Elbod is coming up to the last fight of Disc 1 with Cypher and Idia.
And we'll get to see those differences that we talked about so many times before.
Yeah, the Zell-less route has a bit more interesting Idia fight. And it's a bit scarier. Like we said, you can end the battle without actually getting the AP. So it can be scary.
It's fine, Mike, don't worry.
No worry. No bad RNG, Elbod.
No bad RNG, you will see. I'll get with the DM.
Oh man. It's gonna be first try.
It's gonna be no spells by Idia, right? The perfect fight. Okay, so Logic did the error ratio and uploaded the data. Now he can just exit and he will have a boss fight. And this is one of the boss fights which differ slightly based on ZLS or ZL card strats.
Not to mention who you have with your party. This is like that situation where you can bring Quistis, and that obviously changes it drastically from what Elbod's going to do.
Yeah, I think this is the only strat for ZL card. I mean, this is the optimal strat for ZL card, bringing Quistis with you, because bringing ZL would not make sense.
Exactly.
But for ZLS, you have two strats, which are common, having Rinoa and ZL or Rinoa and Quistis.
Yeah, bringing Rinoa and Quistis to the missile base changes some of the menuing.
Yeah, it introduces quite a bit more menuing, and you basically have to do the battles in S-star menu, because you will learn status magic refine also, and it doesn't only affect initiative. But here's Idia fight for Elbod.
We actually get to see both boss fights take place at once.
Oh, that should be on Irvine. Like I said earlier, Idia's first cast should be always on Irvine, but you know, ZL card strats are different. But this is a really nice fight.
It should flow pretty nicely.
Kinda low damage on the Thunder. Didn't get Squall into low HP.
It can be a little nerve-wracking on this boss.
Oh wow. Did you see that? Logi got the Angelo Rush.
Oh wow.
And then the Angelo Cannon. Well, that's double dead.
There is a point where you can just continue to do unnecessary damage against this boss.
Yeah, so basically this boss fight, you have to deal 80%, I think it was 80% of the boss's health in order to get to the next phase. And if you deal 80% to 99%, you will not get AP for the boss fight, but you will advance the fight anyway. And with ZLS, if you use Rinoa's Angelo Cannon, you will most likely not get AP from this fight, and it changes the menuing and the GF learning order of abilities. This is incoming split for Elbod, end of disc 1. We'll have a more accurate or another comparison. But that was the Ultra Waves strategy for Quistis. That was a really fast limit break.
And at this point on Logic, you're gonna see he moves all the way to the right, and then he's gonna go all the way to the left, and then return back to the center. This is necessary to advance the story. He actually didn't get it right the first time by walking far enough.
Yeah, he didn't walk far enough to the right. It's a bit tricky, it's the one spot which you can miss, but you have to basically check that you cannot go past the boss, you cannot go back in, and you cannot do anything. So that's basically what the movement is for, that you have no other option than to explode with the missile base.
And then we get to switch the scope of our story.
Yeah,
as
so
we see that
Selfie's party is dead now, so let's go.
Hopefully you didn't have them with all the good equipment.
Yeah.
And then you just continue to move through this section. Dialogue with certain NPCs is a factor here this time.
So this is again one spot where you see only Squall and Irvine will be in yellow HP for Logic, but at this point for ZLS strat you can actually get all three into yellow HP, and it will save some time in the battles.
You don't have HP junction on Ifrit here yet, do you? It's after Norg, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's after Norg. Wait.
Yeah.
What was I thinking then? Oh no, it's because Squall's HP is the same as end of Laguna Dream 3, which Elbod is at right now. So Laguna has 156 HP.
Yeah.
That HP will carry over. So if Laguna is at yellow HP at end of Laguna Dream 3, you can also get yellow HP here.
Right.
Oh, actually, the HP will also be in in prison when you're controlling Squall. So you can get all 3 characters into yellow HP with just 2 HP junctions.
Walking around back and forth, having smooth movement really comes into play here too. You need to visit certain areas to cause triggers, and then eventually can progress to actually meet Headmaster Sid.
Yeah, and this place is one of the places where selecting the correct dialogue option actually matters a lot.
And it's not just a matter of cutscenes, it might often involve battles and other... Well, I mean, there are dialogue-related situations, but you just want to make sure you're definitely focused and thinking before you simply mash.
So, nobody really mentioned this, but if you did a casual run of this game, you will probably remember that you ran around the whole garden looking for Sid and doing every single bit of text box mashing and reading and whatever. In the speedrun, we actually only visit 3 different places, which is the training center, which we're about to enter here, and then it's the library, and then we head to the infirmary, and then we head back to the middle again, where we'll see Sue, and we'll be able to proceed upwards.
There, actually, if you paid attention, Squall was facing down, which is because Logik was holding down when he was transitioning the screen. Just referencing back to the earlier discussion we had about the car in Balam Town, facing the direction that you hold. And here it's very important you select the second option. Pretty much almost all of the dialogues in Balam Garden now are the second option. Almost every single one.
Just wait till we get to the really fun part where choosing the right elevator level changes everything.
Yeah, and what's more confusing is that on the French version, the second floor has the number 1 in it, and the third floor has the number 2 in it.
Not to mention that basement 1 is on the top.
Yeah, if you're in the lobby, in the ground floor, that's the only place where you can access the basement level, and that's the first option. So going to the second floor is actually the second option.
It's quite common for people to put cues in their notes about which option the elevator is, just so they don't get trolled by it.
Yeah, and this, not to mention, it's faster when you don't have to think about it, but you know when the dialogue option pops up, you know it's the second option, that you don't even have to read anything. It's much faster, and it saves seconds over the whole run, many seconds. And I think Logik is quite a bit ahead of the step counter. He should get the last battle in the next screen, because he got the last battle really late. Get it right here. Okay, after exiting the infirmary then, I guess.
I mean, if you're ahead, be ahead.
Yeah, but it's... actually, it depends. If he doesn't do the battles in... actually, he won't do battles in S-Star menu, so... Because if it's...
Yeah, it's still Silk Card.
Yeah, so he doesn't care about it. But yeah, having the correct step count is extremely important for like one route of the many that people use. For that one route, having the correct step count is very, very important.
And we'll make sure that everything's running smoothly for you. Right now, Elbod's for the most part walking around, finishing up Laguna 3, while we have a meeting with Headmaster Sid. And at this point in the story, Sid's going to reveal more about the mission that not only the team was tasked on, but of course, seeing as how there's this civil war within Balam Garden, not everything is as it appears. The other thing that we'll be paying attention to is you're going to see some differences in the prison, like we mentioned, due to the no-Zell card strats.
Right, notably the Bigs and Wedge fight.
Precisely. We actually end up spending a lot of time in Balam for the rest of this disc. We do visit a couple other places, but learning the navigation on here, I don't know if we mentioned it earlier while I was busy with some of the things with the relay. The path that you choose when on the main floor. One way is definitely faster than the other.
I'm not sure.
It was proposed to me that taking the right side path, because the screen is itself shorter, is faster than taking the long walking route to the left.
Oh, yes.
Are you talking about at the entrance?
No, when coming out of the dormitory and going to the lobby.
Oh, yes.
You take the right side.
The left side is like 5 or 6 seconds slower.
Yeah, it's notably longer, and like you would think that the screens are similar because they're just basically mirrored, but the screens are actually made very differently, and the right side screen is much shorter. Well, I guess not much shorter, but it's notably shorter.
It is notably shorter. I definitely noticed a difference, and once you see the difference, you kind of see it. All about the angle of the screens. Now, what's actually coming up, since there's a lot of text happening for Elbod for the next few minutes, we actually get another mini game that I don't think anyone can possibly enjoy. It's probably the most unfun, uninteractive minigame available.
I bet Luzbel enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it a lot, mate.
Oh, well.
That's the best.
So, there is this thing where I told everybody that I could do Valve first try for the longest time. So, on my run 3 weeks ago, I finally got it in a real run.
Nice.
Nice.
On the PC or
Congratulations.
console? On the console?
Yeah, on the console.
That makes
Nice,
sense.
man.
Luzbel has done tutorials on how to mash properly.
Yeah. But yeah, basically the minigame is just the Valve minigame, which is you just have to mash. Is it 137 times?
Yeah.
10 seconds to get it on the first try.
Yeah, well, it's 11 seconds, and on
Right.
PC it feels harder, but I think it's because the game runs at 31, maybe sometimes 32 FPS, so you have a little bit less time.
Yeah, I guess it's 31.5 FPS or something. But yeah, it's basically...
But it's not that hard.
Yeah, I mean, I've never done it, but partly also because I don't run the English version that much. I only ran it when I was really noob, and I haven't really paid attention to it. But
yeah, on French version is
on the
almost
French,
impossible.
it's impossible. At least nobody has done it, as far as we know.
I think I've always tried to give a good attempt at it, and in my last run, I really felt like I was mashing my heart out, and I don't think I was even close.
By the way, movement in these screens are like you can see Logik has having trouble. Like, yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Was going to talk about.
There's a lot of corners.
The ladders
Getting up
in
on
these
that
plays
specific ladder is hell.
Yeah, if you want to know a good tip for that that screen, when you go into that screen, just hold down and right for the whole way, and just mash X when you get close to the ladder, and you will always grab the ladder.
I will remember that.
Yeah, just hold down and right, and mash X.
The benefit with the Valve minigame is even if you don't get it on your first try, the second attempt will be easier because a party member will come and help you out.
Yeah, I think the second try is half as many inputs
It's like
as the first.
60 inputs or something, it's pretty low.
Yeah, it should be like that.
Yeah, so it's pretty much guaranteed if you just mash fast. It's like you don't even have to be particularly fast to do it. But yeah, I've heard of people missing it on the second try too. But that's one spot where Elbod can make up time if he's fast as good at mashing.
Elbod have managed to get to Valve before.
A couple of times, but very long ago.
Luzber, are you
He's-
sitting next to Elbod?
Yeah.
You can help.
I'm not gonna do it.
Luzber assisted speedrun.
Oh man. Close as task as one can be.
Definitely.
Either that or Elbod will just surprise us. You never know when someone's been underground training, button mashing forever.
Yeah, he's been lifting weights. Getting ripped. Good for mashing.
Another screen where your dialogue choice does shorten things for you and allow you to quickly progress.
Yeah, as I said before, the second option. Again here. And when
And that
coming
stays
down
pretty
from the
consistent.
ladder. Yeah, it's like, I think the first option when coming into Palam Garden is the first option, and then all the other are second option. Except for this one, when he grabbed the ladder again in this room, it's the first option to go down.
And for the very important question, will there be saving before oil boils? I would highly recommend it.
I'm guessing yes.
That is gonna happen, yes.
I'm guessing Logic.
Well, if they heal
Before
Squall,
boil is an obligation.
My thoughts exactly.
Yeah, I think we most have died there at some point.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There was a rumor that Final Fantasy VIII runners never like to heal, but that is very, very untrue.
It depends, like, not healing is just the riskiest way to go about it, and it is the fastest because you don't spend the time
exactly.
healing. And but if you want to play it slightly safer, it's not a huge deal to heal, especially when the menu is already open. Selecting the potion and healing, throwing one potion on a couple characters, it's like 2 seconds lost. And in certain spots, like I mentioned earlier, the Fujin and Rajin fight in Balamtown, I like to toss 2 potions, one on Squall, one on Zell. But healing there actually prevents you of taking advantage of the 3-second time save before the boss fights, both fights. So it's 6 seconds lost. So it's actually a bigger time loss, like 10 seconds or so. But I still like to take 10-second time loss over dying. But yeah, this is the old boss fight. Everything should be fine.
This is when Irvine just carries for the rest of the run.
And he got a really good fight. Or pretty good fight.
Yep, didn't get any high ability attack, just able to quickly get the limit break and unleash Irvine's Fury. Whenever you're doing Irvine's limit, in most situations it's fine to just keep shooting until you see 0 come up, but against most soldiers, 1 shot's enough.
Yeah, and if you know your current level at this point in the game, and you know the enemy HP, which you can check online, and you know the enemy vitality, you can calculate how many shots you have to do at maximum worst case scenario. And you can, like with Zell card, 3 shots is always enough to kill the old boss. Without Zell card you have to use 4, I think.
yeah.
So there's like small time saves like that over the whole run, where like Zell card saves just a second or 2, but the biggest time saves are particular battles like the Idia fight in the end of this one, and like the Norg fight is slightly faster also.
So there was actually a thing here discovered, I believe. I know it was a Japanese runner that started to do it, but you hit the thing in the middle at first, and then you move 1 step to the right, and you can hit another thing that activates the next part of the cutscene.
I used to do that, but then I noticed that somehow I was screwing it up, and it's easier to just hit X on the middle console twice. It is slightly slower, but
yeah,
somehow it was more consistent for me. I don't know.
This is another decent break for the runner if they need to get up, stretch their legs, or just not mash buttons for a while.
Yeah, this is another 1 to 2 minutes.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the longer breaks.
It's kind of sad that the early game has a lot of these breaks, like going to Dolet, the landing is a break, and then there's the break when the satellite goes up, and there's the break for the dance. Like all these breaks early on in the game, but then fewer and fewer as the run goes on.
The next safe break is a speech, right?
Yeah, it's the Renoa cutscene when you walk up to there. If you are quick enough, you can run off during one of the train cutscenes. It's roughly 40 seconds long.
Yeah, here's the Biggs and Wedge fight for Elbod. We'll see if he does some special strats here. Or a pretty bad ATB.
And how we just wait. Biggs and Wedge have perfected this art of talking during a battle.
There is another strategy that you could use here. You could use one Zell attack and 2 selfie attacks on the Biggs, and 2 Zell attacks on on Wedge and 2 Zell attacks on Biggs. With the ATB that Elbod had right now, well, where Zell goes first, I think it might have been worth it.
Yeah, they didn't get a lot of attacks off, so he most likely saved time.
Yeah, but that is one of the fights where Zelles loses time because you have to use more attacks. You use twice as many attacks.
Yeah.
That gives the enemy more chances to get a turn off and whatever. So, but that is the price you pay for not having to handle the RNG of the Zell card.
The next several sequences, there's a little bit of running amok, one more boss fight, and then just a lot of dialogue, a lot of character development, and elements of that sort. For the most part, Norg is the next fight, and that's kind of where you start to feel safer once you get past him. It's more than quickly get limit and shoot the enemy like crazy. It's more along you actually have to aim a little bit. And
yeah, Norg is actually one of the harder battles, but it's not hard. Final Fantasy VIII, we should make this clear, Final Fantasy VIII is one of the easier runs to just get a run done. But optimizing the game is, like we have, I hope, demonstrated and talked about, is really hard to get everything perfect. So this is the spot for Logic where you would get an extra cutscene if you brought Rinoa into the garden, but because we didn't, we don't get the extra cutscene.
And I don't know if anyone pointed out whether or not Elbod saved the Moomba. I'd assume he did not.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. You can see there's only 2 Moombas
there's only
here.
2.
Yeah,
yep,
so
if you do rescue the Moomba, there's a third one where you get an additional option for one of the lower levels to have the door open. I think it's
the floors 10 to 12, 10, 11, 12.
Oh, it's the higher level, my mistake.
Yes. It's the first
like
option
4
is
and
2,
5
3, 4. Yeah, you select the floors 4 and 5 because you want to take as few steps as possible with Irvine's party, because you don't have the encounter non-equipped unless you do the junction switch. But yeah, if you save the third Moomba, you get the option to select the levels 10, 11 or 12 to get an extra shortcut.
It certainly is a slower part of the game, as while there are a lot of cutscenes, you get less in the terms of action and combat, and it kind of just is deliberate in my thoughts, where you slowly build up for a very climactic end of the disc.
Yeah, Final Fantasy VIII as a speedrun is pretty slow in general, mostly because we kill bosses so quickly. Bosses are pretty much irrelevant until the later parts of the game. There are a few bosses in the no cell car route that is pretty dangerous to actually fight, but you can play it pretty much safely without having to do anything special or crazy.
Right, so what happened in Log Extreme story-wise was that the party told Sid that missiles could be heading on the way to Balam Garden, and Sid told them that there's the basement where this place used to be a shelter of some kind, and check the basement, there might be something helpful. And we saw that the Balam Garden got the ability to fly. And we dodged the missiles. Now, this guy is telling you that you have to go to the basement or another base level to talk to the master. We'll see who that is.
And we did the HP manipulation because after oil boils, your party rests and is fully healed, so you swap the junction so that the important party is in critical. That way you can fire off limit breaks in a quick manner.
Yeah, you want to have Squall and Irvine in low HP to get Renzokuken and shot.
Now, which way is the best way to approach it? Is it different by strategy for who attacks what?
With Zelkard, I think it's the same. I'm not sure if there's a better way. The thing to note is that Renzokuken will always hit 6 times against Norg, so you cannot get a 4-hit limit break. But the 6 hits are actually quite fast, so I'm not sure.
I know from what my notes and what I've done, and it feels comfortable, is I usually have Irvine attack the shell and then switch Squall to attack the Norg himself.
It's always better to attack, to do Squall's limit break first, to get 4-hit Renzo.
Yeah,
and then you can get a crit with Irvine against Norg, so you need less attacks.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess you could get crits with Irvine on the first phase too.
Yeah, but you get 6 hits Renzo always.
Yeah, I haven't timed the 6 hits how fast they are, because it seems like they are faster, that you get a couple of fast triggers. I usually have gone just with the first limit break that I get, I use that one. Like, if both of the characters have the turn, I just go with the first one, because I think it wastes more time trying to search another limit break than you save by using the correct limit breaks in the correct spots.
Norg is also a part of the story that people tend to dislike because it changes what they originally believed was going on. It kind of throws a wrench in the plan. Also, he's got one of the weirdest dialogue choices as far as what he actually says.
Norg is just a weird guy that appears out of nowhere. And
yeah,
the most funny about him at all is that he lives in a garden's basement.
Yeah, and he's not. It doesn't seem like it's necessary for the story, except that this does explain how the garden faculty actually has power over Sid, because Sid is not actually the main leader of the garden, basically, or the only decision maker.
Fate plays an important role throughout the story, and so taking control of your fate or being a conduit are kind of at play at this part where were they being manipulated or are they supposed to be fighting the sorceress, and that becomes more relevant to the story point a little bit later as we learn more.
So Elbod actually did the junction switch, so Irvine's party does have encounter half now for Elbod.
I guess it's safer, especially if you're afraid of encounters here.
Yeah, especially if you're behind the step counter, it's a nice way to catch up.
Also, Norg speaks in all caps, so you must imagine he's shouting the entire time.
Yeah. There's actually something interesting that you can do in the next transition. Right before the battle, you can actually open the menu in this screen, and you can move around with Squall.
I've never done that before.
Yeah, I'm not sure if any... Like right now, you could open the menu right before the battle. And I think it would be like 1 second faster to do the menu in that screen than you would normally. I'm not sure why. Spell maybe knows.
Just because the loading times. Because Nork is moving while the screen is running.
Ah, okay, nice. So the battle starts right after you close the menu?
Well, not right after that. You save just 1 second because, as I said, Nork is moving, so you save that.
Right. Yeah. So we see. Yeah, Logic used the Irvine limit break into Renzokuken.
And that's usually what I do.
There you can see he got the 6 hits. Oh, he got the rough divide. That's bad luck.
That's one of those situations where rough divide isn't necessary and is just an inconvenience.
I mentioned earlier that getting a rough divide depends on how many hits Renzokuken deals, but against these bosses where the Renzokuken hits are predetermined, it doesn't matter. The number of hits is 6, but behind is actually the critical level which determines the chance of getting rough divide. And there's 4 critical levels. Critical level 1 you have about 25%, then it's about 50%, about 75, and about 100. It's not exactly that, it's about 23% each, but still. Basically, if you get 7 hits and no rough divide, that's pretty lucky, and if you get 4 hits and rough divide, that's quite unlucky.
Elbod had a pretty fast fight there at the top of the prison, was able to get to Renoa pretty quickly.
Yeah, and that's actually a split for Elbod, I guess.
But I'm pretty sure our organizers are pretty on top of it.
Yeah, I was just interested on the actual time difference now.
Oh, of course.
It does look like Elbod has been catching up all the time, slightly.
Quite significantly, considering...
well, it's the 10 minutes in the beginning for the Zell card, but after that it's like 40 seconds, 40, 50 seconds. Pretty good run.
Elbod's been consistently running this particular Final Fantasy game, not only from his marathons that he does basically weekly, and he's always felt pretty confident in it. In fact, he taught me when I was getting started.
Right, right.
One thing here is you can talk to the doctor, the medic at the infirmary, to at least speak to them. You don't actually go in there.
Yeah, the doctor tells you to talk to the or you want to talk to Sid, but you don't actually have to talk. You don't only have to select the second option with the doctor and you can get out.
It then causes this next trigger where you deal with the white seed chip, which seemed a little out of place, but then once again, as time goes on, begins to make a bit more sense. Still something that's debated, though, is what their role to play would have been.
So, I have a question for the chat. That small minigame that Elbod just did right there, how many of you died there when you were kids?
I did.
Yeah, I don't remember actually if I did.
The very first time, I didn't realize you can move. So
yeah.
I just waited and died.
Yeah, every time I run Final Fantasy VIII, I'm at that spot. There's always somebody who says, I died there as a kid.
Yeah.
I'm not one of those people.
You did
it is a trap.
I've died in more embarrassing places than to that little action sequence.
Ifrit.
Twice an Ifrit at 4 in the morning. Yeah, a big thing that other runs started to do is the mega races, which was a huge deal. How many people do you guys remember we had at the first or second one? It was a significant number. People that didn't
do you
run
mean
it.
the squall is not
The
race?
second one
Yeah, the
was
squall
like
is not.
more than 20.
Yeah, I think it was more than 20. Very few people actually finished, but...
We had a lot of new runners too. Just jump into it blind.
Yep.
Sometimes it's not just about trying to beat each other in a race. Sometimes it's about sharing in the sympathy and misery of what this game can do to you.
Yeah.
Or what you can do to yourself.
So yeah, we see Elbod selected the party with Zell in the missile base, so he will use the Zell strategy.
We're still going to use limits against the tank boss, but we'll do it in a reverse order than what you saw. We'll have Zell punch and kick his way to victory, and then let Renoa clean up.
Exactly. There's actually a thing that in the Selka route it's really not noticeable, or you don't really pay attention to it, but the damage you deal to BGH actually determines how much AP you get. So in the route where you bring Renoa and Quistis to the missile base, you actually don't get a full AP amount, and that's why the menuing becomes a little bit different.
Yeah, you have to deal 80% of the health to progress into the second phase, and you have to deal 100% to get AP. And most common damage roll with Renoa without Zell card is between 80 and 100%, so most often you will not get AP. Sometimes you can actually deal less than 80%, and if that happens, it's bad times. Luzbel, do you remember what the chances are of not getting 80% health?
Less than 25%. I mean, you need to get the high level tank, and then you have like 40% of chance to not deal enough damage.
Okay, so it's like 20% or something. So it's not very likely, but it's possible. Has not happened to me yet, luckily.
One thing I noticed that I didn't know if anyone had more insight on, but Logic actually grabbed the occult fan in the library.
Oh, I didn't notice that. That's probably just for money.
That's what my thought was, but I've never done or seen that before myself.
Yeah, I used to pick it up when I was not sure about the money in this route.
So, a funny thing about that, a extremely old no-sell card route actually used to pick that up. Even the old sell card route used to pick it up, and that was before people realized we could just sell the elemental attacks from the Ifrit card.
Oh, right. What did you use it for before? Or the elemental attacks?
Oh, you didn't use them for anything. People just never sold them.
Right.
And the occult fan sells for like 17,500 gil or something.
Yeah, it's a lot. There is another magazine that we will be picking up in the last Laguna Dream, Laguna Dream 5.
And it's super critical.
It's 25,000 gil, I think. Or is it 22 and a half? 25, I think. Anyway, it's a lot of gold, gil. Sorry. And that is most of the money that you get. Also, we get 8 mega potions from a cipher fight, which also sell for, I think, 40,000 total.
Yeah, it's 40,000.
Yeah. So those two are the major sources of gil. And all that gil will be used in S-Star menu. That is the last spot where we actually use money.
So one other thing that I don't think we touched on was, as far as the story is concerned, was Eleni/Alone, however you particularly wish to pronounce it. I always used Alone until recently, but that point's irrelevant. We saw her briefly at the very beginning of the game, and Squall had been curious about who she was. Apparently, she had been in the garden the whole time.
Yeah, I guess she was in the library reading books.
Yeah, I mean, if Squall had actually read a book, he may have run into a significant character.
Shots fired.
And now we get to arrive on Fisherman's Horizon, where I hope you brought your pillows if you live in the EU and stayed up too late. I wish you the best of luck.
Actually, this is one of the themes that many people say this is their favorite song. The upcoming Fisherman's Horizon, I mean. Also the good theme going on with Elbod stream, the missile base. With Elbod we see he selects the first option and now the second option next. And small things like this are what
lately, at least for me, it's been more about optimizing all the options. Or not lately, but there was a period of learning all the fastest options.
I committed a little mistake there. I chose the first option twice, and it was supposed to be the second and then the first.
Correct.
Oh yeah,
Lost 3 seconds.
I forgot. It's the second and then the first. Yeah.
As long as you don't get forced into mashing a button aimlessly.
Yeah.
Just smack it to heck. Elbod, were you there to answer the question of your favorite/least favorite part of the run or the game in general?
Sorry, what?
Your least and favorite parts of the run.
My favorite part is the entire this 4, and my least favorite
right.
is definitely the entirety of this one.
Not to mention the,
I don't like it.
Is it
the
because of the
soldier
RNG?
game.
Is disc 1 your least favorite because of the RNG or because of the story or what?
For everything, mate. The RNG, the cards, the bloody dollet, the fishes. I don't know where to start.
I guess
I never start Final Fantasy VIII runs because I don't want to face this one.
And that is pretty much the hardest part to get past. Once you get through that, you just kind of push yourself to keep going.
You know, when I played casually, I had the same mental block. I wanted to play Final Fantasy VIII, but I never wanted to start a run for 2 reasons. Drawing magic and fighting the spider robot.
Oh man. I don't want to cause a distraction and detract, but what I mentioned earlier, what you just saw Logic do is he moved into a position where the next screen was loading and Squall was able to move around to be right next to the next screen. If he had gone too far, he would have to watch an animation of Squall walking all the way back and then go forward. Instead, he was quickly able to transfer screens.
Yeah, the easy way to do that is during the cutscene you can actually hear the steps, and you can hold up, then right, then down, and you will be pretty close to the exit. You can tap right a couple times and you will be right next to the trigger point.
Now in Elbod's fight, you see that he KO'd Zell, and then Rinoa was quickly able to dispatch the enemies with her dog cannon. That's just setting up Zell for the low HP and get his limit break in a bit.
Yeah, and this next battle can be really... right there you see Ifrit learned strength plus 40%. That's very important for the next fight.
Critical.
Basically with Zell you just use four different moves with Zell limit break, and you will kill the boss. But because you only have 1 HP junction, you have it on Rinoa right now, and Zell will be actually really low HP, like 60 to 70 or 80, I don't know. Really low HP, basically 1-shot kill by the boss. So if he gets unlucky, he can repeatedly kill Zell.
Yeah, speaking of the look at the Logic stream and the storyline right now. They are here in Fisherman Horizon. They just visited the major of this place to get help to repair the garden, so they are able to leave. The major also wants them to leave immediately due to them being a non-aggressive... Yeah, I don't know what to call it.
They tried to remain neutral throughout everything.
Yeah.
They don't want to be involved in the conflicts between others, and that's why they're being politely told to fix their ship and leave before the Galbadian army follows them.
Yeah, they don't want to have anything to do with the army of Balam Garden, and now... Oh, was that... Wait, Logic's...
Yeah, Logic's step counter is not
He was
good.
behind?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This is a
Gonna
little
have to take, what
unfortunate.
is it, 6 steps here?
I'm
Yeah,
not
6
sure.
steps.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, the Galbadian army has arrived,
Yeah.
so their
Didn't
efforts
do
to block that are in vain.
I didn't actually notice when he fell behind on the step counter. I guess it must have been in the prison.
Yeah, more than likely.
The prison movement is very tricky, and it takes
He
a
got
bit
the encounter going to instead of when he was coming back in the
Yeah,
in
because
the,
I thought
Balam
he
Garden.
was fine, because in the missile base, his first encounter in missile base looked like it was fine, and I mentioned at the time that it was, if anything, he was ahead, but it was probably just he was so much behind that the second encounter was already triggered.
Yeah.
Here we see Elbod using the 90s PC, super fast.
Thank goodness it doesn't have dial-up connection.
Look at that speed, holy moly.
There is a bit of delay in the computer menu, so you kind of have to make sure that your input goes through,
Yeah.
such as holding a direction a second longer than average, and thankfully for the error ratio, you just keep holding until it's maxed.
There's actually a minor time saver. You can actually leave the error ratio at 74% and it will be fine. Like one less than the maximum.
Yeah. It just saves the frame and then input, basically.
Pretty much like a fifth of a second, maybe. This is the second BGH fight on Logic's side, and he will use... Oh, he went with the basic attacks, okay.
I think it's because he was having trouble getting the limit breaks.
Yeah, I guess he determined that with one squall attack already going off, it's faster to use another Irvine and squall attack instead of going with the Irvine limit break. And it probably would have been faster, but unfortunately the soldier got the fire off, so the fire animation actually cost him time.
There is a situation where this boss can hit you with a high damage attack and knock down one of your party members,
Yep,
but it's
I have
normally
died
not
to
the
this
biggest
boss.
issue. It's a mana beam-like attack, but thankfully it was avoided and quickly dealt with.
Yeah, he got a really nice 4-hit limit break here with Squall, and it's actually probably faster than Irvine limit break. So that's
there was
another
no
nice...
rest divide either.
Yeah, that's one of the nice parts about doing Zell card. You can use either limit break to kill this. And you see he got 8 missiles in this fight, and those missiles will refine into, I believe, 30 demolition ammo each, or 20. Either way, he will get 100 demolition ammo at some point in S-Star menu, after S-Star menu actually. So demolition ammo will be plentiful.
Now, we've got another bit of a slower moment. Another question that I want to ask everybody. I know it's not exactly related to the speedrun, but I always liked this game for the summons and the abilities that you got for them. I'm curious what your guys' favorite summon was. Even the chat can answer. Because I personally, anyone who watches my stream knows that I'm a huge Cactar fan. A backup strat in it is to KO some of them. Ooh, Zell went down early. I'll change that subject to this fight.
Yeah, let's continue that after this fight. This is actually tricky.
And Zell's the important one. You need to keep him around.
Yeah, you need to have Zell alive.
Thankfully, attacking with Stealthy bought enough time to buffer the limit for Zell.
Yeah, we haven't actually talked about that, but I guess it's quite like easy to see that using an attack during that animation, the ATB doesn't advance. That gives you free time to search for the limit break of your characters. So this fight should be over when the soldiers spawn. Angelo Cannon will go off and it will kill the 3 soldiers. And that is the different strategy that people use for Zealous. Most people use that strategy for Zealous.
The only concern, of course, is the strength plus 40% is pretty tight. You need to make sure that you have the AP for it, otherwise this fight does not go well.
Well, with this strategy actually it's not that big of a deal, because Zell can deal more damage than you need to. But if you use the Rinoa strat, where you use Angelo Cannon on this first phase, you need to have the strength plus 40. It's impossible to do without.
That makes sense.
But yeah, if you don't have the strength plus 40 for this fight, you have screwed something up with Ifrit's abilities. And that's the fight. Pretty
Thankfully, chat's carrying on with my questions. I like a lot of those answers.
You can go back to that.
Yeah,
I don't really know. Maybe Diablos, the animation was pretty cool. Eden
And
was
not to
nice
mention-
because you could easily get 255 boost.
One fun thing with Eden is the ability Devour, which, if anyone gets Eden, and you probably should, test that ability out and see how epic it is.
I don't actually remember if I ever used it.
Well, I don't want to spoil it, but at the same time I do. Let's just say its effect is not what you expected.
No, I think I've seen it, but I don't think I've ever used it.
It's a shame that we don't get too many of the summons, but the 100% runners out there certainly do and like to use Kamikaze from Cactar, so that's always an impressive thing to see. There's no real differences for the Balam Garden section up to Oil Boils and Norik per se. It also dawned on me that the reason why the step count might be different between the two is Elbod did do that switch for Encounter Half. I don't know how big of a role that will play, but then again, I am pretty bad at step count myself.
Well, we should be paying attention to whether or not he gets an encounter before or after Training Center. I believe Training Center is pretty much the trigger point. If you get an encounter after Training Center, you should be fine. If you get it before, then you're behind.
Also, Logik just passed through a certain sequence where dialogue options matter. When you have Irvine and you're going to talk to Selphie, you want to make sure Irvine handles it, otherwise you'll get extra dialogue and then still get the closing dialogue.
Yeah, that's one of the long dialogues if you select the wrong option.
I'm also interested with how people choose the band configuration for the concert.
I believe the fastest way is to do the Eyes on Me.
The fastest is
about.
to do yeah, what do you do? I don't remember the first instrument.
The saxophone,
guitar, piano, and bass.
Piano and bass guitar.
Also, Zell with the epic sax skills.
Yeah, epic sax guy, Zell.
At this point in the story, Squall is now basically being appointed the leader for Balam Garden, and he's not too fond of that responsibility. Which is why they try to throw a concert for him and try to get him to converse with Renoa a bit more than necessary. I think a lot of people dislike the romance story in Final Fantasy VIII because it's kind of, well, forced. Between Renoa trying a bit too hard, to be honest.
So again, Elbod is visiting the three places that he needs to: training center, library, infirmary. I have actually no idea what his step count is. Maybe Elbod knows himself.
I am very behind because I did the menu a little bit late, so I got the encounter early.
Oh, so you didn't switch encounter half until later?
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's
so
not a big deal.
You're a bit behind. It's just an extra encounter.
And to be honest, after this point, encounters are irrelevant. I mean, you'd get the extra encounters possibly at Fisherman's Horizon, but that would still be on par with kind of what happened with Logik.
Yeah, and after the BGH, the second BGH boss, you have encounter none, so you won't get any random battles anymore. So there we heard the victory from Logik. He got the quote-unquote correct band. Slight difference is also you saw Elbod talk to the pig-tailed girl in the library, and he got a remedy from her, whereas Logik got a Mega Phoenix because Logik had Zell with him in the party, and Zell and the pig-tailed girl have a thing going on, I guess.
Someone asked if the band actually mattered. Interesting question. For the most part, it does determine some dialogue.
Yeah, there's different dialogue during the song.
There's also particular options to choose when speaking to Renault the first time. You actually want to go along with it, so you don't have to deal with more conversation about Squall's complaining.
And Logi actually had one option before. When talking to Rinoa, selecting the second option is much faster than the first option again.
And just when we thought Fisherman's Horizon was a bit slower, there's technically more moving around now than what you experience in Travia Garden, but Travia Garden also has a linchpin in the run where we can actually draw auras, which we like to use later on.
Yeah, drawing auras is very important for the run. It helps... Wait, is it 2 battles where you need aura magics?
It's
Mobile type 8.
Well,
and
3
Sorceress.
battles. It's Mobile 8, Sorceress, and well, no, yeah, since you use Aura Stone for all
Yeah, Aura Stone is used in the last battle.
Unless, of course, you get Holy War, which is always a blast.
Yeah, Holy War is basically, for those who don't know, Holy War has the same effect as Hero on all characters, so your whole party becomes invincible. And the normal strategy for the last fight is to use 2 heroes, but if you get the Holy War, which is it a 10% chance, I think, then you save a bit of time because you get you don't have to use 2 items, you only use Holy War. Saves a bit of time in the last fight, around 30 seconds. Also because you don't have to watch the animation of the dead character respawning.
We do party manipulation in this run, and part of that, your final party, we'll go into details with that, but that's already been kind of decided by what the runners have done earlier. Everything that you do against Ultimecia can either be incredibly random or as structured as you can possibly hope for. The next parts of the run are quite straightforward. I'm kind of trying to think ahead for what's absolutely critical. I mean, besides getting lost in Galbadia Garden and maybe losing in the minigame, which is less likely now with what people have tried doing. I would say the difficulty curve in this run is quite low, where it's quite easy to process through, but if you don't know why you're doing something in particular, you might not have as much success.
Yeah, and Elbod is coming up to the Oil Balls fight soon. Couple minutes away. We'll see if Elbod gets the Valve minigame first try.
No.
No pressure, no pressure.
He will, he will.
Come on, come on.
We believe in you, Elbod. We believe.
It's not like you have an audience or anything.
My arm is not in accordance.
Logic is actually getting really close to getting to the Fujin and Rajin fight, which is one of the more dangerous fights.
And it's for the Fujin and Rajin fight we are actually going to see the very first sequence break of the game.
Do you call it a sequence break?
Yep, it is a sequence break.
By its definition, I think that's a fair thing to call it, since you're avoiding doing something that you would otherwise be forced to do.
Yeah, okay. It's an interesting thing. Like the devs might have, or surely they put like a backdoor
into the story. If you like stuck for too long, they give you free access.
Yeah, it's
a weird sequence break.
Which just so happens to be fantastic for a speedrun.
Elbod, did the strat work?
Yeah, mate, I remember.
I think between some of the screens pre-oil boils or even the very first screen on the missile base can be quite deceptive.
Alright, let's go, Elbod, if we believe.
I bet Elbod is not even trying to mash right now.
I was trying with my life, mate.
Almost.
Ah, almost. This is one of the more fun menus, I think, what Logic is doing right now. I don't know why, but equipping the... Oh, he went with the serious heal on Squall.
That, I guess, makes sense. Trying to avoid the loss of any extra time is fair. I mean, there have been situations where Irvine is constantly, and I mean constantly, knocked down, but so long as Squall is around, you'll be able to pop him right back up.
So we also, while Elbod is having a bit of trouble moving through that screen, which
I don't understand that screen.
That screen
really
is actually
don't.
really hard. You have to hold left, then you move into left and then up. And you have to do it in a smooth motion to move seamlessly, but it's really hard to move through that. Anyway, what I was saying is we saw Logic making Ifrit learn Fire Magic Refine and Diablos learn Status Magic Refine, which both of those will be used in a star menu.
And of course, when we're modifying all of our cards at that point, we'll have a lot of interesting items that are discretion, as well as many things to refine and such.
And here Logic is performing the sequence break, which is entering and exiting the screen with the hotel in it 17 times in total. And that will somehow trigger the story to continue, basically. So he hasn't done enough yet, but basically if you remember from your casual playthroughs, you have to go through the whole trouble of finding the dog and the smell of the fish, and you had to find Rajin with some weird clues. Instead of that, you can just exit and enter 17 times in that screen and the game will let you pass.
Yeah, it saves a few minutes.
Even if you're not counting, and like if you lose track of your count for whatever reason, you'll know that you're able to progress because the guards won't be standing at attention like they would have normally been.
Yeah, they're a bit spread apart, like to the left and right.
However, keep note that once you start this first part of the fight, you can't heal into the next fight. You have to continue with what you've got.
Yeah, if that was a possibility, I probably would heal only after the first battle. The first battle is not that scary. Oh, he had the chance to get the perfect fight. Still really good.
And fire is not a very slow magic.
Yeah. That was a nice fight.
And Elbod unfortunately been caught in a fight that I'm not necessarily a fan of.
Oh my god.
Alright, it's been how many hours that I finally got one of my classic bad puns in. I can rest for a while.
Good job. This is Elbod's fight. Did you save Elbod? Oh, he went with the heal on Squall instead.
Yeah, went with the safe strats, which is totally fine.
Yeah, that's
I saved it anyway, don't
second
worry.
up. Oh, you did save, okay. I missed it. So this is a Fujin and Rajin fight on Logic's stream. This is... You need to draw Pandemona in this fight from Fujin. And this ATB is actually pretty nice. And Fujin almost always uses Tornado on her first turn.
So this is why the battle is scary. Tornado deals about 300 damage to everyone, and if Rajin hits Irvine in the first battle and the second battle, Irvine can actually die. But that was pretty much as well as the battle usually goes with the safe stats. I'm pretty sure Logic would have survived the battle even if he did not heal, but you can never know that before the fight, so...
Pandemona is a must-have from this fight. We want it primarily for initiative.
Yeah, initiative and speed junction later on for the sorceress fight. But initiative is definitely the major one for Laguna Dream 5, for example, and almost all the boss battles after Estar.
Initiative's also one of those things where if you don't necessarily have all the AP for the late parts of the run, you do get the opportunity to farm cactars because they're worth a high amount of AP. Of course, it is out of your way, and if you go to the wrong part of where they spawn, you could get one of the alien encounters, but I've only done that a couple times.
You can go to Cactuar Island where the alien doesn't spawn and you only get Cactuars. You get 2 to 4 Cactuars each battle, and every Cactuar is worth 20 AP, so you can get up to 80 AP from one battle. And they're worth very low amounts of XP, so there's no really any risk of leveling up, but that's basically just a backup strat, in case you do need to farm more AP.
And so Elbod also gets the chance for quite a nice break. This is going to be probably one of the slowest parts of Final Fantasy VIII tonight.
Oh no, so we don't get any swag backwards driving.
Oh, but we do get to see something really cool that you can do with the garden, with how you can navigate the map here by skipping over these islands.
Yeah, the island skip.
You can do that backwards. Sniff.
Yeah, I mean, driving backwards in this game is not really that much harder than forwards, because you can change the camera to face forward and it's the same after that, just a different button to go forward.
So
I think it's... Go ahead.
The reason I'm saying, if you do backwards driving here, the reason... So, the garden was set up so if you would drive backwards right there, you could drive backwards the entire way. So when you leave the garden, you actually leave... Squall leaves on the side closest to the garden, so you don't have to run around the garden.
Yeah.
It just saves that small little bit of time.
Yeah, and when leaving the garden, you have the garden facing forward, so you don't have to back up. But it's just minor differences. The same we will see whether or not they drive the car backwards when going back to Estar City for the second visit, for the Estar menu.
While this next sequence is quite slow and heavy on the dialogue, it's still probably one of the most critical parts of the run. This is actually a part that many people kind of couldn't suspend their disbelief as the story itself gets stretched to some weird places, so to say.
Yeah, this is basically the story town of the game, and the story gets weird.
And it does set you up for what you're basically going through the next couple of hours.
So...
And you do get to become a bit more closer to the characters themselves and understand why they are the way they are.
The storyline here is basically that the GFs have drained our memories. And Irvine explains that we all came from this orphanage. Well, not from this one, but from a orphanage that we are going to visit later in the game.
Also, of course, while you see Travia lives in a place that would be more friendly towards hockey, Galbadia happens to have the hockey rink. Meanwhile, Travia gets basketball instead.
Yeah. Who knows, maybe they have a hockey ring next to the basketball, we just don't see it.
I don't think it's relevant anymore, all things considered.
I guess.
But it is too bad that you don't get to see too much of Trabia. But you can kind of imagine what it was kind of like. And I don't know if people cut it. Actually, I'll get back to that if it becomes relevant again. The topic slipped my mind. One of the interesting things here is knowing where to go. Like, this entire sequence is just a series of story triggers of knowing where to walk, who to speak with, and things of that nature. Another one of those situations where you could hit plenty of buttons and just sit there mashing for a few seconds without realizing, oh, I should probably be moving, or where do I move to? There's also some more revelations.
I just soft-locked.
Oh.
Oh.
You scared me for a moment. Until
You finally tried to
until I
get...
realized what's cutscene.
Nah, just kidding.
Elbod is known for doing that. That's if you're familiar with his streams, I didn't want to say anything, but he has been known to pull a fast one on all of us. But he tried to call wolf or cry wolf a few times. There are some situations where you can soft lock in this game.
There are two very well-known ones. One is in the orphanage when you go there with Squall and Noah.
Yes.
Later in the game, and then there's the LNA one, where alone in space.
That one I have gotten.
Yeah, I got it
Are you
on
talking
my
about soft
second or third PC run many years ago.
Yes, different soft lock locations.
There's one in the prison where when you're running away from the guard with Zell, if you trigger the battle and change the screen at the same frame, you actually softlock.
Didn't know that one.
That happened to me in a 100% run once. I got teleported into the screen where after the Squall's speech, you see all the other characters running into the other garden, and they're shouting for something like "For Balam Garden" or something.
Right.
Into that screen, but there were no NPCs and nothing, so I got softlocked. And I saw a video on YouTube. Somebody else got the same softlock, except they were teleported into the screen where you normally fight the air soldier, but there was no air soldier fight.
Right.
And I guess you could call the parking on top of a forest a softlock. You can park your Ragnarok on top of a forest so that you cannot access it anymore.
Yes, Lokino's got that one. I still cannot replicate it.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen anybody else do it.
I recall people trying to replicate it and never managing to do so, but it's one of those things that you just pretend it doesn't exist, but when it does, you'll have documented proof, I hope.
Yeah, I mean, he did have it on video.
Thankfully, after Disc 2, the rest of the run feels significantly faster. Mostly because the game design is to offer exploration, especially once you get faster ships and things of that nature. The Ragnarok that you get allows you to access basically everything, as well as hidden draw points, and other locations open up for other GFs if you so choose to get them. But obviously we don't care about that. But it just means that we get to fly through these areas quite literally at a fast pace.
Yeah, the 100% run is fun in that sense that when you get the Ragnarok, everything opens up and you start doing all the side quests. It's
not to mention
more
all the
fun
card
part.
games.
Well, yeah, they're later on, but yeah.
You can actually take place. All the card scenarios take place with the Card Kingdom at the very beginning of Disc 3.
In the 100% run, I believe they play Queen of Cards on Disc 4.
We don't actually play Queen of Cards at all.
It's the other two people, or is it in the Ragnarok?
In the Ragnarok, you can play against the card queen members
to get, and you can get all the cards that you need from one location in the Ragnarok and in Disc 4 as well.
Yeah, that's why we play them there. We can manipulate the card rules so that we don't have to play with bullshit rules.
Not to mention all the fun times with the Chocobo minigame and the glitches that can be performed with that.
Yeah, the Chocobo glitch is basically what enables the 100% run. Or Kainos percent if that's your preference. But here we go, there's the Norg battle coming up for Elbod. Something is happening.
Yes, we get a break from the break.
Yeah. In a minute or two it will start. We'll see. Without Zelkart, the battle is actually a bit harder. You have to be really fast with your normal ammo. Because Norg is not the first option of the enemies, it's the last option. You have to hit up once to select Norg, and then you have to manage 5 shots. And with the minimum amount of time, it's not actually that easy.
Yeah, especially with 15 FPS battle.
Yeah, sometimes the Irvine's limit break just doesn't want to shoot, even though you think you're spamming the trigger. It just doesn't shoot. You get strange delays between the shots.
Alright, let's see how this fight goes.
A mistake.
Should have waited for the Irvine ATB, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
It's minor. Rough divide.
Oh well.
As long as you don't do that same mistake in Idia 2 fight at the end of Disc 2.
That could go pretty
I've done
downhill.
that before, and you have to toss a remedy on Irvine to remove the curse.
Life without Cerberus isn't such a big deal there.
It happened. Elbod, instead of using 5 normal ammo, opted to use 5 shotgun ammo. And the 5 shotgun ammo deal a bit less damage than normal ammo, so he didn't deal quite enough damage to kill Norg with the 1 limit break.
Ooh, and he attacked the wrong target.
Yeah, slight mistake. Yeah, slight time loss.
It's just something to keep a note on.
Yeah, it's easier to use 5 shotgun ammo because you don't have to select a target, but there is that small chance where you don't deal enough damage with the ammo, and you will have to use basically another attack.
Alright, now we fly backwards for a moment. I don't think that will maintain, yeah. We'll fly off the edge of the map here, and at this point we're just going to float right into the orphanage, but instead we realize that we have unexpected visitors from the Galbadia Garden, and an unavoidable fight takes place.
This is basically where we learn that the world of Final Fantasy VIII is actually a torus. For all you that don't know, a torus is a donut shape, because you can roll off the top and come out from the bottom.
Is an endless loop and cycle.
Yes.
Not a necessarily cycle of death, but everything is connected in some way. There are a lot of interesting FMVs that pop up in the end of this disc. Not to mention some death-defying feats of motorcycling. There's also a scenario where dialogue options once again determine who's joining your party, a lot of maneuvering between characters, not to mention the minigame that has been a confirmed run killer. Now, choosing the options here, you want to prepare the attack, prepare the defense, and then take care of the junior classmen. Ooh, that was a different one.
Did you see what Logic did?
Did he choose hot dogs?
Yes, he did.
Ah, the famous hot dog. Zell is proud.
We have the hot dog hyper.
Alright.
Hot dog hype.
I'm gonna
Today
save
we
the
will
hot
have
dogs.
Save the hot dogs.
When someone is not gonna be hungry this night.
I mean, nothing satisfies more during a speedrun than some nice warm hot dogs. As long as you don't eat too many of them. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see the credits for Final Fantasy VIII, where there's a video recording of Zell almost killing himself from hot dogs.
Yeah, I don't remember what in this NA version it's hot dogs, but I don't remember what it is in the Japanese version. It's something else. It's a bread of some kind.
Be a very good thing to take a look at.
Yeah, it's an interesting difference. Made it more NA friendly with the hot dogs. More like relevant to the culture, I think. Oh, curry bread, says Karakarn. It's
Curry bread. Well, Karakarn would be one of the guys to know for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
In the Spanish version is like baguettes.
What?
In the Spanish version is like baguettes instead of hot
baguettes?
dogs. Yeah, it's a
baguettes.
mix between sandwich and baguette. Yeah, it's something
Yeah.
weird.
Okay.
No
Baguette
cracker.
percent.
And then there's a little bit here which, on Logic, you can see that he's running down to have a conversation with Zell while he's rallying the troops, and a ring from Squall is being borrowed to be given to Renoa, which is a bit more of that romance that's sort of going between those two characters, but more importantly, something that becomes relevant not only near the end of this disc, but also incredibly relevant towards Renoa in Disc 3, in the most wonderful part of space. Because from this point on, it's basically non-stop action until the boss fights and some navigation through Galbadia Garden. Things like making sure you have Encounter None on Zell need to be maintained for part, and then you'll switch it later, because you'll be, like I said, bouncing between different party members.
Yeah, you just want to optimize which member has the Encounter None.
Most of the fights are small scale. You might fight one group of soldiers in particular, and that's just taken care of very quickly. But ATB can become relevant there. We'll talk more about that as we get closer.
Best cutscene hype.
Indeed. This is a good reason why people don't want to mess with the Galbadia army.
Oh, I would be terrified if I had to fight that.
I don't know, I think in terms of motorcycle attack squad, I think flying spider riders would be a bit more frightening.
It's possible, it's possible. I mean, they do have a flying army as well. with the jetpack system thing.
Oh yeah, and that worked out totally well for them.
Yeah.
Another situation of a pretty clever cutscene where your positioning does matter. The following scene that we're going to see on LoGeek's stream is how the characters interact with part of Balam Garden falling apart. And if you position it, Zell will leap across. And things of that nature. So just a good use of the resources and trying to make this game more of a moving picture as opposed to these sequences of cinematics.
Yeah, damn it, didn't get it. There's a glitch that can happen where Selfie can actually float midair.
Yeah, she'll float, yes.
I've gotten that twice in a row when I started running the game, and I have never gotten it since.
And to think of how advanced these graphics were at the time. We mentioned it, the cutscenes always usually ahead of the curve from Square Enix, in this case Squaresoft, trying to do a good job with that, but just in general the music and the combination of the combat system just makes for what really we identify well with a Final Fantasy game, and a lot of people either love Final Fantasy VIII or might dislike it, but overall, I think those that enjoy it have very good reason for it. Magic being a tool besides spells, but being important to your stats, is quite a fun thing to use and sometimes abuse, like junctioning death as a status where you can one-shot certain enemies if they're not immune.
Yeah, the junctioning system is very complex, but I think card modding ends up just breaking the system too much. There were good ideas in the game, but I think the overall system did not work too well. You either didn't understand the system that well and you ended up having a lot of trouble in the game, or you understood how it works and you just overpowered everything.
Now, something here that takes place is not going to happen. I don't think it happens here per se. I know in my Zealous runs, and many other runners do this, is you start to learn Darkside so that you can use it mostly against the sorceresses.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually when LoGeek is making Diablos learn Darkside. I think he made Diablos learn HP Junction actually, which is abnormal.
For Zelkard?
Right. In the menu before Trabia Garden, I think he made Diablos learn HP Junction.
Okay. I know for a fact you want to learn it at that point before the soldiers battle. These soldiers can cast things like Slow, and that just is incredibly frustrating if it lands on Irvine, because you're just going to limit break once with your shotgun to clear them out.
Yeah, and they can cast Demi, which has a long animation time.
Elbod showing how you can move in position on that screen again. He had to bump forward a couple more steps, but you have nothing to lose in that situation since you have to wait till that screen is pulled out and loaded all the way anyways.
If you paid attention on LoGeek's screen, you saw that LoGeek was moving during the cutscene. You can move Squall to a better position during that, and you will save a couple steps. Nice ATB.
Oh.
Unfortunately, the enemy got the silence off.
Well, one thing that happens is sometimes you'll see Squall gets silenced or worse, blinded. If he's blinded, normally you see that happen before oil boils. That's when things can get a little tricky. But it's really not too much of a worry. a bit of another break coming up for Logic. This one's much safer to walk away and maybe use the restroom. After all, it is an 8-hour or so speedrun, preferably less.
Yeah, but yeah, this is one of the longer breaks. And after this break, there's not... Wait, is there any break before Eyes on Me?
I mean, before space, not necessarily.
I think there's no break before space.
I mean, if you wanted to just get up and not focus for a moment, you can stand in the elevator when that becomes relevant. You have a decent amount of time, but I don't think anyone actually takes a break at that section.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Also, Irvine has no objection to potentially killing his friends.
Let's see if I get an encounter here. Because I am very behind, I'm worried. I might have one extra here.
There have been situations where runners on that same screen as Elbod will get multiple encounters if they forget to have encounter half on there.
Nice, no encounter. I don't know how you managed. You seem to be super far behind.
Yeah, it's because I ran quite for a while without the half encounters.
You know, I mean how you managed to catch up so much.
No, I got one encounter on the before oil boils, and then I walked 10 steps to skip the next one. So
okay.
The two you're supposed to skip on Fisherman's Horizon, I got the first one on.
Yeah, and then after those two encounters, you have a long break in the before you get the next battle. And on Logic stream, this is the Squall's speech we were talking about. This is auto-scrolling text. You cannot mash through it, so it's a perfect spot for a break.
Something like these coming along in a run are super important. Some runs that allow you to skip certain cutscenes are less as forgiving. Especially like Final Fantasy 12 and 13, where if you get something as a break, it's a minute on 12 and then basically non-existent in 13. Thankfully, it also makes the run significantly shorter.
Elbod went with the Irvine limit break here, even though he got the Squall attack. Now let's hope nothing goes wrong in the next fight.
Now we just cross our fingers and hope that ATB is pretty decent and that someone doesn't get taken out by a mana beam.
Oh, 7 HP on Squall, that's fine.
Close enough. It's not 0.
Yep. Nice. The crit on the last shot actually might have saved him.
That was a little bit scary.
Yeah, you managed to just sneak by and get that last attack in to close it out.
Without Zell card, there's a chance that you need 6 ammo for the boss.
And after that, it opens the door up for other bad things to happen.
Yeah, and you saw Elbod got running fire, so it's nice. We got the 2 different items that you can get from that boss. You can get either 8 missiles or 8 running fires, and both of those actually refine into demolition ammo, so it's fine. The other one refines into 30 and the other refines into 20 each. But they're used in the same manner anyway.
Now Squall is finally able to take time out of his busy schedule to go rescue Rinoa, since he had been neglecting that the entire time, much to the disagreement of his friends.
But before he gets to save Rinoa, he has to save this damn kid, Mark.
Oh man.
Goddamn Mark. This is
this
the
kid.
This is the worst part of the game.
I think a close second would be the dragon fight, but this this right here
Yeah.
is unfun, in my opinion. Like this, this gave me a lot of trouble, and I don't know why, but I just dislike it. I think for my stream there was a running joke of how I hated minigames so much that me button mashing throughout this wasn't just a matter of trying to beat it, was just to hate it and get the anger out.
Let's hope he doesn't get trolled. Like, this soldier can be either very aggressive or very non-aggressive.
There's a strat that you try to put him in a cycle involving punching him and then blocking.
Yeah, that's the preferred strategy for pretty much everybody, I guess. The other strategy would be to just spam punch, which is not really high-tech.
The safest.
But it worked for me for a long time, and in one run I actually failed it twice in a row.
Oh, we had a chance for death blow.
Yeah, there was, but oh my god, this is pretty close.
This is close. He's probably going to still get it, but it's just more close than you'd ever want it.
Was that the death blow? Oh, I don't know.
Oh, he blocked it.
Oh, that's so close.
Okay, back into the cycle, it's okay. But honestly, if you last, eventually he'll go out.
Okay, that's good.
So yeah, if you survive till the end, he'll still get KO'd and you'll survive. I actually survived this fight in a run with, technically, it looked as if I had 0 HP, but if I'm gonna be given the win, I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, I've seen that happen. Somebody survived with a sliver of HP, like literally one.
Just don't question it, just move on.
Yeah, just praise RNG.
RNG was kind of...
I hate it.
No, I don't know of anyone who enjoys them.
Yeah. Luzbel, is the air soldier fight always the same with the RNG manipulation routes for the console that you used?
Yeah, but it's really hard to keep the exact RNG all the time.
Right, obviously.
But it's possible to get the same fight over and over.
So there you go. Just work towards being so good that you can keep the RNG until this point, and you will always get the same air soldier.
One funny thing here is that you can rename Griever, but you don't get to rename any of your other party members, which is very peculiar from an RPG, let alone a game from Square Enix.
We'll see whether or not oh, he's going for something. Kitten.
Oh, okay. There's also a funny joke that someone told me recently where Griever is the opposite of Angelo, because while Renoa would shoot Angelo, or the implications of how she uses Angelo as a rocket, is reversed, where Griever decides to swallow up Ultimecia and potentially shoot her out.
Yeah, that would be along the theory of Renoa, Ultimecia is Renoa.
And of course, maybe I'm a kitten being the referred meme that people are catching on to in chat.
Yeah.
Getting lost in this area is kind of common too.
Oh yeah, when you start running, you have to follow your notes. You have no idea where you're going.
The goal here is to navigate the area, but of course some areas are sealed off. Now, there are students inside this garden that are kind enough to give you the key cards when you find them.
I don't remember the lore. Is it because they're afraid of Idia and Cypher also, or was it something along those lines?
I think they were just scared in general from the combat. But normally I mash through text and don't pay attention to story when I speedrun.
Normally, yes. Especially when the game is in French and you cannot understand French.
Imagine how people feel if they try to run this game and don't truly understand English.
Elbod is being promoted as a leader of Balam Garden right here. Somehow he's mad for it.
I don't know how happened, mate. I was just playing.
Robin Williams just has a deep trust of Squall. And of course, it all makes sense as to why in time throughout the story. And we also got a view of the hockey arena from VIII, so that's something that everyone had mentioned earlier.
Yeah, that was the hockey arena of Galbadia Garden. And you can actually fight hockey players in that place if you don't have encounter none on.
It's one of the coolest things they tossed in there for fun. And one of my favorite parts in the game in general.
Yeah, super out of place, but it's pretty funny.
Hockey fans will understand. But now that we're up on the higher area, we're going through the main lobby in a moment, and we used to fight Cerberus, but we don't need him anymore. He had a chance of insta-killing our party with Quake, or casting triple and doing even more horrendous things, but thankfully we found a way to work around that. So it's faster, it's still pretty safe, and the route isn't completely destroyed.
Yeah, I believe VIII does not go for the Cerberus kill. We'll see.
Doesn't look like he's gonna fight him right away anyways. He'd probably save beforehand if he does.
Yeah, most definitely. That is the boss fight where I've died most, I think. When I still did Cerberus fight. Yeah. You can get really screwed by it. Like, just Quake into Tornado, or triple into Quake, triple into Tornado. They're all really bad. But yeah, he doesn't fight Cerberus, he has a different route. So this is actually a run that I have not seen. A Zelcard run without Cerberus is not something I have ever seen before.
Luz, did you ever do, when you started doing no Zelcard, did you continue to, or when you did Zelcard, did you ever skip Cerberus?
Yeah. Yeah, I did like some runs without Cerberus and with Cell. And it's okay. I mean, doing Cerberus is bad at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it has more uses if you also have Zelcard, but in Zelless it's much more, makes much more sense to not do Cerberus at all. But yeah, this is another fight against Cypher, and he's again a pushover, one limit break and he dies. I believe you could also just use basic attacks with Squall and Irvine, but it would be like 3 or 4 hits to kill him. Unlucky with the Rough Divide again.
Either way, that one's quite simple as well.
Yeah, so here is a funny piece of dialogue. Look at what Squall says, or thinks. He says, the auditorium is right below that point. And now look where he moves. He goes down. He moves like to the exact opposite side of the garden. Exact opposite side of the garden, and then he fights Idia in that room. I don't know how that is directly below.
Yeah, I never understood that. Even to this day, I just kind of shrug my shoulders and say, I'm gonna forget all about that.
Yeah,
I still think...
This garden must be a 4D object or something.
Who knows, maybe there was just something lost in translation.
There is a similar situation like that in the Ragnarok ship, where the structure doesn't make sense at all.
Oh yeah, the layout just makes zero sense, where how you move through the building and what room is above another when you've never gone up or down any stairs is just baffling.
Exactly, it's an endless loop of going down.
I still say my favorite line in this entire game is when, after the first Laguna Dream, Squall says, I dreamt I was a moron, and I just laugh to myself every time.
Yeah, that is pretty funny. But here is the final fight of the Disc 2, or if this game actually still had discs, but yeah. This is the second Idia fight with Cypher this time.
You have to watch out for Kirks here when you get to the Idea phase, just because you can never cast your limit break if that is the case. And that's why what was mentioned earlier,
Really
you need
nice
to throw a remedy. Yeah, it's pretty solid.
Only one magic by Cypher and getting the ATB on score fast is nice. Nice 6
Yeah,
hits
it's
and
going
no
to be a
finisher.
very fast.
Yeah, no rough divide is nice. And if you're interested, this is the boss fight where you can draw Alexander, but of course we don't need it. Alexander doesn't really
Holy
provide
war
anything.
hypo!
Oh, spoilers!
Oh, Holy War! Nice.
Alright, well that's
Very
gonna make
nice.
the late game very safe. That's very fortunate.
That Holy War is a 10% chance to drop in this boss fight, and there's another boss fight against Cypher where he has another 10% chance to drop it. So there is an 81% chance that you do not get it, so a 19% chance, roughly, to get a Holy War in a run.
Of course, and if...
card.
yeah, right. The redemption from that, games
Yeah,
being nice
it
to you
saves
again.
about 30 seconds in the last fight. Up to 30 seconds, I should say.
To be honest, Logic has had a much stronger run after the cards, so staying strong. It's pretty good.
Yeah, the run is super consistent too. Like, you basically have to make a mistake or get insanely bad RNG to lose like really big chunks of time.
Also, if you wanted to see Alexander, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to see him in the next game that's played, guaranteed.
Yeah, definitely.
He might not be summoned, but he'll be there. D Sharper brings up a valid point, where one of the items that people try to use on their party has a chance to miss. And we've seen it happen. Was that more in the French version that was happening? For whatever reason? I think it was the hero itself. But I could be completely incorrect.
I'm sorry, I missed it. I was reading chat. You were talking about Holy War missing?
About hero possibly missing, and I think it was only in the French version, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, that is. I mean, it's not in the English version, but in the French version it can miss. And it can miss only if the caster's magic is lower than the target's spirit. So, in order to work around that missed chance, we make sure that nobody's spirit stat is too high and everybody's magic stat is high enough, so that hero doesn't miss. That's an extra bit of menuing that you have to do in the French version in order to guarantee it not missing. And here we see Elbod is going to Fujin and Rajin.
He had to put a new ability to get learnt by Diablo. That was ST Magic.
Logic didn't get the sit skip. He got stuck into the spot where you kind of vibrate around. That recovering the sit skip from that position is really hard. But this is basically one of the rare skips in this game where you can actually skip dialogue by skipping a trigger point. If you move really close to the edge of the point, you can skip the trigger and you will not have Sid talk to you in that screen. It saves about 15 seconds.
Maybe we'll see Elbod get it. It's pretty nice to see. It's kind of just something small and cool. But this screen here, where Logic is talking to Idea, you actually definitely want to hold down here, but you want to talk to Ultimecia, or not Ultimecia, Idea a second time. That way, you can then carry on and move on without the rest of the dialogue. It's one thing that they try to make it sound like you need to stay, but you're gonna just ignore everything else that everyone says. It's no exploit, simply just something to continue the story. Just another thing to pay attention to. You kind of do a weird back and forth here, anyways.
Yeah, and you can talk to Idia for longer if you want to, and it gives you a tutorial entry about S-Star. She talks about Adele and something about that. But for any percent, not needed. So here we go for Elbod. It's Rajin battle into Fujin and Rajin. And
I don't think we mentioned, but this Fujin and Rajin fight is another No, never mind. We did touch on everything, I think, for this fight. I thought there was something escaping me, but I was wrong. He is going with less HP.
Yeah, he didn't heal.
But he does have high HP on Irvine, which is nice.
Yeah, that is the normal HP that you have. 699 is the HP you have.
Yeah. After the switch.
Yeah, you junction Ifrit on Irvine and you get the HP junction. 699 is just the base HP of Irvine, so... And luckily, Irvine did not get hit in that battle, so... Next battle should be fine. And Squall is at above 300 HP. I think it was over 400, so he should survive a tornado.
But, as we all know, crit happens.
Yeah, crits can happen. Wow. That's actually a pretty good fight.
Yeah, that's very solid.
No tornado is really nice.
No tornado, the ATB was pretty decent.
Yeah, and the enemy ATB, or the ATB was not that great, but the enemy ATB was equally worse, equally bad.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes neutral luck is better than bad luck.
Yeah.
Actually, neutral luck is always better than bad luck.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Logik gets to enjoy another wonderful, wonderful Final Fantasy VIII minigame. Cover mates.
Yeah, cover the bones.
The entire mechanic in that fight is just timing things for the most part. We really just see people spam attack. I myself can't block to save my life, but...
You have to hold the block button to block anything. But like you can't just spam the block button, you just hold it. Same with the attack, you can just hold the attack button. The same actually works for the punching minigame, you can just hold the punch and block buttons. But yeah, basically, there is a chance that Ruby Dragon just kills Laguna, and you cannot actually do anything about it, because there is a fast attack that Ruby Dragon does that you cannot block. And we'll see if that happens at all. Laguna has enough HP to survive two attacks, but if he gets hit 3 times, you will die.
Also, there's a high chance that he will counterattack if he's preparing to attack when you attack him first. That's usually the situation I've been in when I've seen him do his fast attack, but you're just kind of at the mercy of the dragon. After that, there's a quick menu, and we wrap him up in quick fashion. Kairos is super strong.
Yeah, Kairos' limit break is another multi-hit limit break, which is super useful. Leaves a lot of damage.
Also, just so happens that you're fighting with a gunblade, which looks like it is once again all for show. Good block.
Ouch. Holy wow.
Yeah, see, that's an aggressive dragon.
That's
Nice
Oh
dragon.
my.
holy moly.
Oh my goodness.
That is
Somebody
the worst dragon I have ever seen.
somebody put on their big boy pants and decided to show up fangs
Holy.
blazing.
That is definitely the worst dragon I have ever seen.
But at least the good thing is you're able to quickly get back and fight him again.
Yeah, the good thing is that he actually died super fast. So he didn't waste a lot of time.
You can never get this dragon to behave. You just get to kill him quickly.
I have no words. That Ruby Dragon was something else.
Like, right out the gates.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm gonna make you work for that second Holy War.
If I got the second Holy War, I might just use it on sorceresses. I don't know. Make it a lot safer.
Hey, I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Okay, let's see how many auras Elbod gets. I mean, really 2 is all.
Six, which is just, once again, the icing on the cake.
Yeah, superior RNG.
The extra strawberry on top of the grape.
So there you actually have to select the second option in order to be able to enter the menu. If you select the first option, you get into this fight and you have no junctions on Kairos. Oh, he went with the Desperado, nice.
Oh. Well, enjoy Desperado. Best limit break ever.
Bam.
And before chat starts going all America.
America! Heck yeah! So that fight right there basically determines whether or not you get a level 10 Ifrit or level 9 Ifrit. And if you get a high level, Ruby Dragon is much more likely to have level 10 Ifrit.
Well, in Selkar, Ifrit is alone, so
Yeah, I meant
gets level
Zealous. Yeah, in Zelkard it's easier. That is one reason why I like the 2 encounters in a star menu, when you basically guarantee getting level 10 Ifrit.
Yeah.
That limit break brought to you by Michael Bay.
Definitely. Orchestrated by him.
Probably a sequel coming out next summer.
Wow, Final Fantasy VIII 2 confirmed? Was it at E3? I don't know.
I don't know. No release date. We'll find out in 10 years.
Oh, nice. The usual time span.
Yes, escalate. They'll do a Final Fantasy 15 remastered before then.
We see Elbod is in Trabia Garden now, which is still going on. Nothing
The
much
most
happening.
exciting part of the speedrun, mate.
I don't know, at least you get to walk around. It's not like most of space.
Yeah, well, and it's on the space. I'm gonna go and grab a coffee or something.
Exactly,
Something to
right?
drink.
Yeah, I mean, considering being a big trooper and sticking up this late for the game, it's a pretty big deal. Now, you see, Logix is going to go back into the orphanage because in order to progress, we need to go to the White Seed ship, but we have to have proof that
Yeah, you need to get
we were sent.
you need to get the letter from media, and this is actually something that many people, me including, have forgotten to get and went to this White Seed ship without the letter. You cannot
Yeah.
actually progress the story.
Yep, I've done it as well. I don't know about many others, but I guarantee that it's quite a common mistake to make because it's just something so mundane.
Yeah, I have lost many minutes to that. I think twice, at least once. But all you casual players, pay attention to where Logix is going. This
This will save you
This
a
was
lot of
pain.
time.
Yeah, when you're a kid trying to find this ship.
It's just hiding in plain sight. You'll go right past it and then cut corners and be like,
Oh,
oops, I missed it by that much.
We put Logix on the spot.
This is what happens.
This is exactly what happens in casual playthroughs.
Once you know the spot, you can identify it on the map, but
Go ahead.
this
Oh
is
boy.
now lost the game.
Logic, mate.
So
Giving
much
Choco a
time I
chance.
didn't play.
Go to left, go left, go left.
Go,
Believe-
Logix, mate.
No!
This is how you get caught by the
Go back
others.
to the
Come on, remember you're representing Team Choco.
It's in the crab. It's in the thing that looks like a crab claw. Yeah, exactly. Even speedrunners get lost looking for this boat.
It's the first time for me I've lost here.
It happens to all of us.
You're close,
it's just
mate.
unfortunate. This is a game of
It
hide and go
happens,
seek.
mate, don't worry.
I'm turning around.
No,
Everything
go
is
ahead.
okay.
Go ahead and to the right. Ahead and to the right.
It's so close you could probably smell it from earlier. It's always deceptively close.
It's easy to get lost into. You have to actually pay attention on which spot you enter, because if you take the wrong route, you can easily be confused on where you actually are, and it's very easy to get to the wrong side of the spot. Oh man.
Remember, this isn't a Windows-assisted speedrun.
Yeah, I guess.
But you do get a beautiful view of the lower continent.
That is true. Logic is just taking the scenic route.
It's alright. On one side, we've got Trabia Garden. On the other side, this wonderful tour.
Hey, you got it. Good job.
Yes, this was all deliberate. This was all one long spree of RNG manipulation. This is how you get perfect final party and no quake.
Yeah, as he is doing the single segment route, he's not going to manipulate it. That was his manipulation.
There are no mistakes, only happy accidents.
It's an alternative road. Everything
Yes.
is under control.
It's the scenic route.
It was a shortcut in reality.
I like the thing that Chet posted. Twitch plays FF8.
Yeah, I bet it would look quite a bit like that.
Shoutouts to Low Geek for having a sense of humor about it, though. Good job, keep trying, and glad you made it. For the most part, after here, it's a lot of interesting things start to take place. Not to mention a city that completely surprises me how it went under the radar for so long. But someone wish to describe more about what's going on in the story and some of the significance of Eleni? Or Alone, if that's how you wish to pronounce it.
So, I don't actually remember why the white seeds got alone. I have no memory of that. Did they know she was special?
Well, as we saw, or as we'll see in a little bit, she was held by Esthar, specifically Odine, for study purposes because she was very gifted with her ability, and how she is basically the one that is able to put Squall and company in the past of Laguna and his friends.
Right.
It's believed that they could possibly help Renoa find out what exactly happened to her, and that's why they're trying to track her down. It only turns out that for some reason, while she was with the White Seeds, Eleni decided to jump ship quite literally, and they have to find out where she went. Serendipity aside, they'll find that out in a bit.
Or they know she jumped on the S-Star ship, and now they're heading to S-Star, and the guy flying the Garden doesn't want to go to S-Star for some reason. It's bad land to fly on, I guess.
It's a matter of the fact that they're xenophobes, where they're completely shut off from the rest of the world. They have their impenetrable walls. And it also came to me, the white seeds are actually, they respond directly to the orders of Idea. And in this case, they were to protect Eleni because of her importance.
Right, of course, yeah. So Idea ordered the white seeds to get Eleni, whatever. But yeah, now, since you couldn't convince the guy to fly the Garden to S-Star, you grabbed Rinoa and decided to walk there anyway instead. So there is the large bridge which connects the S-Star continent and the Galbadia continent, with Fisherman's Horizon in the middle. So Squall grabs Rinoa and starts walking from Fisherman's Horizon towards S-Star.
We start to see more of an attachment form between Squall and Rinoa once again, where he's talking to a person that isn't responding to anything else. But, you know, Squall always trying to go it alone. Some people complain about Squall because in some ways he doesn't feel like he's really improved his character, but has simply opened the doors towards others to relate to him a bit more. In some ways it's a good thing with the character, but some definitely didn't like it. I guess it's to each their own. This was also the first Final Fantasy game where, while there have been romances, this romance is critical to the story.
Yeah, without Squall caring about Rinoa, he probably would not have gone to search alone, and later on wouldn't probably save Rinoa.
Rinoa gets shot into space, GG the end.
Yeah.
But Elbod now gets to enter into the action sequence. Oh, what orders?
I believe
I did not save the hot dogs.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
Elbod
mates.
didn't save. Elbod is on gotta go fast mode.
He's on a diet, not deciding to consume the hot dogs.
Yeah, not
If
saving
it
the
was
hot dogs.
salads, maybe.
Sorry, what?
If it was a bunch of salads, then maybe.
Yeah. Saving the hot dogs actually makes Zell choke in the ending cutscene, so he saved Zell instead of the hot dogs. So Squall's party, or Squall and Rinoa, arrived into S-Star, or the continent of S-Star, and was actually greeted by the rest of the party and Idia. And the rest of the party wanted to come to S-Star, or basically Idia wanted to come to S-Star, and the rest of the party are just accompanying her. Idia wanted to find out if Dr. Odin could help her too.
It's pretty cool that Idea gets to join your party for parts of this disc.
Yeah, there's Cypher in Dolet and Idia in S-Star, the two characters that you can only control for a while.
The guests, so to speak.
Yeah, guest party members.
I do know that if people do the part of the route, if they choose to get random encounters for S-Star menu, they put her in the party because she is still on par to do a respectable amount of damage to smaller enemies, but obviously if that's something that you don't have in your route, you just never get an opportunity for her time to shine.
Well, you always have to keep Idia in your party, but with that route you can actually make her strong. Because she always has something like 1180 HP, which means you can use Dark Side twice with her and not heal her at all. If you wanted to use Dark Side twice with Irvine, you would have to heal him up to 1100 HP. So the benefit of doing that is that you don't have to heal Iya, and you can use Dark Side.
And now we get the Abaddon fight, Hello Geek.
And Abaddon is the second undead monster, and for some reason, only now you get the tutorial of, hey, it's an undead monster. Use recovery-related magics and items. And here we toss another elixir.
Zell being able to take a good hit there is important. There have been moments where a low party member will be picked off. And just like that, it's pretty easy.
Yep.
He's basically a walking death animation waiting to happen. Now we get to see our first glimpse at really how advanced Astar is. We thought things were pretty high-tech in some areas before, but this place really is excellent for its view, the different locations that are available, and they basically have a lot of information that I feel like they kept hidden from the rest of the world.
Yeah, they're super far ahead in terms of technology compared to everybody else. Then again, the flying gardens are quite high-tech, so I don't know. Maybe technology was lost over time somewhere.
You could just chill in this elevator for a bit, nothing really happens, and it will progress eventually, prompting you to go through more text.
Yeah, and that is not free menuing time, that is, you have to actually wait on that screen. You can't open the menu, it won't progress the timer.
One thing that I also find fascinating is they wait till they're leaving the city the first time to mention how incredibly large it is when they have a full view of it from here.
Yeah, that is
Also,
significantly more large than any other city we've seen.
not to mention the riskiest elevator in the history of elevators.
Yeah, no guards, nothing, and it goes super fast.
And there's nothing restraining the people on it.
Yeah, and you can actually move during this so-called cutscene, and you can actually gain seat payments during this as well.
Walk for a living.
In that menu, I think, Elbod, you made Diablos learn Dark Side?
Exactly.
Yep, that's what I mentioned
and
before.
Fire Magic.
Yes.
I already have ST Magic.
No, Fire Magic for Ifrit.
I know Dark Side is typically learned there.
It was already learned.
Oh, okay, your route is different.
Yeah, I put that on before Fusion and Raging.
Ah, okay, yeah.
And so now, Elbod's starting to really progress through these Galbadia sequences, or the fights with the Galbadia army and those sequences. Nothing really different here between strats. For the most part, it's going to feel the very same until we get to Disc 4 and the Sorceresses.
Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, it's gonna be pretty much the same until Sorceress is slightly different, and the AP or the ammo management is going to be slightly different as well.
Very true. Another thing that I know we've talked a lot of differences between Zell and no Zell, but the PC version in general, the sorceress's fight, is handled a bit differently.
Right, in the console, NA console version, the sorceresses also scale to your level, so they are not fixed level like on the PC version and the Japanese console version. They're locked into level 45, so you're level 10 roughly, going against level 45 sorceresses, and they can actually deal a lot of damage on the PC version. So the sorceress battle is really, really scary. If they get fast turns, the two last sorceresses are really scary. They can use Meteor, they can use Quakes, they can use Triples. So they're basically kinda like Cerberus fights, like 2 in a row. So it can be really scary. If you get bad luck, you can definitely die in that fight.
And then, basically what the final Laguna Dream sequence is, just a series of fights where it's a space where you can make up for some lost experience, but at the same time you clean up pretty quickly here. This is where you get probably the most single experience in the game, since boss fights don't provide experience.
Yeah, and so this is the 5th Laguna Dream and the final Laguna Dream. And yeah, you saw one encounter there right away. That actually can be scary. If Squall dies in Abaddon fight and you don't heal him after the Abaddon fight, Laguna will be at 1 HP for the first fight, and if the enemy gets a turn before Laguna, you actually can die and game over in that fight.
Most of the time you only realize that when it's too late.
Yeah.
Taking the opportunity to menu here is also super important, because as you can see, Kairos didn't originally have anything on him, and since that's who, it's basically Irvine and you want to have that.
Yeah, you need to get
Ifrit
the
equipped and
XP on
everything.
Ifrit, yeah. So here, you could kill Ward off. Killing Ward would mean that you have all 3 characters in low HP. Dead basically means low HP. And the start of every other fight, the following fights, you would save 3 seconds at the beginning of all the fights. And on top of that, you wouldn't have to skip Ward's turn in order to attack with the other characters. So I think it's faster to kill the Ward off, and it also gives you more XP on Irvine and Ifrit for that reason.
That's typically what I like doing. Just a matter of preference for me. Sometimes you don't have to do it.
Yeah, killing Ward off is basically you use 1 extra turn in order to gain time in the other battles.
If it's someone like Ward, it'll do very little. I've also seen people go full ham and just Desperado in that first fight as well. Or second one, rather. It's not necessary, but, it looks cool.
Yeah,
it's the closest to Omni swag that you'll ever get.
Yeah, I think, if you would know the enemy turns and what their abilities would be, I think there would be a situation where using Desperado would be faster than attacking normally, but on the average fight it's not faster than using normal attacks. Meanwhile, Elbod is having the Squall speech, so break time, and after the Squall speech, again he will have to fight the kid, or save the kid, fight the air soldier.
Fight the kid, lol.
I hope, I wish.
Teach him a lesson. Logic here wants to make sure he picks up the Weapons Monthly first issue. It's worth a lot of money, as we said before.
Yeah, that's the 25k. And that is the only time where you can pick it up, as far as I know.
just a few more fights ahead for the stream sequence. For the most part, it's pretty straightforward, nothing really scary. You do so much damage and they won't really do anything but frustrate you at tiny pointless amounts of time loss. Play the last Oid, getting some damage in there for flavor.
These fights are also slightly faster on the Zell card routes, like hitting Elastoid, you need to hit it twice with the Zell-less route, so slightly faster with Zell card.
Right, Elbod's on the fun part. He's got a minigame to handle.
Yeah, good luck, Elbod.
Thanks.
Remember, don't be like Tifa, actually land your death blows. Wink.
Okay, so far it's going good.
Yeah, so far he seems to be locked into the sequence. Block, attack, block, attack.
Now, Elbod usually likes to do something where he rotates through the actions.
No, I just hold all
I
the
see.
buttons.
Oh, just hold all the buttons at once?
Yeah, and pray for the best.
That's a new strategy I have not heard before.
I think it falls under that guideline of the ultimate speedrunner strat to not get unlucky.
Oh my god. Rip Elbod.
Tragic.
That's about a minute time loss.
At least it's not game over, you just have to do it over again.
Yeah.
And this time we go with the HP boost because we just want to get it done. Normally people find that minigame unfair because you start at a disadvantage.
Meanwhile, in Laguna Dream 5, you're invading the laboratory to find Alone. So you have to go up here and open the door on the bottom floor, and then you're pretty much done. This is the last fight of the dream. This is 2 normal soldiers. So the HP boost that Elbod got when going again for the second air soldier fight is just for the minigame. The plus 200 HP is just for the minigame, so it's easier to pass the minigame, but it doesn't give you HP in the game for actual battles.
Normally it comes with a cost of your seed rank, but that's kind of irrelevant.
Low Geek, open the door. Yeah, okay.
There's a chance, like, some situations where you might not be focusing and you interact with the wrong part of the control panel. You want to make sure that it says the door is unlocked, otherwise you'll have to go back and forth again.
Yeah, I've done that before. Wow, Elbod, you cut it close again. Good job, though.
Yeah. It was a weird minigame, to be honest. I never find it so aggressive.
Yeah, you sometimes just get the aggressive soldier and it's impossible to beat.
The game knows that almost 4,000 people are watching.
Yeah.
Typical marathon luck.
Yeah, marathon luck.
Exactly.
So this is the end of Laguna Dream 5. You meet with Alone, you get her again from the possession of Estar.
Squall doing some of those sick breakdance moves.
And that was one of the splits, I guess?
Yes, that is a split now, as it closed out.
So we'll see more accurate measurements soon.
And that's basically it for the Laguna sequences for Low Geek. But now we're at the part that becomes super critical. We've still got some walking around to do, but the Estar menu awaits us.
Yeah, basically this is just
a critical moment for me. I'm so tired.
Yeah.
You're almost past the most strenuous part as far as maintenance
after
is
Estar
concerned.
menu, it's easy.
Just kill everything and go, go, go.
Yeah. S-Star menu is the last spot where you really have to concentrate. Of course, there's still the Sorceress battle, which is arguably one of the hardest fights. Or scariest
surprisingly
fights.
difficult. I completely agree. Another spot where we won't be surprised to see them save.
Yes, definitely, because you have to touch the save point anyway, so...
I will try not to run away before the Pandora.
Yeah, I was going to say, I just remembered to remind you not to run away.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, we'll be there for you, as well as the boss fights in the castle.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fun talking to Tiamat over and over again, but not necessary.
Yeah, it's funny, you can actually escape the Omega Weapon fight as well. Like, you're fighting the hardest boss of the game and you can just escape it if you want to.
Just in case you accidentally realized you were fighting the endgame boss.
Yeah.
It's not like he's penance or anything.
So here, the party met Dr. Odin, who Idia wanted to meet in the first place, and he offered Squall to help in trade-off being able to study Rinoa's body for a while, or... Yeah, body sounds like she's dead, but kinda.
They'll be running some tests.
Yeah, so now what they do is they go to the lunar gate in order to go to space. And navigating S-Star City is actually pretty tricky too. When you're casually running or playing the game, you get easily lost in this place.
Exactly. And it becomes very important for the purpose of how the S-Star menu goes. That area is timed where, after a certain benchmark for the timer, it will change the location of where Lunatic Pandora is. If you make a mistake or go too far with your menu, it's not pretty.
Or escape the battle.
Or escape the battle. Thankfully, you don't have to go too far away, but it's still a hassle and
yeah, it's a
3-minute
or 5-minute time loss or something like that, because you have to actually wait for the second spot to activate. And this is the second place where we rent the car in the speedrun, and this is actually a much longer drive to the destination, so saves a lot of time here. Meanwhile, Elbod is coming up to the end of Disc 2 soon. He's got 2 battles left. Last key card.
I kind of share some sentimentality with someone in chat where they say that they're not necessarily convinced that that's the fastest way to move through S-Star on the way out. I think that I've looked at it both ways and I can kind of see the arguments, because you have to stop on a screen, choose an option, and then move on to the next spot. It's very close. But people tend to disagree with me where walking is the better option. But by all means, if someone wants to run a timer and state otherwise, I'm pretty sure that...
Well, if anybody, I bet Luzbel has tried it. Any words?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you haven't? Wow. The one part of the game that you haven't actually timed.
Well, that world record is vulnerable. Maybe
Yeah,
more
definitely.
runners should take place.
Yeah, definitely 2 seconds time saved. Nice.
One clever thing to note is I think both Final Fantasy VIII and Final Fantasy Tactics are criminally underrun. The PC version was very popular for a while last year. In fact, I think it's still got the most runners on a leaderboard for a Final Fantasy game for the PC version.
Yeah. Final Fantasy VIII PC version is very accessible. Like we said before, the actual speedrun is super easy to get into and complete a run, because it's hard to die in boss fights. There are only a couple of fights that you can die in, and if you just save before, it's just a couple minutes lost usually. And yeah, I would say Final Fantasy VIII and X are the two easiest Final Fantasies, out of the newer Final Fantasies at least.
Alright, so Elbod's gonna move over to the auditorium to finish up Disc 2, while Logik is shooting himself into space on what looks like a revolver cannon, and then we'll prepare for the big menu.
Yeah, so I just checked, there's 53 times on the leaderboards for Final Fantasy VIII PC, which is a lot for a Final Fantasy game. Contrasting that with Final Fantasy IX, there's actually 60 times on Final Fantasy IX console run, which is a lot. Wow, that's actually a lot more than I expected.
Final Fantasy IX's become incredibly popular now, and I'm sure the next runners and commentators will tell you all about the things that people are working on for that game. It's very unique, and it's actually my favorite Final Fantasy to speedrun, though I've been frustrated with it as of late. There's a lot of things that can be very difficult to deal with that frustrate you pretty easily.
Yeah, Final Fantasy IX is known as one of the more RNG-heavy games. Or heavy Final Fantasies, I would say.
So what Elbod did there is he attacked with Irvine first and then did a limit break with Squall. That's just to guarantee that you get the right amount of damage, because Squall is still doing under the thousands with his limit break.
Yeah, since there's no strength plus 60 and only 80 triples, that's you need the extra attack to guarantee it.
But with
yeah,
the
that was
ATB,
good fights.
Irvine was just ready to launch off his limit break again before even Curse got off, so that's a pretty fast and good fight. So good job, Elbod.
Elbod got a hero,
Thanks.
no holy war. Tough luck.
Yeah, mates. Well, there is still another chance.
Yeah. So Logik is coming up here, he entered S-Star for the second time, which means there's a bit of dialogue, like 2-3 minutes, and then the gauntlet begins, that is known as S-Star menu.
What I commonly see people do is, to save time on the actual menu itself, is they'll do card mod before leaving. The timer for Lunatic Pandora starts once you exit Odine's laboratory. And you also have to deal with some text boxes, which you don't want to forget about. I'm also glad to see a lot of love for the emotes out there.
Yeah. 7 is being quite creative.
This is kind of a calm before the storm, because we're gonna see a lot of stuff happen. Don't be intimidated. We'll try to do our best to explain and try not to distract from exactly what's going on, but you kind of touch upon everything. There's magic that's menued, junctions with GFs are worked with, as well as making sure everyone has the ability for item. I think that's a pretty common thing to see.
Yes. So basically what we should say is the final battle has a mechanic that it can blow away your magics, and it's a random magic that might not even be junctioned. For this reason, we want to refine as many random spells on characters, because there's a higher chance that a random spell gets destroyed rather than an important one like Kuragas or triples mainly. So
losing those on Greeter is just a disaster at that point.
Yeah, losing triple on Irvine means you basically cannot beat the final phase unless you do what Nikki Noel did last year and get the end on the fight by
What a
selfie.
clutch play.
Yeah, that is hard to beat.
To be honest, if there's a VOD available for it, totally check out that run from the last relay. Nikki had an amazing run, and she's basically one of the most intelligent FF8 speedrunners out there. So a little bit of a shout out to you.
You saw Elbod did the seed skip correctly this on that attempt, and it saves about 15 seconds. So nice going.
Very good. That practice paying off.
I can get that skip maybe 80 or 90, maybe 80% of the time. It's quite consistent, and if you practice it, I'm sure you can get it down to 100%. So logic it's starting now. This is the S-star menu. It starts from this moment. When you close that text box, you have 20 minutes on the timer, and you have to enter Lunatic Pandora. The first chance to enter it is when the timer is at 15 minutes, which means you have 5 minutes actually to do everything. And the first thing you do is you head into the shops.
The shopping's very important. One item that you want to make sure you pick up is the Rosetta Stone. That becomes incredibly important. You get that by visiting the so-called closed shop 2 times, and then you'll be rewarded as the item. And then we'll go through everything after that and buy what's necessary.
Yeah, so Logic sorted his items so that his items are almost always in the same spots, because now he's going to sell a lot of items for Gil. He's selling Mega Potions, let's see what else he's selling, and the magazines, which are 25k, and there's the Occult Fan, which he picked up earlier for extra Gil. Then he's picking up HP Junction Scrolls, seems like 2, and 3 Strengths and 2 Spirits.
Indeed. Oftentimes, they'll move to the second shop and pick up some ammo, specifically fire ammo being pretty good there too.
Yeah, and softs that refine into breaks, which are pretty good spells for Spirit Junction.
Exactly.
And 11 fire ammo, he picked up some high potions.
That's really just for safety.
He picked up some tents as well, with the extra money.
That's probably what the Occult Fan really goes into.
Yeah, I'm guessing that is it.
From there, he's going to move to the location where he's going to want to be for where Lunatic Pandora shows up, since it's always going to go to the same spot you know where to prepare. The way you do it is you do the menu in a way that as soon as you open it up, you trigger the sequence where you're going to fight the soldiers and board Lunatic Pandora. You do not want to run away from that fight.
Yeah, this is the start of the menu basically. You have 3 minutes now, the timer was at 18 minutes. He's teaching HP Junction on Quetzalcoatl and Siren, I think, Strength on Quetzalcoatl, Siren, Spirit on Black Ifrit and Diablos, and Rosetta Stone on Pandemona. Rosetta Stone gives you the ability to equip 4 abilities. Irvine Ifrit level 10 allows you to equip or make Ifrit learn Ammo Refine. Then he's making GFs not learn anything, which means that you will save some time at the end of battles where the text boxes do not appear. Now it looks like he's going on to the refining of items. He refined the Force Armlet for Shell Stones, which can be useful.
It's a useful backup strat.
Yeah.
But now we're going to just get rid of all the cards that we've got. We'll get a lot of useful things out of those.
Most
certain things that we...
The Tomberry cards.
Exactly. Getting additional ammo is just... When you've got that many cards, it's kind of like what I mentioned. You'll have a lot more available, and free Aura Stones, guaranteed.
So then he wants to refine Firagas for Irvine. This is for the tri-point battle.
Yep, we'll need that for elemental physical damage.
You can refine demis on everybody for extra spells, and those demis will be on attack strength junction for most characters in order to be able to use basic attacks to deal some damage. And then he wants the hastes that he will split up later, probably.
You definitely want haste. That's obviously going to be to boost your speed the best. Also, all of these different magic items that are junctioned or of sorts will potentially be blown away. Having more, if you think about it, would increase your odds of something slightly less important being lost. But of course, when it goes away, it's not the biggest concern. You can get lucky or you can get unlucky.
And now he's moving on to the junctions. Basically, this menu is sets up the rest of the game. So you spread your junctions apart so that everybody has some junctions, and you don't have to touch your junctions at all anymore. You're just going to do switches from Irvine and Squall basically for the space sequence. Other than that, you just give everybody item in order to be able to use Hero and Aura Stone in the last battle.
The important thing is to put Diablos and Pandemona on Irvine for both Initiative and Encounter None, and Darkside just in Advanced. And then you'll swap them to Squall later when you're fighting Propagators.
Here he's splitting up the auras, so he can use Aura and Haste with multiple characters.
You don't want to be stuck with a character that can't cast Aura when you need it most.
Yeah, it's just a time gain that you would... or it's time loss if you can't. And that was okay, he was 10 seconds late, which is not too bad considering. This is the Zell card route, which means that you have more randomness to the menu, depending on what items, what cards you have. Yeah, don't run away. If you run away from this battle, like we said, you have to find the second landing spot for Lunatic Pandora. So, good job, Logik.
I forgot one thing, but it's not so bad.
Oh, well,
I get it.
What was that?
Transforms soft. Forget.
Oh, yeah, for the break.
Meanwhile, Elbod did the Ruby Dragon minigame. He didn't die, that was fine. And now he's doing the actual battle.
We finally broke 4,000 viewers, Pak Champ.
Oh, nice.
Thanks everyone for stopping by. This really means a lot to everyone that you guys are enjoying all this. Elbod's fighting Ruby Dragon. It's basically going to go the same way at this point. Kairos is going to limit break and do some sick damage.
Yeah, he got unlucky with the limit break. Couldn't find it.
But it's still safe. And this place looks awfully familiar because this is the same location that Laguna and friends had explored earlier on.
Yeah, in Laguna Dream 2.
There's actually some things where you can interact with items or objects that open up certain things later for you to pick up items and drop points, etc. But as of right now, you can't explore too much because a monster that, or a machine that you may or may not fight a little bit later stops you.
Yeah, it throws you out of the Lunatic Pandora and your party is confused. Basically entering the Lunatic Pandora did nothing.
Giant fridge incoming! Yeah.
Also, this area here, you don't really visit too much. It's got a couple things going for it, both heavy for story, but also this is where you can pick up Doom Train if you've got the necessary items. Doom
yeah, you
Train
can pick Solomon Ring.
Was like a huge deal. With Doom Train, you were able to inflict basically every status available, and super useful for our first time through.
Yeah, you can get the Solomon Ring in that place, and you need 6 Malboro Tentacles, Remedy Pluses, and Steel Pipes in order to summon Doom Train.
And unfortunately, no, you cannot suplex that train.
Here Elbod is getting the Sorceress's letter. Let's see if Elbod can find the white seed ship.
It's a nap time for me, space is here, yeah.
Space is really just a sequence of story triggers, and I guess you can call it a minigame. Where you have to catch Renault in space, but it's all set up for the events to come, really. And a nice rewarding break/nap. Also one of the biggest sci-fi moments and a lot of interesting cutscenes.
Yeah, definitely a lot of cutscenes.
There's a cool little skip coming up here that we should point out, where once the pods are retrieved, you can actually hold forward with Squall, and if you get through the doors before they close, you skip some dialogue. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, that is called the space skip, which is the second skip that you can actually do in this version of the game. The first being the sit skip. And this space skip is actually saves quite a bit of time. If you don't get the space skip, you have to pick up Rinoa, you have to talk to Piet, the doctor or scientist, and you have to talk to her again once you put Rinoa into the capsule thing. So it's actually quite a bit of time that you save, and it is super easy to do. You just hold right.
Elbod also found the white seed chip on first try, and it was pretty quick. So GG on
Elbod.
that.
I think it was luck.
They put their stealth shields down. No octo camo today. And so there you see Logik holding forward. Even though the screen is kind of sideways and disorienting,
Oh,
he
he
just
got almost
holds
stuck.
forward. That one NPC almost said no.
Yeah, you can actually get stuck on the NPCs if your positioning is not good, but I found that staying on the right side of the door is good. You will not get stuck on the NPCs.
There's actually something pretty cool coming up where it's not necessarily a skip of sorts, but it'll shorten some sequences. Normally you'd be chasing after Rinoa out into space and then get cut off and then have to walk all the way back. You just kind of hang out near the doorway, and I'll kind of point that out when it comes up. It's also a nice point to jam out to the music because it's pretty cool at that part. And this is where we start to see more interesting things going on with Rinoa as well, due to the current events that are taking place outside. It's also known that one of the alternate ways that you can push buttons, like if your X button were broken, you can still mash through with square, but if you start a dialogue with someone like Eleni with square, you play cards with her, you probably don't want to do that.
Yeah, the card rules in space are quite bad. They're like plus, random, I think same as well.
Yes, the rules are quite insane. Some of the more complicated rules that people try to avoid if they can help it.
Definitely. So now we see Rinoa getting out of the capsule, walking around like a zombie.
It's pretty easy to manipulate her, these screens. You'll walk back and forth a few times to get her to proceed. You can't continue on until she moves through and gets to the control center.
Yeah, I think you have to wait for Rinoa to take like one step, and then
Like
you
about
switch
one step,
the screen. Yeah. So by switching screens here, going out and coming back, she advances, teleports forward.
Elbod now proceeding around and will be starting to catch up a little bit, make his way to Esthar now that he's gone through most of the sequences needed here. Starting to look closer bit by bit.
I'm checking the splits actually right now, and seems to be hovering around the 10-minute time save from the Zell card. Pretty much that. Elbod has caught up a bit. time difference at end of disc 2 was 47 minutes and 10 seconds.
Interesting. I know anything can still happen with a lot of these longer games. I know the smallest of differences can mean a lot, but thankfully all the future runners are pretty darn good, so I'm sure it'll be pretty exciting throughout.
Yeah, this race, Final Fantasy VIII, has been super consistent between the runners ever since Zell card, but that Zell card was a big time loss for Team Mog, for Team Choco, I mean.
But just part of the experience of going through all the Final Fantasy games. You never know. It's always a different experience.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 9 can happen. Like, there's a lot of RNG in 9.
A lot of random encounters.
8 is quite a bit less RNG heavy. Really, Zell card is the only part where there's heavy RNG. Maybe. Of course, you can still die to sorceresses and the last fight, but...
Yes.
And there's like a couple minutes. I think dying in the last fight loses something like 7 minutes, so it's possible to still lose a bit of time.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the whole process of going through the final boss fights, we avoid most of them, but it's pretty easy to go through them. You one-shot them in most scenarios. Well, I shouldn't say that. You end up making quick work of them, for sure.
Yeah. And in the next screen for Logic, you have to see a text box which says Sorceress Ultimecia. When you mash through that text box, you can go back to the previous screen. You can leave the screen, but until then you can just kind of hang out here and do nothing.
I too, like Geek, like to jam out to the music and start rotating to the beat.
Yeah.
I know we can't necessarily hear his feed, but it's exactly what I think is quite easy to pass the time. But otherwise, there's not too much action in this part. There are a series of scenes where you just kind of wait for things to happen as opposed to trying to move into location.
Yeah, there you saw Logic did it quite well. The text box appeared and he exited the screen quite fast.
Also loosely implied that this is Laguna here.
Yeah. He says, take care of Elone.
And it's also pretty heavily implied that they never outright say it, but they do believe that Laguna is Squall's father.
Yeah, you can find that info on the Ragnarok when Kairos, Ward and Laguna hop on. You can talk to each of them and they will say something that implies it heavily.
Also with the fact that with Squall treating Eleni and even being comfortable calling her his sister, obviously, since Rain is the one who also has Squall, so to say. Since they grew up together, for the most part, it's once again just heavily implied, but they never go out and say it, just like many things with the story. They leave a lot for interpretation.
Yeah, and here Elbod is fighting Abaddon. Not much of a fight. Really bad ATB, unlucky.
Able to take a hit,
but
no. That's kind of scary. Irvine went down pretty unfortunately.
Yeah, that's quite unlucky.
He bloody wombo-comboed me.
Yeah, he went after you, double shot.
Went with the 1-2 double punch. In the cutscene on the Logic side, you saw Rinoa getting flung into space. And I'm no expert in physics, but I'm pretty sure she would not stop moving and she would just fly without stopping.
Beware of the soft lock soon with Helena.
Yeah, there's the soft lock spot coming up. If you move just perfectly, you can actually kind of stop Elone from moving into her pod, and the game will soft lock. But you need to do like frame perfect movement. It's hard to do even if you wanted to, but yeah. It has happened before.
I never had a hit. I have the soft lock in the prison.
Oh, you actually got the soft lock at the prison too? Yeah, that soft lock has happened to me too.
It's easier to have a prison soft lock.
Yeah, which cutscene did you get teleported into?
I save a battle against the hair soldier.
Okay, yeah, I've seen that one on YouTube as well on a video. Elbod is entering S-Star, so he's not too far away from S-Star menu. About 15 minutes maybe? Oh no, actually there's the Lagoon 5, maybe 20 minutes. I am sorry to inform you that Eyes on Me will not be sung during the run, because we don't want the VODs to get muted, and Eyes on Me will be muted, so there will be no Eyes on Me during space.
Not the official song anyways, because Windows is gonna be singing his own cover of it.
Yeah, right, dude. What you can do is you can actually play, you can just search on YouTube, Eyes on Me, you can play it yourself if you want to. Calm down, chat, you don't have to riot. It's not that big of a deal.
Also, singing is highly considered bad luck.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah,
I
during
think,
the run, of course, yeah.
During the run, while you're in space, singing that song has been linked to runs dying prematurely. Obviously, it's purely suspicion, but
No, I expect there's some scientific proof for this. There has probably been some papers written about it. Correlation between singing in space and finishing a speedrun.
The scientific proof is half of my world record attempts failed at the this4.
Oh, that sucks.
I would have thought that it would have been more to do with Diablo swarping manipulation.
Oh, yeah.
The Final Fantasy community, like we've said multiple times throughout the run, many people throughout the speedrunning community at large did a lot of work at trying to find skips and find different tweaks and changes and manipulations, one of which was a incredible April Fool's joke involving entering the debug room in Final Fantasy VIII.
That was great.
For the most part, it was obviously a joke itself, but it's always fun to find, right, or not.
Or was it?
The truth is out there, but things like that are what makes speedrunning so much fun. Finding new things and seeing what people come up with. I mean, you've seen some things in earlier games that you probably hadn't thought of in the first place, and then there's even more that we still don't know. So it's a fascinating thing to watch a game evolve like this one has. It's nowhere near as broken as the PC version of Final Fantasy VII, though.
Yeah, not quite. So here we get into the Lagoon 5 battles for Elbod. Meanwhile, Logic is still having the space sequence. This will take quite a while. The space sequence is like the longest non-battle sequence in the game, I think.
It's like overall, it spans over 20 minutes for sure. It's pretty non-interactive for the most part. There is a minigame involved, and then once you're out in space, there's some battles, but once again, this part is again quite slow. After that, though, non-stop. Everything just comes to a head, and you'll get to see the results of all the hard work. You do all that work on the S-Star menu, and then it's only until maybe, the end of Disc 3 and throughout Disc 4 that you see what we were intending to do.
Yeah, well, mostly it's just the final battle because of the randomness of the battle. Unless you do party manipulation, then the randomness of that battle actually is why you have to do some, you have to equip GFs on most of the characters. If you knew which party, if you could just select 3 people and do the battle with those 3, then you would have a much easier time on S-Star menu.
You've also get to experience one of the big gripes within the story that a lot of casual players couldn't stand, is that Runoa's life support runs out, but not really.
Yeah, not really. She just presses a button, gives her air.
Oh wow. It's all these newfangled technology that these kids are experimenting with in S-Star.
Yeah, next level spacesuits.
With their Snapchat and their Tumblr blogs.
Oh, it definitely looks like she has some extra screens on her spacesuit once you get the close-up. And she has like some pieces of the suit coming off, and doesn't really matter. Extra stuff on the suit, I don't know.
Not to mention something else that comes up with how they approach the Ragnarok, with how fast you'd imagine it would be flying in orbit.
Yeah, the Deus Ex Machina.
Hey man, ain't gonna fight it. It's a plot device. Poorly architectured plot device. Engineered,
Yeah.
that's the word I was looking for.
Basically, the reason the Ragnarok is in space is that, was it 17 years ago, when they flew Adele up in space, they just left, it was flown into space by 3 Ragnaroks, or 3 ships that were like Ragnarok, and they were just apparently left, or one of them was left in space, floating, and just happens to be that you're really close to it.
Exactly. Not to mention the fact that it was infested with a bunch of man-eating aliens.
Yeah, I don't know where they came from.
That need to be killed in a very particular configuration.
Yeah, that's also, I guess it's strange DNA on the aliens.
Nope, there goes the oxygen. Elbod, though, making pretty short work of these enemies. It's looking like it's going about the same as Low Geek, with a couple attacks here and there, but nothing too scary.
That was a good fight. In this LS strat, you have to attack with Laguna first on Elastoid, and then with Kairos, because if Kairos attacks first and it doesn't deal enough damage to kill it, it will trigger a long animation where Elastoid starts freaking out, basically. And you want to skip that animation by attacking first with Laguna. It is possible to kill Elastoid with just the Kairos hit, but you need to get a low-level Elastoid and a high damage roll, so it's unlikely.
Yeah, it's much safer to use attack with Laguna first, just in case. The attack animation of Laguna is fast anyway, so it really doesn't add that much time.
You're basically
Mostly
inputting
because he doesn't have to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just because Laguna instantly shoots as opposed to having to walk up to the enemy, it's pretty darn fast.
Yeah, you're basically giving the inputs for Kairos while Laguna's attack animation is going on.
Yes, between using attacks to buffer limits or just menu as necessary, it's pretty convenient to use that free time.
If you look closely in the screen, you can actually see the S-Star soldiers, their heads up there before they start moving on Elbod's screen, and the heads will actually be visible again later when you're actually already killed these soldiers, which is pretty funny.
Oh look, the button was here the whole time.
Magic button. Oxygen is now available again.
And still more back and forths and flashbacks and flash forwards and whatnot.
Yeah, we're done with the flash forwards and backs now, but now Squall decides to go save Rinoa, and Kuistis is like, what? You're insane. Piet too was against the idea, but Squall, madly in love with Rinoa, goes mad. Goes outside.
Something that I also found funny in my last speedrun of this that I pointed out to my chat was that this shuttle looked like it was wide open in the back, but had this barrier. I was kind of surprised that they were able to just freely open up their harnesses and just walk around for a bit there when this is flying through space and most likely rotating.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's some kind of sci-fi related answer, or maybe it's just magic, like Star Wars or something like that. But
Magic is always a nice answer.
Exactly. It is, after all, a fantasy.
Yeah, and on the right you can see Logik has... This is, okay, a mini game where you have to basically center Rinoa on the screen, and that way, if you do it fast enough, you can actually get like 3 seconds left on the timer, like the screen will transition at 3 seconds. So the faster you center Rinoa, the faster you actually end the mini game. Normally you have to wait to around 0 seconds or 1 second left. And that is the Laguna Dream 5 split for Elbod, so we will have a nice comparison again.
One thing to note is there was a point where people got a little scared when Rinoa was off screen when this cutscene happened, or when this minigame, if you can call it that, happened. All you have to do is hold triangle and shift it over, and it speeds up that rotation.
Yeah, holding triangle gives you the boost, which is explained. If you read all the text, it is explained, but many people don't even know it.
Reading text. Come on, this is a speedrun.
Exactly.
Also, the most PG-13 part of the run coming here.
Wow.
It's true. I just understand that flying through space, you can't handle the angle that she is coming, but for the most part, that's a very non-interactive minigame of sorts. And thankfully we're rewarded with some gameplay afterwards.
So here we see the lunar cry on the background, and then... oh my, something happens. Wow. It's a Ragnarok in space.
Well, at least they redeemed themselves with this wonderful spaceship. Yeah, from that point, like, moving in space, like, once you got Rinoa, what if you just missed completely, just drift off for eternity? But hey.
Basically, well, moving in space, Squall does have a jetpack thing. So he can fly in space, but his Piet tells him that he will run out of fuel, which for some reason he doesn't.
But guys, don't you know, if Squall was dead, how could he, like, grab onto the Ragnarok?
He should be flying right through, if he was a ghost.
Right. If Squall was dead, then how could he junction magic?
Wow, mind blown.
I know. It's probably just the fact that you're supposed to leave a lot of this game to your imagination. If you overthink it, if you overthink anything, it kind of ruins the fun of it, but...
I mean, I guess it's safe to say that all Final Fantasy games you have to have some kind of suspense of belief or disbelief.
Yes, yep, you must suspend your disbelief. You got it, man.
Yeah, right. So you can't be hanging on to every word and everything.
But here we are. For the most part, if I recall correctly, The order is pretty set in stone for how you come across these aliens. If you don't manage to have initiative here, it's pretty scary, but you just end up getting it from these guys anyways. There's not too much that you have to worry about after this. There's no significant menuing because you took care of it all. You've got everything that you needed from the SR menu. It's all straightforward.
Yeah, the only menu you have to do is switching Squall with Irvine, so Squall gets the Ifrit junctions. So he's strong enough to kill propagators in one hit. And I'm guessing both the players will be without initiative for the first 2 battles, I think.
Sometimes it's the first 2.
Yeah. It depends on what Elbod decides to do during a star menu, but I think Low Geek will need 2 battles. Oh, Squall at 200 HP is quite low as well.
Yeah, it's not uncommon to see some safety heals here.
Yeah, he was just making sure he was correct junctions. And getting both to 600 HP or 500 plus is recommended, because propagators deal about 200 to 300 damage, and crits can actually kill you if you're at below 400 or below 500. And the order in which people usually kill them, and I believe is optimal, is you kill the purple ones, then the green ones, then red and yellow.
I believe that is correct, yes. Especially since you can't progress through some areas without fighting others. In fact, some areas aren't accessible again until you've defeated some of them. Thankfully, they all go down in one hit, so it's not a huge worry. You can get low rolls in some situations, but with the Zell card boost, you're fine.
Yeah, with Zell card, you're guaranteed to kill them. Without Zell card, you have a low chance of not killing them. I don't remember the chances off the top of my head.
Now avoid the red one, because you just need to make sure that you get them in order. If you take a wrong turn and encounter a different sort of alien, the other one will revive.
These animations.
Chance to not kill the propagator.
Sorry, Luzbel, I missed it. What did you say?
Is that 6%?
6%.
Yeah. That's if you only give 1 strength up to Squall.
Right, yeah. If you don't use a strength up, is it more like 50% then? I remember the jump is huge.
Probably.
I remember the jump is really huge if you don't use any strength ups.
Yeah.
The strength points actually matter a lot in this game. It's quite amazing how much one strength point makes a difference, especially in the early game. Like, being able to one-shot enemies is really close.
And of course, you can't operate the lift to fly the ship without destroying everything that's on the board. Inside and on board. Sorry about that.
I guess it's time again. We could say that running away from the battles, even though they're unescapable, you skip animations. If you watch the characters' player models, you can see that when you don't run away, they will sit on the ground, and when you give an input, they have to stand up and then do the action. If you run away, they skip the animation of standing up.
You'll notice in other games too where that takes place. I think in Final Fantasy X there's also a scenario where characters in critical HP will stagger to get up and then perform their actions. So it just allows you to smooth on through everything, and it doesn't really change too much. You just get used to it. It's more of an effort to remind yourself not to run away from some battles.
Yeah, exactly. The harder part is not running away when you don't actually need to, or when you actually want not to.
Making short work, it's pretty safe on the Zell card strats, so not too much of a scare.
And that's the first red one. This second red one has actually some interesting RNG in it. Let's see. Okay, Logic got the good spawn. Yeah, you have to face backwards or he gets stuck on Rinoa. there's two possible ways the red one can spawn. It can spawn on the right side, where it did this time, or it can spawn in front of you, where if it spawns in front of you and you kill it, it will leave the corpse on the way, and you cannot pass the corpse until it disappears, so you actually lose a second or two if you get the bad spawn. This time he got the good spawn, so he saves a bit of time. And Elbod, we can see some nice backwards driving.
Our menu would be so proud. Actually,
Yeah.
the back flying is the important thing. Flying backwards on the Ragnarok's a bit more tricky because in some locations you have to be on a specific point to advance to where you need to, like when you try to land in Estar.
Yeah, and that's we see Elbod, that's the safety save in case he does something wrong.
So we've got the last fight coming up here. It's gonna be in the waiting room on the ship.
Yeah, this is the last battle. After this, you can enter the cockpit and you can start singing away.
And we're gonna make sure that we highlight some of the differences between what Elbod does in his Estar menu. Everyone does something
absolutely
different.
I'm 100% sure nobody got everything that Logic did in the first time, so we can go over again. And
Don't
it
feel
is
bad.
different. It is different because we saw Logic used the Wizard Stones to refine Firagas, and I know Elbod will use them to refine stops for haste. I mean for speed junction, not for haste.
Of course.
So now begins the second boring part of this phase, where you get no action and you wait, you mash. But good thing about this is that when the song begins, the Eyes on Me, you don't have to mash anything, the text auto-scrolls, and it's the longest break in the game. You can even make a sandwich during it, so it's quite a long break.
That's quite a specific example.
I have done so multiple times.
And
especially
it's...
in Kynos percent, where this is the last break and there's still 5 hours to go.
Yeah, exactly. You've got a ways to go. On top of it, it's just kind of convenient that the Estar menu is taking place on that. So, despite the fact that we wish that they were super close, it's quite fitting that a lot more is going on than just what meets the eye.
That is actually nice. The most hyped moment versus the most least hyped moment.
But it'll be pretty intense as time goes on. I'm pretty sure that we're gonna have a good end game moving forward here. One thing that you'll immediately notice, and this is regardless of which form of strat you use, Elbod's going to have less cards, so the items will be less frequent. He's still going to be able to do just fine. As it is, this is still pretty optimized.
Alright, it's time for me, mates.
Yeah, good luck,
Let's
Elbod.
go!
Basically, the main things that Elbod is missing from his Estar menu compared to Logix is the Elastoid card, which he was able to refine into Steel Pipes, which he refined into Aura Stones, and Tomberries, which he refined into Chef's Knives, which he can refine into AP Ammo.
And AP Ammo being...
Vitality 0 with Power 80, compared to Pulse Ammo, which is just Power 120.
You're able to get max damage pretty easy with that.
Yeah, basically. But we'll see. Elbod does the first part of the menu. You have to... Yeah, he refines the cards.
Just let them all go.
And he sorts his items to have the selling menu be consistent.
Then we're gonna pick up the Rosetta Stone, because that's pretty mandatory.
Yeah, Rosetta Stone in the last shop.
What a nice gift.
Selling Mega Potions and 25k from that shop. Buying Scrolls and 11 Amnesia Greens. Some
And
High
of course-
Potions and Phoenix Downs, Fire Ammo and Softs.
And he's gonna move right along.
And this menu is actually very customizable. There is probably some optimized menu, but you can change based on how good you are at menuing, on what you do and what you don't do. You can skip stuff based on RNG. You can get bad RNG on the shops. When you enter a shop, you can actually instead get a gift and not enter the shop, which wastes a bit of time. But here we also see the force armor being refined. Brakes and antidote refined on Squall for extra spells and stuff. He refines Wizard Stone for stops and Magic Stone for haste. Black Hole for demis on everybody. Zombie Powder for zombies on Squall and Irvine. Flare Stones for the Squall and Irvine. And Fires for Irvine, which will come into play in Tri-Point. And then finally Bliss Sagas on Squall, which allow again for Tri-Point, because Tri-Point is highly elemental.
Spot on with all that so far, and you see basically similar things across the board with what he's going to teach the GFs. He's either going to have them learn nothing or focus on getting the important things. Some people like to put Vitality on Carbuncle for learning the junction that, but or no, it's to forget junction on that junction on Carbuncle for Amnesia Greens, because that's more of a preference.
And then he split Auras and Haste again, so he can use those with both of the characters that he will have. Or all of the characters. Then Amnesia Greens. Careful there, you don't want to delete initiative. That is the one thing that you care about.
Exactly. And it's the ammo refine that I accidentally stated incorrectly before, but yes. All of that's pretty smooth. Give everyone their A GF if it's not immediately mandatory to get the menu set up. And this is seeing this menu at a very fast pace.
This is very good menu so far. This is highly practiced. You can see
very
the practices.
Polished.
Yeah. There's the dark side force. Am I back?
I think we're back now.
Okay, we had some problems with the Mumble server. Alright, that was a really nice menu. And now Elbod is trying to force a battle in order to get some extra AP.
And this is just to make sure that you get some last second AP. It's pretty fast to make short work of these encounters.
Yeah, that's the byproduct of having the step count being behind on the step count, is that back attack too. That's a rough time loss. But this is 3 extra AP, which is actually should be enough that one battle without initiative only.
We'll find out in a second. Either way, you're gonna get on Lunatic Pandora when it becomes available, no matter what.
Yeah, it's 15 minutes, so you have still 30 seconds. You can put Encounter None back on. You can do some battle item management, getting the hero closer. And that's pretty much it.
If you do manage to refine Aura Stones, you're able to put those on that menu too for speed.
Yeah, good job, Elbod. That was
I
a nice menu.
accidentally used the strength ups on Irvine instead of Squall,
Yes,
but that's
I
really
noticed.
not.
I'm not sure if that was some strategy or if that was a...
No, that was a
intentional,
lady
so I didn't
mistake. It's
So
really fine though, as
you wanted
much
to use
I'm just
both
gonna be
on Squall?
attacking one more with Renault.
Yeah, do you want to use both on Squall or...
Exactly.
Yeah.
It'll just make Propagators a bit riskier.
Yeah. But that was a good menu, that was very nice. And Elbod, do you think you will be doing one battle without initiative?
Yes, only one.
Yeah, because of the 3 AP, and this is another 3 AP. And I believe initiative is at 150 out of 160 AP before the S-Star menu, so... He should be at 156 now, and the Propagators give 5 AP per battle, so... And the battle speed reduction is for later game, because you have initiative, and most things die in the first hit. You don't need any other turns, so lowering the battle speed means that enemies have a lower chance of getting a turn before you can actually search for the limit break for Irvine.
There's only some final checkpoints that need to be passed here in Disc 3. It's mostly a small amount of talking again. I know we've had plenty of that, but it's just to get Renoa back into the party, and then we'll make our final assault on Lunatic Pandora.
And in that menu you can see Logik refined the ammos. He refined the chef's knives and curse spikes for AP ammo. He refined fuels for extra fire ammo, and he refined missiles for demolition ammo. And he did junction switches in order to get encounter none on the correct character, I assume.
Considering...
Now Squall has Uncounted Known and Irvine Ifrit. So it's good for the end.
Ah, okay, nice. What GFs do you have equipped with Ifrit?
Ifrit is with Pandemona.
Right, so you have initiative on Irvine, and you have a dark side on Squall.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is a different strategy that you can use on sorceresses. Because you have Zell card, you can actually have 2 strong characters for the sorceress battle, as opposed to the Zell-less where you can only have 1 strong character. So you want to dump all the powerful abilities on 1 character. Like for Elbod, I believe his Irvine will have Diablos, Ifrit, and Pandemona, all 3 on 1 character on Irvine.
Exactly.
So he will have initiative, dark side, and powerful strength junctions, all on 1 character.
Exactly.
That's just part of where everything that you do is quite deliberate, and some people, like me when I started out, kind of just went through the motions and did what everyone else was doing. But understanding why you're doing it is probably one of the most important and underappreciated parts of this run. It's just also deliberate. You see it all come together in the end, and it's well worth the practice. That the level of polish that you saw on those menus is not something that just came naturally, but it feels really good when you do it right.
Yeah, it's hours of practice, and of course Elbod has been running the game for years. He knows the general, like, roughly what you want to do in a menu, and then the finer detail just changes from route to route, but the general overview of the menus is the same always. So here we got Ragnarok on Logik's stream.
You finally get to fly around with free roam on the map.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure the Ragnarok is significantly faster on the PC version than the console version. Every time I watch a console speedrun, the Ragnarok seems to fly super slow.
I haven't paid too much attention to it. All I know is that, for the most part, it goes as fast as it needs to.
Yeah, it is. Also, in the Spanish version, it's even faster.
Really? That's funny.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was something deliberate, Luzbel. The Spanish go faster.
Yeah.
I also do recall that in previous attempts before, the X-ray encounters were attempted on Zealous. I think the menu, the SR menu in particular, was done with a few seconds left to spare. And that's just ludicrous. That's crazy fast.
The start menu has a lot of optional stuff. And if you do it, you have like 5 seconds left at most.
Yeah, on console it's super tight. It's super tight. And on the PC you have a bit more time because the screen transitions are faster and entering the shops is faster. So you have like maybe 15 seconds of leeway at max with good battles. So that 15 seconds is basically used in case you get bad RNG in the battles, and stuff like that. Slight mistakes in the menus are allowed, but you have to do pretty much perfect menuing in the route with 2 battles.
We get a little run-in with a voiceless character here that suspiciously looks like Ward.
Yeah, Squall mentions, "I know that man," or says something like that.
He looks very familiar.
Yeah, I've seen him before. Exact words.
Only that we reveal that the people that were kind of pulling the strings on a lot of things on S-Star were, conveniently enough, Laguna and company himself, and we'll find that out in just a few moments.
Yeah, meanwhile on Elbod's side, the Lunar Cry is starting soon. And we get to see, again, making Rinoa move faster.
What is quite interesting is how Selphie, who technically starts to lose some relevance throughout the story, gets to fly the ship. And I just must ask, would you really trust someone as reckless as Selphie to be quite a capable pilot?
Oh, I'm not proud. No backwards driving or flying with Ragnar.
Oh man. It's completely pointless as far as speed is concerned. I mean, you turn
it's
moments,
a couple seconds. Plus, you can easily lose that couple seconds when you're trying to park backwards.
Or landing in the forest.
Yeah, I guess. But yeah, I mean, would you really trust somebody to fly your airship, who the first time you actually interact with her, not counting the Squall bumping into Selphie in the hallway, when she tumbles down the stones, like she's obviously clumsy? I would not trust her.
I think they were going for some form of irony there, but she is also the type that that kind of aggressive driving is exactly what's needed to penetrate the defenses of Pandora.
That's true, yeah. But you mentioned the losing relevance of for the story, and I think everybody's losing relevance except for Rinoa. And
they do start to fade back a little bit, yeah.
Like Irvine, Zell, and Selphie, Kuistis also, they're taking the back seat now. They're definitely just the helping hands basically on this last missions. They're not a major part of it.
They basically say nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
You would think that it would be Final Fantasy X with all their feeling like this is Squall's story.
Yeah.
And in some ways it really is. I mean, that's the thing with the main character. Other games kind of started to shy away from that, but you do get a sense of closeness to the character, and you kind of feel for them. That's kind of their intent, I guess. Also, the Lunar Cry being a good explanation for how all the monsters basically got on the planet to begin with.
Which does not explain how the monsters got onto the moon.
Honestly, there are bigger questions at play.
It's
a lot of the story about the sorceress is one of the most unexplained but very important parts of the story.
Yeah.
The whole thing going on right now is Squall is basically going with the fact that if Rinoa is going to be a sorceress now after her previous encounter, Squall decides that he will be her knight, and that's like what we said before, just part of the lore of this world, so it's relevant in that aspect.
Yeah, and Zell here came into this place. He told them that somebody in S-Star was asking them to come to S-Star to meet them. I don't remember exactly why, but anyway, they wanted to meet, and they first suspected that it was a trap to get Rinoa in control in S-Star again, but then Zell said that it was somebody called Ward, I think. Or was it? No, it was Kairos.
It was Kairos.
Yeah, Kairos.
They couldn't be told to do anything by Ward.
Right, exactly.
But yes, from this point on, there's a few more dialogue moments, specifically ones where your dialogue options that you choose are very important. Choosing one of the wrong options here can cost you way more than you'd bargained for.
Yeah, there's one option when talking with Odin where you can see the cutscene of the three Ragnaroks taking Adele to space. And that,
as well as some dialogue involving Adele themselves.
Yeah,
I know that cutscene very well.
Very intimately. This has happened before.
Yeah, I have not done that mistake either. So the only mistake I've done is when Odin offers to explain something, you can select either yes or no, and you have to select the second option to not get extra dialogue, which is another 10 seconds or so lost.
I also want to point out that Logic did an optional menu where he fixed his battle item menu again, where he wanted to put both Holy War and Aura Stone available there so he can quickly use them in the final battle, as well as anything else that he might need.
Yeah, that's one portion of the menu which he could have done in S-Star if he had enough time. If he was slightly faster, he could have arranged that in the S-Star menu, which is the reason why practicing S-Star menu is quite important. It's the only menu that I recommend learning, knowing by heart when trying to get really good times. Basically, even if you look every other menu from your notes except for S-Star, you can definitely still get a sub 740 with just great movement. If your movement is great and your menus are average, you can definitely get a sub 740.
And we really are getting down to the end part. After this, Logic is just gonna fly right on through. It's just a series of boss battles and very little movement in between. There is also the chance that he manages to also get another Holy War, which is just double the fun.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I don't know any place where you could actually use it other than Sorceresses if you wanted to make it super safe.
Exactly. Now, I know some strats are a bit different. I know people started throwing Death Stones at some of them, but I think we could probably wait until those become relevant if that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's probably more relevant in Elbod's fight. Since Logic has two strong characters, you rarely need to do anything. It's basically two strong characters is really nice for a Sorceress fight, and not that relevant elsewhere.
I think it's also very, very important to note, and I don't know if we touched this, but they went into the config menu and changed battle speed down to 50%.
Yeah, I mentioned this when Elbod did it.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's very, very, very important. You'll notice after the fact, but if you forget and you continue, yeah, it might be too late.
Enemies get significantly less turns.
Or less time before they take their turns. But if you do change it, rather, I think that's what you're going for. Sorry if I misunderstood.
Yeah, I was going for, like enemies get less turns because you have initiative, so their ATP bar fills up more slowly.
It also really matters for the sorceresses, because the entire mechanic is eventually another one will appear, and if they stick around, they'll cast some nasty, nasty magic like Meteor.
Yeah, the two last sorceresses are nasty ones. They cast Meteor and Quake and Triple. And I have lost a great run on Sorceresses once when I got triple meteored 3 times in a row.
Yeah, I've died to Meteor, but I didn't get tripled, and I think I was there to watch that run with the triple Meteor happen.
Yeah, it was quite devastating. I think it was on pace to get a 724. At the time, the world record was 724.
Alright, so now the entire party's back aboard the Ragnarok, and the final push is coming after a rather silly speech from Laguna.
Yeah, this speech is basically Trust your friends. Friendship, yay. And friendship wins.
Friendship is magic, etc.,
Yeah.
etc.
Yeah, definitely. Meanwhile, Elbod is having the boring part of the run.
Yeah, once again, it's going to be this sequence of incredibly slow next to the incredibly high-paced finale for most of 8. Or for the last part of 8, rather. It's getting to be pretty late for me, so I can only imagine how early it must feel for you all in Europe and out there.
It's 7:20 a.m. here, so...
Ugh. Right now it's almost midnight. It's past 11 o'clock midnight for a lot of people in the States, so...
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning that both the runners are from EU, so they are really staying up for this run. It's like 5 a.m. for Elbod, I think, and 5 or 6 a.m. for Logic, I'm not sure on the French time zone. I believe it's 6 a.m.
This scene's pretty cool with the cinematic where the Ragnarok gets to show off its skills. What I do find a little odd is there's a part coming up here where you tell Selphie that you're ready to go, and you actually start flying around in the Ragnarok again, as opposed to actually boarding like you had just worked so hard to do. Like, we went through all this work to break through the wall, and you then tell her, sure, let's go, and you start flying again.
So this is the first boss of 4 boss fights that are really close together.
Thankfully, the strategy for just limit breaking and going to town with shot is pretty effective. The difference will be what type of ammo we use and how many times we comfortably fire.
Yeah, and for mobile type 8 we need an aura cast on Irvine because we need a longer timer on the limit break.
If you don't, he gets off attack that just devastates you.
I have died to that boss once. It was during the last Squall.
Yeah.
Squall is not dead race.
Oh my.
I went super derp in that fight, and I did not use aura. I wanted to save time, and I went with the AP ammo because I had an extra Tomberry card. So
I remember that one, mate.
We'll never forget. We'll never forget. It was super derp.
It was painful.
It was super derp. I was on world record pace, basically. Another run died to a 7:24 pace. Just stupid mistakes. Not wanting to play it safe and using the aura. It's definitely the right move.
Alright, just up this next elevator we go, and it begins. One thing that I do remember confusing me at first was how technically the final boss for Disc 3 is Cypher. It's easy to forget that Adele is technically the start of Disc 4.
Yeah, that is true. It's weird that they would put it that way. Adele
I think they wanted to give you a cliffhanger, maybe?
Maybe, yeah. Like giving you a chance to save and quit after the Cypher battle.
Makes sense. There's not too long of a walk to get to that fight anyways. But here we go with mobile type 8.
So here you definitely want to cast Aura and Irvine. So you have to wait for Squall or Selphie's turn. Okay, he got Selphie. There's the Aura. And that is the reason why you want to split your Auras and Hastes, because if Selphie gets the first turn, you want to use the Aura with Selphie instead of waiting for Squall's turn.
And there you go. This should certainly be enough, especially when you're critting for 9s.
He's actually not even critting, it's just the gel card. Makes him incredibly powerful.
Much, much, much safer.
Yeah, you need... Was it 5 shots here? And I think he used 6. Either way, the minimum number of shots you get, I think, is 4. If you don't have aura. And yeah, that's not enough.
3.
Oh, you get 3? Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely not enough.
This next one is actually quite simple, but we're gonna use something a little stronger.
Yeah, Logic actually could have used AP ammo on that previous fight too, because he has the extra Tomberry cards. He refined extra AP ammo. So he could be using AP ammo for every single boss from now on.
It's not absolutely necessary, but I mean, you end up hitting that damage cap pretty easily with Cell Card.
Yeah, it might be actually faster just to use demolition ammo. If you need the same amount of ammo. I don't know if the animation times are any different.
You'd think that demo is a pretty fast
It's
one
the
in
same.
itself.
It's the same. Yeah, for AP ammo, pulse ammo, and demolition ammo, it's always the same, I guess.
And then of course there's that end result. This is that fight that we've been talking about for a long time now, that second Holy War is available. If you don't get it, it's no big deal, you already have one, and that's super awesome to have in general.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, it's a 10% chance to drop each fight, so...
Normally you only
one
get the
is-
one hero, so it's nothing to sneeze at. It's just extra.
Yeah. I mean, if you get the Holy War in the first fight, you don't really care what drops in these fights. Because you will only use that one Holy War, most likely.
So here we get to use some AP ammo.
Yeah, that's just 2 shots and he's down. Cypher is really easy always. Every time you meet him, he has really low HP. Compared to the bosses around him, like, okay, that was a hero. No luck, no double Holy War. That would have been a 1 in 100.
So it's after the Renoa cutscene that the official end of Disc 3 is. And you don't experience that until you walk out of this area.
Right, so end of Disc 3 is coming up right soon, after this cutscene.
Now, casually, it's very often for people to accidentally make a mistake here. When you're fighting Adele, you have the option to accidentally attack Renoa. If she dies, it's game over. Adele can also absorb health from her.
Yeah, that fight actually... You can basically screw up the fight in 2 ways, I guess. You can accidentally use fire ammo, and you can target Renoa. So you can actually kill Renoa in that fight and you will get a game over. Also, if you have Odin or Gilgamesh by now, Gilgamesh can actually appear in that fight, and Gilgamesh, I believe, might be able to kill Renoa with one of his attacks. Elbod is doing minigame, catching Renoa in space.
So he's actually going to be fighting a lot of the Propagators while we're setting up for the Disc 4 fights.
Oh yeah,
But
somebody
they-
also mentioned that you can get the wrong finisher with Quality Limit Break, and you can actually get, if you get the one that hits everybody,
Oh, that's a nightmare.
that can hit Renoa too.
This is another situation too where being low level really helps. Previously, like a couple years back, people actually lost some runs to Adele for being too high level or having high level on the boss and not being able to do enough damage, but here it's pretty quick and easy. And that was also, those deaths were mostly in no Zell cards. Here, it's still pretty easy and comfortable.
Yeah, you need 3 AP ammo to kill him. Or, well, he needed 2 right now, but if he got the high level Adele, he would have needed 3 ammo.
Actually, no, you always need 2 AP with cell card.
Oh, right, I'm thinking Zealous again. That's 3, right?
It just goes to show how big that changes.
Yeah. Cell card definitely makes the run, like, not only it makes it faster, but you get to conserve ammo, because it's risky to only use two shots without Cell card, so you have to use the third one. With Cell card you can skip shooting the third one and it saves you 1 ammo, so if you didn't have the extra AP ammo you can actually conserve ammo and use a different AP ammo management during the late game.
So the major part of Disc 4 is what we get with Ultimatia's Castle. It's a really fun and interesting thing that they tried to do in the game where you actually lose all your abilities, you basically only get attack, and to unlock more, such as draw or magic or item, or importantly in our case item and limit break, you have to defeat one of the bosses. And sometimes the bosses are pretty tricky themselves. We're going to be dealing with Tripoint, which is why we refined all those magics like the fire magics, because he's going to start off weak to fire, and we're able to close that fight out quickly. And then from there we'll use limit breaks and beat Tiamat and move on to the final fights. There's a lot of interesting things going on there as far as the bosses are concerned, as well as some puzzles to open up the rest of the area.
Yeah, the final castle is a very nice dungeon. It's definitely one of my favorite areas in the game. Absolutely. With a lot of boss fights and interesting places, not to mention of course Omega Weapon, which is the hardest of the game. So this is you have to touch the save point anyway, so might as well save before sorceresses, before it gets scary.
It's also a good point to use additional strength ups here on Irvine, if you've got them.
Yeah, I don't know how relevant that is for Zelcard, but
yeah, it's not really relevant. But if you got them,
for Squall, I think for Squall you need to use them. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
With this specific strat. And you can see Logic so familiar with the menus that he still refined the laser ammo for laser cannon for pulse ammo, even though he doesn't really need it. So it's just a muscle memory of doing stuff every time the same way.
So this is the sorceress fight that I mentioned we'd talk about, and when Elbod gets there we'll bring it up again. But it's much more straightforward. One comes down at a time. If you don't kill them fast enough, you'll have to deal with them using magic. In the second tier of sorceresses, the red ones can really cast some nasty magic. Then it finishes with one big sorceress that you have to use your limit break to take down.
So we see Logic is using the haste strat. He hastes both Irvine and Squall. Probably should have used haste with Selfie, but that's fine. So the advantage of Zelcard is having two strong characters. So he's using attack with Irvine and dark side with Squall. So both deal enough damage to kill the sorceresses. And reminder that the sorceresses are in fact fixed at level 45, so they deal a lot of damage if they use spells. And they have more HP than the console version. Meanwhile, Elbod just fought the first propagator and got the initiative after the first fight. Really nice.
So it's going to be pretty safe for him throughout the rest. And of course, like, because of the fact they use the strength ups incorrectly, it's going to be a bit more riskier to try and one-shot them.
Right, so he's probably going to have a 30 to 50% chance to not kill the propagator if he gets a high level one, so or realistically around 20% chance.
How much damage does a physical attack from a propagator do?
It's about 300.
And you can also get unlucky and have them cast blind on you.
Yeah, blind and silence. If they cast blind on Squall, Squall can still hit, but the trigger can't go off, so it will deal the same amount of damage as if you would not use trigger. That is because Squall's weapon always has 255 accuracy, so cannot miss.
So now Logik is on the second tier of sorceresses. These ones you really gotta take them fast.
Yeah, these ones are the scary ones. I'm guessing he used Aura early in for the possibility of using fire ammo on the enemies. I'm not sure about that.
Most likely to wrap them up with a limit right away and take them both out if they become an issue.
Yeah, normally you... Oh, that's an instant ATB on the enemy. That's unlucky, that's Quake. So you can see how much damage it deals. It's scary. 1000 damage. It's not a small amount. Yeah, he opted to use the fire ammo here. It will take care of both of the sorceresses. And it's very important to kill the third sorceress fast, because the third one is the one that casts meteors, and the meteor is pretty much instantly kills your party. It's 12 hits, and all hits deal quite a bit of damage.
Elba continuing to move through all these propagators, ready to fight the last couple pairs.
Nice, Elbot got the good spawn for the red propagator as well.
Exactly, keep him behind him.
Yeah.
So here's the final sorceress that you run into. This one can do a lot of good damage, and hopefully this haste will kick in and allow him to wrap him up quickly.
It's actually... I think the last one doesn't do anything other than starts counting down from 5 to 0.
You're right, and he can do a melee attack in response.
It will counter your attack. If you don't kill it with one limit break, he will or she will counter with a physical attack that deals like 2000 damage.
And as you can see, that's
yeah, really good sorceress battle. Really nice
yeah,
fight.
it was a little close there.
Just with the Quake was the only spell that they got off, so that was okay. That was fine.
Yeah, not bad at all. So he's got a pretty easy road until Ultimacia, but then you get to play the fun game of trying to predict the party.
Definitely.
I think I'm not gonna be getting the Aura Stone at all.
Oh, you got no Aura Stones from the red ones?
Not a single one.
Uh-oh.
That's rough.
Sometimes lucky.
Team Mog getting the bad luck here, again.
That's gonna make the last fight super scary, but there are backups for it.
Basically the only backup is that you use 2 limit breaks instead of 1. Yeah, no Aura Stones.
Nothing.
That's really unlucky.
It happens on all the marathons I have done.
Oh my god.
Like, not marathons, but the races.
Yeah. I remember last time too. And here Logik actually made sure that he had Firaga on elemental attack. That is for the tri-point. He also made Irvine have less HP. By now, you cannot get Irvine to be in yellow HP just by doing the junction switches, because his base HP is too high. So he's at 739 HP right now, which is not enough to make him have a critical HP. But it will be close enough that he will be able to use limit breaks anyway.
We save, I think.
And one of the boss fights that we used to deal with was this Sphinx boss at the start, but we can walk right around him. It's no longer mandatory to deal with him at all.
Yeah, it might be still faster to kill Sphinx Sara instead of Tiamat if you have the Zell card.
But considering we went out of our way to refine all that magic, we might as well just get on through. We have to go that direction anyways.
Yeah, Logic definitely wants to save and switch. Oh, he got the save point glitch. Yeah, that's super annoying. Sometimes when you... Yeah, go ahead.
Sometimes when you walk up and it'll tell you that you're able to save, you'll open the menu and not have the option to, so you just kind of have to walk out, walk back in, and try it again. It's just super finicky.
It's been there since the console, I think. It happens in the console as well.
Nothing you can do about it, try it again.
That's because you open the menu too fast.
Oh, really?
If you wait 1 second, then it's fine.
Okay, good to know.
Just speedrun problems right there. I guess you're going too fast. Can be bad.
Yeah, too fast. Too fast for the game.
Well, we can't always have the God run, but we're seeing both runners make pretty good work with it. Elbod's got his work cut out for him without getting any Aura Stones, but...
Hopefully he gets a Holy War to make up for it.
Exactly.
Oh, I wish.
We hope. So this fight, you should just be able to one-shot it with Irvine. With the Firagas in elemental attack, Tri-Point actually takes 4 times as much damage. So, if you have 100 Firagas, you will deal 4 times the damage. And the basic attack just deals 9999. One-shot Tri-Point.
There is a situation where you attack with a character who doesn't have the element junctioned, and he responds with a very, very powerful attack.
Yeah, Spark something, I don't remember the attack name, but yeah, it will basically kill all the low HP members. That is exactly the reason why Logic made sure that he had the Firagas equipped on Irvine.
And so that's where we got our limit break from. That way we can deal with Tiamat.
Yeah, you definitely want to unlock limit break before items, because Tiamat actually can take a long time without limit breaks. Way too long.
Plus you have to fight him on a time limit. Just like any major fight, there's got to be some form of countdown.
Yeah, he will cast Hyper Flare, is it? Mega Flare?
Mega Flare.
Mega Flare. Yeah.
Since there's no straight up... well, I mean, there is Bahamut in this game, and that's normally his move of choice, but Tiamat will use a very powerful ability. Thankfully I haven't died to that yet, but I have run away from him on accident.
Yeah, happens. So in the next screen, Logic, if his movement is on point, he will catch the first cycle of the bell. You can hop on the bell if your movement is on point. That small mistake might cost him it. Yeah, not gonna make it.
Yeah, already happened.
This screen.
Yeah, the screen, the movement in that screen is quite tricky, and definitely requires some practice to get it first try.
You've got to position yourself in the right spot too. There's a chance where you might not be just right and miss your opportunity for the first try.
Yeah, that has happened to me. And it has happened to me actually on the way back. Like, you're standing there mashing X, but you're not in the correct spot, so you will never actually hop onto the pendulum.
Now we KO Quistis here because when you enter the final battle with a party member at 0 HP, you're actually not going to have them available in the starting party.
Oh, it's actually Dark Flare, by the way. And Logic is using the 5 pulse ammo here, which is 5 or 4 ammo with Zelcard strats.
Yeah, that's not a major worry.
But yeah, he could have gotten lucky. Killing Quistis in this battle also makes it so that you have a higher chance of getting a higher critical level on Irvine, so you would be able to kill Tiamat in 1 limit break, since dead party members increase your critical level. And but he didn't get lucky. Also, his high HP basically makes it much harder as well. In this menu, he teaches speed plus 40 on Pandemona and switches strength plus 20 for speed plus 40% for the last fight, because the last phase of the last fight will require Irvine to have high speed, or it saves some time, and it in some cases it can be the difference between a death and finishing the run.
Absolutely. That speed is pretty nice to have from the drop there.
With the Holy War and Hero, there's very low chance, if any chance, of dying on the last battle if you play your items correctly.
Basically that. It's gonna come to how exactly the fight starts, so if you want to place your bets on the final party, now's the time.
Now would be the time. Any guesses? Info?
I don't want to troll, I actually want to go with Selfie or VIII.
I'm gonna guess...
I wanted to go for that party.
Squall Thelquistis.
Squall Thelquistis. I'm gonna go for Squall Irvine Selfie. The master
It's a good
party.
call. It's a good call. I wanted to be nice. I didn't want to go with anything more ridiculous. But
so
the
this
10-2 party is...
final battle takes about 7 minutes, I think. With Holy War it can be a bit less than 7 minutes. Like 6:30.
And, you know, it ends up just having to Chaos and party members to slowly cycle through, but it can get out of hand. Quake is a thing. Bio is a thing.
Yeah, the first phase is actually quite scary. Ultimacia can cast Quake.
And then
Irvine's
followed by
Selfie,
Griever
that's a
and
nice
what
party.
he... I like that party. It's like I predicted it.
What spell is it? Okay, Holy is fine. Oh,
Holy
it's
is fine.
Saga.
And he got the attack off, so it's okay.
Yeah, looks like this fight should be an easy one. We'll see. He has enough Aura Stones and everything. Holy War Hero.
Kitten hypo. Kitten make me suffer.
Let's see what happens here.
So this next phase is Griever. Griever can
Or in
be
this
annoying.
case, Kitten.
Yeah, Kitten, right. Kitten. So it can be quite interesting. Griever draws magics from you and uses them, so he can draw triples. I don't know, really. Doesn't really make a huge difference. Let's see what he draws. A demi. Okay, that's quite a long animation.
That's just a thing.
Yeah, the draw. Okay, that's actually not too bad that he cast it on Irvine, because even with Aura, it's possible to get low critical level.
Exactly, and that
So
way
it's
it'll just
fine.
secure everything. So we're pretty safe right now. Plus, with the entire party, the thing is with the final phase of Ultimacia, you even after you immediately reduce her to her first set of 0 hit points, you have to continue to attack. So it'll just make things nice and smooth.
Yeah, Ultimacia has like 60 to 80k HP, and after you deplete that HP, she goes into a basically story mode where she talks between every hit that is greater than roughly 100 damage. So you want your characters to be able to deal 100 damage or more to trigger the next speech, and it will be 5 hits. After the 5th hit hits, it's time.
And after, as you see here, after you beat Griever, he does a big AoE attack. He can also use the attack normally, but we've got Holy War, so everyone's immune to damage for a while. It's
Shockwave
just like
Pulsar.
having Invincible Moon.
Yeah, Shockwave Pulsar is actually a limit break that you can also learn on Quistis, and she can use that spell as well, which is neat. So yeah, that was Kitten was the second phase. Now the third phase is when Ultimacia junctions herself onto Kitten. This phase is pretty phase roll. She doesn't do anything too scary. Just basic attacks are the only things I've seen her use actually.
And Low Geek's really feeling comfortable. There's not a lot that can go horribly wrong now.
Oh yeah, Holy is quite regular as well.
That's just a long animation is all.
Meanwhile, Elbod is flying to Sorcerer's Memorial to save Rina. Was that actually 5 or 6 hits? I didn't count.
6. And then, yeah, just like what we mentioned, he'll quickly go through the starting HP for the final Ultimacy form. And don't worry, when Elbod gets there, you'll hear some of the sick music. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, this is the Extreme is the song, and it is one of the best songs, if not the best song in the game. Unfortunately, we will only hear the beginning, and the song starts quite slowly.
It'll end just as fast as it began.
Yep.
It also means that our Final Fantasy IX friends are pretty much ready to go. They'll be excited to show you what they've got going on. That game starts off with the drama right away.
Oh, definitely, yeah. So we have Karakarn ready to run for Team Choco.
And we're gonna have Hollow running alongside him. Both of them are pretty experienced. Might see some new and interesting things come to light from what's been going on with that game.
Yeah, that game has had interesting twists lately as well. Interesting strats. So this is the last phase, and you get a small speech before you can actually kill her. So enjoy the Extreme.
If things go to a point where your party members are KO'd and you're left with like Irvine alone, there's a chance you can hit with Apocalypse, but of course you can use fire ammo to negate that from happening. It just slows you down a little bit, but it's better than having the run die.
Yeah, you can also use the hero since you got the Holy War as low geek, so...
It normally runs out at around this point.
Yeah, pretty much. Also, because of the Holy War, it's nice you have... Oh, he got the aura ran out. He only got 3 shots. This is rough.
So it still might come to a situation where he might have to be concerned about Apocalypse, but like Windows was just about to say, with that extra hero, you can still survive.
Putting everybody's low HP is kinda nice way of the game telling you, please use your limit breaks, kill me now, this is only for story.
Casual playthrough, use Lionheart a million times.
Yeah, exactly. And here with all characters alive, because it's just 5 hits, doesn't matter how hard they hit, that was the first hit. And the time ends with the hit after she says "and", which should be the 5th hit.
Exactly, it's just "and ... and then she'll do a death animation, and that's when the split happens.
That is the second Hell's Judgment. Usually after this, she will draw Apocalypse and then cast it, so Logic has a lot of time here. It's a nice battle. And this is the last hit Selfie will get.
Last hit for Selfie.
Last hit for Selfie. She will draw Apocalypse and then Selfie will end the game. Time. So let's go Karakarn.
That's good.
GG, Geto.
GG.
GG, the week.
Good job,
Not
Logic.
a good run, but it's enough.
It was fine with the trolling you got in Zell card.
Yeah, it was a good recovery. Good motivation.
And good luck to Karakarn.
Good
luck. Karakarn, win.
Luz, you gotta pick a team, man. You can't be hopping teams.
Well, like I said before, Final Fantasy IX gets off to a rip-roaring start. Things become pretty dramatic right away.
Right. So, to start this off for a second, the first thing that you're going to be seeing is the reason this game is terrible to race early on, because he needs to steal a weapon from the very first battle in the game, called the Mage Masher, which is about twice as strong as your starting weapon, so it really helps out in the early battles. But it's a 1 in 16 steal, so you could be set there for a couple minutes if he's unlucky.
Elbod's still at a point where he's got the slowdown with his final conversation, so he's going to get to that final slew of bosses in time as well. A lot of action going on there. He's going to do a lot of things differently, and there's a little bit of scare without having the Aura Stones available, so he'll have to be pretty clever to get through that final slog, but he also gets the benefit of manipulating the party.
Yeah, still pretty scary.
You got the Elbod?
Yeah, we will see basically the end game is where Zell's strat really struggles compared to Zelcard. The Sorceress battle is much harder. The last battle is going to be hard because of no Aura Stones. That's not really something Zelcard specific, but we'll see an interesting late game here.
There is a fair amount of mashing in FF9. Mashing's some different techniques that are available for that. But, the scene's kind of... I guess it feels like this one's pretty fast.
Oh god, I know the surprise now.
That's a dumb thing.
So this only makes sense if you normally pay attention to these guys' streams, but Kara is a big fan of Queen, and Hollow really, the other guy for the other team, really dislikes the song Bicycle Races, and he is frequently teased about this. So here we go. Sadat is now Bicycle.
I like it.
It's bad luck.
4th try.
Oh my god.
So that is like awesome RNG, a first round steal. Little bonus potion on the side too.
And Synogen.
And so it begins.
Sinna's got kind of a weak attack throughout the entire game. He's not useless, but he can be more of a pain than a help throughout a number of the fights, including this one where he just failed to suicide himself.
Yeah, the thing with Sinna's weapon is that it's incredibly random. So he can hit himself for single digits, and sometimes he hits himself for triple digits.
That is some race luck right there.
Yes, it's alright. Hollow's gonna be hanging out there for like 8 minutes, so...
Team Choco continues to reign supreme.
Plant Brain, don't let me down.
Puck Skip or Riot.
And so Twitch riots.
So, at this point it might be good to bring up why we are not racing the PC version of this game, since we were doing that for 8, and this game fairly recently had a PC version come out. So anyone who actually owns the PC version want to inform the viewers of why we're not doing that?
It sucks.
So bad.
The
To
menus
give
are
some
the worst part.
constructive words, the menus are horrible, for example. That's one of the many reasons.
The menus were the number one thing that were a big turnoff for me. Plus, if you wanted to do...
is awful.
Yeah,
This movement is terrible.
Yeah, there's no analog support in
Nope.
in PC version.
Like, they support analog, but it's really a fake analog. It's just really just D-pad.
It's the same as Final Fantasy 7 and 8. You can use the analog stick to move in 8 directions.
It was fun at first because I was so excited and looking forward to the PC port, but it really just isn't very good for speedrunning.
Exactly.
Did it make you sad?
It is faster though, but yeah.
It is.
Yeah, that is the only redeeming factor for PC version, I guess.
Not to mention, sometimes running Final Fantasy IX can make you sad itself.
Isn't that the truth?
So here in this dialogue with Elbod, you have to select the second option with Odin. I'm actually not sure if that passed already.
Odin's already yapping his mouth off, so he's probably already selected it. But you want to
Yeah.
do the first option with Laguna, second option with Odin, and the first option again with Laguna.
Yeah. The Odin selecting the first option with Odin, he explains all the stuff. Wastes like, I don't know, 20 seconds.
Well, why don't you guys describe a little bit of what's been going on with where this run's been in the last year since we did the relay with FFP?
Right, yeah, because last year, we might have actually brought it up last year, because it was definitely already an established thing, quote-unquote, back then. But it's only really come to the forefront in the last couple of months. So there's an entirely new route from what people have been doing for the past few years, and Kara will be running that route, Hollow will not, so we're actually going to see a battle of the routes here, which is pretty exciting.
So we are going to get to see the newer strats that everyone's been practicing so much of. Well,
Yeah,
I'll say I was looking forward to it.
A lot of the top runners have been converting to this new route.
As I understand, at least to test it out, whether or not it actually is faster, and I'm guessing people have realized it is faster.
It's
really
a weird
consistent.
thing.
Yeah,
It's
it's
hard
got some
to
give and
say
take.
because I mean, you end up losing a lot of time early, but then you gain it back, and it also makes things a lot simpler. Like you don't have to worry about AP and XP as much.
You know what this sounds like? It sounds a lot like Zelcard versus no Zelcard.
Exactly.
So
Yeah,
this
except-
time it's the other way around.
Yeah,
In
exactly.
FFA, we're
Yeah, the new route is the
getting rid of
safer.
Zelcard.
Yeah, it's the
and
reverse.
Cerberus.
Yeah, exactly. But it's fun that we've seen the two different routes for Final Fantasy VIII and IX. Both are representing new strats or newer strategies.
Well, it'll be exciting to see my sleep schedule actually get completely destroyed watching this.
You're going to
Speed
stick
runs
for the
up
whole
sleep.
Final Fantasy IX one?
Oh, I have been awake for the last 24 hours already.
Nice.
I don't have a clever name. And the freaking D-pad just... Sometimes that happens. I don't know why. Yeah. I don't know why that happens. Sometimes on this screen, like, the D-pad movement just... It only happens in NA version.
You seem to be cutting out a fair bit, Kara. I don't think it's picking you up all the time.
Oh.
Like it's
I
kind
haven't
of cutting
really
you off
configured
mid-sentence.
Mumble that well, because this is the first time I've used Mumble, so...
Yeah, right. I mean, most of the time it's coming through fine, but sometimes it kind of cuts you off mid-sentence.
Okay, so... Audio... Inputs... I need to... Which slider do I need to change for that?
I'm honestly not sure myself. I don't use it
Oh,
that often
silence
myself.
below
Not sure
and
what.
speech above.
Elbod got pretty lucky there. He got just enough attacks to sweep both Fujin and Raijin with his fire ammo.
Yeah, I believe the fourth ammo was necessary.
Just for safety.
Yeah,
I'm really
without
interested.
Zelcard you have to use it.
So, Kara, have you looked at the JPWR?
I've looked at some of it. I haven't watched the whole thing yet.
Alright, because me and Toji want to look at it.
That is actually something quite interesting that happened recently. Would you mind telling us about the Japanese world record?
That randomly came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
like
it
nobody
happened
knew the
in
kid.
February, and no one knew about it. Most people didn't know about it. Japanese runner that used to stream on Nico, but now he streams on Twitch. Yeah, he got the record, the Japanese record, months ago. 9:20 flat.
Which is like 3 minutes improvement?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
3 minutes and 22-second improvement.
That is insane. That nobody knew about it, and he got the world record.
And he's also again doing a different version of the new route,
which I support.
Yeah, he's doing Disc 2 Tantarian, but then he's not using Quina or in Disc 3 for that matter.
Interesting.
So it's kind of like a mix between the newer route and the older Tantarian routes.
That's basically
hybrid route.
Hybrid route.
Right. Here we see the difference between Zelcard and no Zelcard. Elbod is doing about 6,000 damage per demolition ammo, whereas Logik was hitting 10k easily. And means that we have to use a couple extra ammo here.
The good thing is with Aura, we're still giving plenty of time to get that damage out there, and we're getting some high crits, so...
Yep.
So this fight that Kara's doing right now, the King Leo fight, it can be a little bit trolly, but it looks like he's had some decent RNG to start out. Each of the enemies can cast special effects attacks, which do 0 damage, but they take like a number of seconds for every one. So you kind of knock out his minions on the side with 2 of your thieves other than Cinna pretty quickly, and then try to finish up King Leo to try to avoid as many enemy attacks as possible.
Polys are huge slowdowns, things like that.
Disgustingly slow.
Overall, it was a pretty average fight. It wasn't bad, it wasn't great.
Only
one
stage
SFX
mentioned.
is okay.
And do you notice I did the ATB weight trick there to get that extra?
Yeah, that was
in?
sweet.
Otherwise, he might have gotten me second turn.
So, question, is JP the only version where Marcus can get an ATB blade off? Like on King Leo?
Should all be able to. Alright, I need to concentrate.
Right. 100 Nobles minigame. Let's go.
Let's just wait until he's done.
Ruined!
How many nobles?
Not a hundo.
Missing one of that
78.
middle is actually really bad. You miss one, it actually, there's like kind of a chain effect, I think.
With several
miss
of the
one right in
ones.
the middle, it's like even worse than if you miss one of the big
Yeah, because like it definitely accounts for how many you get in a row. So if you miss like the very first one, you can still get high 90s, but if you miss one in the middle and both of your chains are like 40, whatever, 30 or 40 inputs, that's when you get kind of screwed over.
And normally it's pretty basic at the start, is it not? Where your buttons are less variant as they get to be?
Typically, you'll begin with a number of like X and triangles that will usually go back and forth for a couple, more common than anything else. But then once you start moving laterally, is whenever it'll start to shift up. And as you get deeper and deeper, more of the inputs are added kind of throughout it. But yeah, it starts out a little more basic at the beginning.
Split for Elbod, by the way, coming up.
That was a really dumb miss too. It was just, it wasn't even one of those deals where like I press the button on the wrong hand.
Yeah, I
like
do
I get
that all the
triangle
time.
and up mixed up.
Yeah.
On my right and left hand.
Does the gil really make like a huge positive impact if you're getting so much gil from fighting Tantarian anyway?
No. I don't think it is.
10,000. If you get 100 nobles in the NA version, you get 10,000 gills. So that
Yeah,
actually,
I mean, I know that obviously, but
that
I
actually
meant
makes
like...
a pretty significant difference.
Yeah, because
Skip a lot of pickups.
Gil is somewhat tight in the early game, and
Well,
to an
that's
extent
true.
in the later game as well. But
If it's really that big of an issue, why don't we pick up the Pinion in Lindblom with Vivi?
I don't know which Pinion.
Because I get the
one
nobles every time, Hollow.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Alright, so you know the one you in Disagree where you pick up a Zidane? It's like by the cart.
That's so out of the way.
It is out of the
you,
way.
you were saying Lindblom, but you meant Alexandria.
I'm in Alexandria. My bad. Sorry. One
It's
gets
late.
destroyed, the other one gets destroyed. Whatever.
Are you sure it's even at the start of the game?
Yeah, it is. I picked it up this morning.
So Hollow already doesn't know the difference between Lindblom and Alexandria. I think this bodes well for his run.
Oh,
Gil isn't even that big a deal in this route because I only buy one glass armlet. It's 500 less gil that I need.
By the way, I'm not sure if I missed it, or did you guys call out your names? Final Fantasy IX crew.
We haven't yet, so I suppose we can start with the runners.
I'm Karn.
I am Hollow 648.
The commentators are?
I'm Slonzig.
Mutsky.
And I'm Y.
There we go.
We got a pretty lively crew up in here for FF9. It's gonna be great times, guys. So I hope you're ready for the most hype run of the entire relay, obviously.
I can't wait for Disc 4.
Oh, Disc 4.
Once again, Disc 4 being epic for FF9. I really do love running the game. I kind of lost motivation for it for a while.
Ooh, Elbod, getting to the nice part of your FF8 run.
Yeah, Sorcerer's battle coming up next. It's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be tricky. With
Yeah, it's
without
a little
Zelkart.
bit different. Yeah, a little different, but still easily manageable. Start to throw some different stones.
What
Yeah, we'll
scares me the most right now is the Ultimisia battle without the
Yeah.
stone.
Yeah,
Exactly what
Funny.
I'm afraid of too.
Do you think a
That's
valid
it.
strategy would be to use one hero only for Griever, and then saving the second for the last phase?
I don't quite like that one, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to work around no aura stones. I have never had that happen to me, so...
I know it can happen, but I haven't ever had it happen to me or seen it happen to anyone else yet.
I might be killing one extra monster to get the magic command.
Yeah, that is not actually a bad workaround. Loses like a minute.
It makes that Sphinx fight possible.
The only problem is that without Zelkart, the Sphinx fight is quite long.
Exactly, you don't break that damage cap to split him into phase 2.
Sphinx has 2 times 10k health, so you need to deal 10,000 damage and then again 10,000 damage, so you cannot kill it with one limit break.
One thing I love so much about Final Fantasy IX is all the cute little references between many different games. I think the more I played Final Fantasy games, the more I started to appreciate 9.
Yeah, I think for me personally, 9 was one of the first that I played. So I didn't really appreciate most of that at the time. But yeah, there's a lot of that going on.
You know, 7 would have been the first I played, but because I wasn't used to JP controls as a kid, I didn't know how to start the game. So I switched to 9. Yep.
That's actually quite interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, because I was like, this game's broken. So I switched to 9 and started playing that instead. Because I bought both the same day.
Why does it keep going out of my menus when I press X?
No, I just couldn't. I didn't know how to get into the game. Like, it was a new game. I kept pressing X. I was like, "This is dumb. It's not working."
Did you know this? Did you not like use process of elimination and realize there's only 3 other buttons?
I gave up in like 10 minutes. I just like, no, I give up.
At least when I first played FF7, I got stuck on Guard Scorpion because of the mistranslated hints.
Yeah, it was like attack while its tail up. All right, sounds good.
Whoops.
So here we go, sorceress battle.
Alright, there's that scary situation where multiples will show up, and how you manage two at once is really the clever strat here. Using Darkside on Irvine is intended this way. That way you can put Irvine into critical, and then you'll actually be set up to fight that final sorceress in the same manner.
Yeah, and you saw in the menu before sorceresses, Elbod put stops on Irvine's speed junction. They were refined in the S-Star menu from the Wizard Stones, which is slightly different from what Logic did with the Zelcard route.
So coming up here, we're going to be doing a series of fights with Steiner. Two of them kind of have an interesting dynamic, but the first one, there are a couple of steals you can get. One of them more useful than the other, but it's not like worth waiting around and stealing a ton of times like we did for the Mage Masher.
Yeah, stealing is a fairly useful thing here and there, but I think the Mage Masher is the only one where you really sit around waiting for it. The only other one that's sort of arguable is the Broadsword later on, and there are backups for that if you don't steal it.
Yeah, I don't know about this run. I might just steal until I get it, but in actual runs, I'm not going to steal more than once anymore.
Yeah, I can. It's definitely helpful for the plant brain fight, so that's probably not a bad idea, really. Because it's not a difficult steal to get either.
But you don't use it for plant brain.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess you don't really need it until BW3.
Good reactions there from Elbod. He saw that both there were two sorceresses at the same time, so he used Aura on Irvine to be able to use fire ammo.
He's lucky that it was double right off the bat, but that just means he has to deal with it
Nice
ASAP.
luck. This is nice luck. The second sorceress spawned right as he got the turn on Irvine, allows him to use fire ammo again to clear out two sorceresses at once.
And with triple or double in that case, it could have been much, much, much worse.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, the third red sorceress is the one that you want to clear super fast because it's the one that casts meteors, and this last one I think casts Quake. I'm not sure, but instant ATB on the sorceress. It's triple. That's scary. Oh, double. So Elbod uses the Deathstone strat. This has an 80% chance of hitting. So he got. Let's say he didn't get unlucky. So he hit the Deathstone, and this is the last sorceress. Usually 4 AP ammo is enough to kill it. Sometimes you have to use 5 if you get low damage rolls, but it's really rare.
And he's gonna take care of that sorceress with the pulse, just like before. Got enough time with Aura, so he's got it handled pretty nicely.
That was a bit too close.
Yeah, that was really close. You got
I was actually a bit more nervous as time went on. It's like, oh no, those rolls were really low.
Not the damage rolls, but the getting actually the timer, the fourth ammo off was close. The Aura had run out because of haste. When you have haste and you cast Aura on the character, the Aura only lasts, I think, half the time.
As you saw for like demo with Aura, you really have a lot of free time to go with the shots, but in that case, not so much. Just a little bit of HP manipulation there to make sure that Irvine's low enough to make use of his limit break. And I suppose some fun things are about to happen in FF9. Show how sadistic this run makes you.
Yeah, what always bothers me about this part of the story is we never actually get to see the end of this play, because they keep interrupting it with story events. We see this play twice in the game, once at the start and once at the end, and both times it gets interrupted.
Oh, I know how it ends, dude. Bring my beloved dagger to me. That's in the play, I swear.
That's not her name. Her
Yeah.
name is D.
Well, in your PB, she was called someone else entirely, but we can't say that on the stream.
Oh god.
No idea what you're talking about. Her name was Dagger.
That moment of hesitation sold you out pretty quickly.
So here is the different strategies that you see Elbod using. He saved and reset before entering the town. That is again resetting the RNG to always be the same. Here's the same for the caraway code earlier on in the run in Disc 1. And that will allow Elbod to manipulate the party of the last battle, as opposed to Lowgeek, who just was on the mercy of RNG. It's a 50-50 to get Irvine in the starting party, and Elbod is going to make it 100%.
So if you notice in that Steiner fight there, this time rather than fighting and actually attacking the enemy, he actually suicided everyone in his party except Garnet, which causes a dialogue queue where Steiner essentially just says he's going to take the princess back to the castle, and it ends the fight, which is much quicker than defeating the enemies with certain ETBs, which is the most prevalent occurrence in that fight.
Here you saw what happens. Ran away from the boss battles that you can actually run away from.
Yep, running just kind of becomes muscle memory, and it does happen here, and that just happens to the best of us.
Wow, I didn't realize you could do that.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. I've definitely done it before too.
So this is the extra battle that Elbod is opting to do in order to get the magic ability unlocked for the final fight, since he didn't get any aura stones from the red propagators. As you can see, it's a long fight. You have to hit the boss 8 times with Squall, 4 times to get past the first phase, and 4 times again.
He also likes to summon monsters to fight alongside him in the second phase, and that can be a little frustrating too.
Yeah, there we go. There's a summon.
Car bomb.
It's the bomb.
So he'll be doing a similar strategy in this Steiner fight as well. This one's a bit longer. It doesn't end the fight right away, but it does just kind of progress the dialogue between Steiner and Garnet, because he doesn't spend any time using attack animations on the party, because he will not attack Garnet. So then each of his turns is just spent using the dialogue rather than anything else.
Just to note, you can game over in these fights if you kill your entire party.
I think we've all been there at least once.
And
I don't know if I've ever game overed, but I've definitely killed Garnet.
Doesn't something happen if, let's say, you have Garnet KO herself or someone KO her on accident? Doesn't that... I don't know what Is it Black Waltz 2 that it messes with the AI a little bit?
Black Waltz 2 is another issue entirely.
Yeah,
we'll get to that when we get
there.
to
It's
it.
kind of a complicated thing, actually.
Indeed.
And there's variances of whether or not you want to do the suicide or not, depending on different RNGs you can get.
Also, a small difference between the second and the third Steiner fight is that you actually can't kill Steiner in the third one. He has infinite HP, I think. You just have to wait till 3 turns have passed for the bomb.
Did you say for boom?
For the bomb.
You said for boom.
So this is the try points fight without cell card. It's not quite as easy as hitting once with Irvine. It is slightly different, but still very much the same. You first have to hit with Irvine.
He won't counterattack when you kill him, but obviously it's because the junctions alone on Irvine that make it so he doesn't counterattack.
Yeah, it doesn't counterattack if you hit it with the correct element. So first you want to hit it with fire, and Elbod refined fires in the S-star menu and has them on Irvine right now. And he has 99 Blitz Sagas on Squall's elemental attack. That's why he did almost 10k damage right there. So it's just the order in which you want to use the attacks is important. the boss alternates from being weak to fire, then to weak to ice, then weak to fire again.
We'll have to see if Elbod does get the good movement and positioning to make it on the first try across the tower.
Yeah, first cycle bell. I trust in Elbod.
Bloody mates.
Easy.
It's gonna be the first try.
So easy when you are Elbod.
Look now, 2-0 card mates. Easy.
Yeah, he got it. Nice movement, mate.
Perfect. Perfect. Oh, don't run away again.
Hands
Yeah.
up if you died to Tiamat in a run. No, just me.
I have not heard of that.
That sucks.
Oh, you actually died?
Oh, I did.
Brutal.
I think I died to pretty much everything on disc 4. It took over an hour. It was great.
Nice.
I think Tiamat's for some reason, the boss I run away from the most, just because I am so used to spamming the limits, but yeah.
Maelstrom says raise his hand. So
Oh, that's
Maelstrom
nice
has
of
done
him.
that.
Well, you are not alone.
Relevant.
That was bad.
I wasn't actually deliberately making that pun, it just kind of happened.
Yeah, alright.
I had my 1 pun per day limit, I'm safe.
So Kara's just got his first random encounter, which actually isn't like a terrible encounter to get. It allows Zidane to reach level 2, which raises his spirit, so that he won't actually have to watch the D-trance animation in the fight with the prison cage. However, I typically lean towards more in believing that I'd rather just not get it, but some people like to get it, I don't know.
Much
Also,
better
if
to
you-
get it on this time through that screen than the second time through the screen. When you
Yeah,
have
that's
Steiner and
certainly-
Andy both in the party,
certainly.
then they each only get 7
Yeah.
XP, and that doesn't even give any of them a level.
Elbod, make sure you have magic ability equipped on characters that you want to use magic with. I'm not sure if you have. You probably do.
Elbod also did the menu here right away because on this next screen he wants to make sure everything is set up. He's going to need every second to properly make sure the manipulation is ready.
Yeah, so the party manipulation, Elbod is doing something slightly different than we normally see. So what he did there, he accessed the empty draw point 4 times, and because he saved and resetted outside of the castle, if he didn't do that and just ran for the end and mashed fast to enter the battle, the party would always be the same. But since he accessed the draw point, every time he accessed the draw point, the party switches. So he has figured out that 4 times equals good party. So we'll see which party he actually manipulated for, and hopefully everything will be fine without Aura Stones.
He's got this, it's perfect.
Good luck, Elbod.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck. So compared to
skill.
the old party manipulation used to be that you spend time in the last screen before entering the final battle, and every 0.5 seconds the party would change, and that would be down to, like, you have to be precise with the timing to get the correct party. With the draw point thing, you have the advantage of not having to be that precise. You just access it 4 times and you're done.
So on this fight, Zvanzig kind of mentioned it earlier, but there is a steal that's kind of useful in this fight, which is the broadsword. which allows you to swap swords with Blank and steal his pretty quickly on. But he also has the leather wrist, which it looks like is what Kara
Leather
got.
wrist and miss.
Followed by a based miss. You do actually need the leather wrist in the run, but it's definitely not needed via steal here. But that based miss
Oh, and
was
he
pretty
failed the
solid.
second steal.
I should have not stolen a second time.
Sitting.
Yeah, you probably should have
please.
just left.
Another miss.
Are you kidding me? Wow!
What are the odds?
Vivi might die. Oh man, I hope Vivi doesn't
Yeah,
die.
if this fight lasts long enough, it actually is possible for Vivi to
You
die.
can potion Vivi, just
Yeah,
bring
so you
it
can
out
probably
there.
potion him.
I've never had to do that before. Vivi's HP is at 13.
So that's where we see actually the magic being blown away coming into play. Griever blew away Renoir's demis, which luckily doesn't matter at all, but it could have been Irvine's triples, and that would have been really bad.
Thankfully, the setup was done right.
Yeah. So that
Word there for a
Okay,
moment.
he's still
Yeah,
dying.
that was like the closest prison cage fight I've ever seen.
If that fire didn't kill Vivi, would have died.
So yeah, FF9, yay.
I'm definitely saving before plant brain now.
That's not a bad idea.
And so it begins.
So here you see the difference. Logic had the Holy War, which he used, and all three party members were very immune to damage. And now Elbod had the two heroes, so he used two heroes, one on Irvine, one on Selfie.
It's fine. You might lose some time on a new party member entering, but it's going to be mostly irrelevant.
Yeah, and it's slightly more dangerous. The last phase is slightly more dangerous, but it's perfectly fine.
Like we said before, worst case scenario is you use Fire Ammo to knock out the Apocalypse from the bottom half of Alchemish's final form, and you're okay.
Yeah. It's actually nice that the demis that got blown away were on Renoir, since Renoir had no junctions anyway. So if they were Selfie's demis, they would have been a junction to Selfie's strength, which means Selfie would have dealt less than 100 damage in the last phase, and Selfie's attacks would have been useless.
Going with all the pulse there, because why not?
Yeah, so Elbod is following the normal ammo management for the run when you don't have extra AP ammo or anything. So he's using the 5 pulse ammo here. He used 8 demolition ammo on a Griever. I believe it was 2 AP ammo on Ultimecia, or 3. And the last 8 AP ammo will be on the last phase.
There was 2 demos on Ultimecia and a lot in Griever.
Ah, 2 AP, 2 demolition, okay.
Yeah, I was actually dropping inputs because PC version.
Ah,
but hopefully I got a critical on the second hit, so that was enough.
Yeah, that was nice.
And now we actually get to listen to this excellent music.
Yeah, mate.
So you'll see Kara pick up a couple of ethers here in the next several minutes throughout the wrecked theater ship, which each sell for 1k gil, which you can forego if you impress all the nobles in Braun, but without it, it's very imperative in order to do and all of the shopping that you need to prior to leaving Limblum.
Alright, last phase coming up. Hollow, mate, be ready.
I'm in the menu.
Yeah, it's gonna take about 2 minutes.
I like how Hollow's doing the good strats of staying on the load game screen.
That's what I always
so
do
that the
too,
intro doesn't
races.
start
Yeah,
like
exactly.
right when you want to start.
That always drives me nuts.
I've had
Especially
my fair
during
share.
like a race or relay. happens as soon as you get started. So bad.
As you can see, the AP or the ammo management is really close. Elbod has 8 AP ammo left, and more than likely he will be using all 8 here. Sometimes you can get away with 7. Got the short limit break. Was not enough. Okay, it was 7 hits needed. And then 5 auto attacks with Selfie and Irvine. That's 1.
And does that mean Zell has a potential of coming in?
Yes. More than likely it's going to happen. Renoir will be absorbed and Zell will pop in. So this is basically the animation that you can skip by having a Holy War, and it saves, that's what, 15 seconds, 20 seconds?
It's a respectable amount of time.
Yeah, and this last hit is coming up really soon, so be ready. And last hit. Oh, got the one last animation off.
3D ultimate shoot.
Time.
GG.
GG, Elbod.
GG.
Thank you, mates.
Well, that kind of does it for us. Good luck to you guys for the FF9 run. Can't wait to hear your commentary and see the gameplay.
Yep. Good job.
Good luck, Final
Yeah,
Fantasy
thanks,
IX.
guys.
Good job.
Take it easy.
Good luck, Hollow.
Good luck on that, guys.
Thank you, thank you. I went a bit soon, so for 2 seconds. Had to reset.